play, and then they become more motivated to, be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Yeah, shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon. Because we're friends with them and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous.
All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
We're moving on your position. Come peacefully or face the consequences.
But 7-7 Olo finds the dirtiest of angles. Body's got more. He looks for the fucking ball. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想证明一点一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是 2种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是，这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对我对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the Grand Final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the Grand Final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the Grand Final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the Grand Final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams. But any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the Grand Final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Tên thật của mình là Lã Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Hiên Mắt. PUBG mà em nghĩ em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu BG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giao đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ, trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên của em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu BG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club Newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau em quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TP rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TP này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của mình.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the Relay interview. Today's guest is Glass. Gunner wanted to talk to you and ask you, A,
If they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world,
and B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PG에서 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunner watching. Can we get Gunner? Gunner watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glass's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunner wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
킥스타트.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서
It's all right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Look at this postal with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Poça. My name is Francisco Poçamai dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I'm having the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Poça has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
It's good.
He's gonna be dancing.
He's cheating too now.
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. Ba-da-bam! Yay!
And Falcon.
And Falcons, of course. All right, so we're gonna give you 5 bullets for this shooting challenge. We have 5 bottles, and the winner of this challenge gets to pick what the loser of the team has to do when you guys win a chicken dinner today.
Excellent.
You're gonna come in first, right? That's the guess.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm getting kind of old. I'll go
All
first.
right, here.
I'll go first.
Okay.
There's like no iron sights either.
Bro, there's no recoil.
Oh!
Turkish guy, no gear, just raw.
Ooh. Okay, no, that's 1 point. Smaller bottles, 2 points. I don't
Bro,
think
you're
I can
saying the
fight
wrong
these
eye.
Whoa, okay.
Wait, he's different.
Dealer's choice. Which one do you want me to hit?
Middle.
The middle?
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, come on.
Yep.
Okay, 2 out of 5. Good job, Gunner.
2 points, 2 points.
Okay,
Tig's next.
Tig's up. Find out. Ooh.
Kid, there's a hair in it, Gunner. You absolute ape.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no.
He licked his finger.
He licked it.
On the tip of it.
Oh.
So it goes like.
Oh, okay. Remember the. Oh, what?
Whoa.
Frimsy is up next.
I'm inverted.
Whoa.
What was that?
Ooh,
It's
okay.
different.
Okay.
Wait, hit the one with the fat.
What?
It's different. Yeah.
Oh. Kick from Kentucky.
Did you guys aim with the iron sight or what?
It's cooked. Oh, whoa.
Oh, you have 5 points.
Dude, that one.
Oh, okay.
Dude.
The default Gunner.
I'll show you how we do it in Denmark.
Oh.
It's cooked, it's cooked.
He's gonna be dancing.
He's cheating too now.
Oh.
Dude.
I'm telling you, Gustav is just doing this on purpose. Oh. Oh.
Alright, I dropped the zero bomb, guys.
Yeah.
Take one.
Take one. Would you like to show us?
Do a practice run. You have to do it. It's part of media.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for joining me, Falcons.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for having us, Bella.
Bye.
Left, and that's going to be Falcons making the riot kills here in match number 1.
Nice play, great start. Falcon steps up and dominates. From watching the stream, Gustav looks proud, and the reason for that is he spoke up. He made
Hi guys, it's Bella. The next interviewee for Relay Question is Falcons. Kickstart. Hi, Kick. Hi.
Alright.
Hi. Well, Glass wanted me to ask, how can you be so consistent?
Well, we've played like 20 games, so I don't know how we're consistent, but I mean, it's pretty much just based on what they do. That's how we've been consistent so far. We've auto review every single thing PO tells them to do.
Mm-hmm.
We've just been trying to copy it the best of our ability.
Yeah. Would you say that your rival is Crazy Raccoons then?
No, I think they're like our father figure pretty much, because we just copy everything they do and they're the goats.
Well, okay, enough about Crazy Raccoon and the love that you have for them. What's the one thing you miss from home?
My girlfriend and my cats, I
Nice.
would say, and just being home and having some, home cooked meals.
Shout out to your girl. And what are your cats' names?
Cookie, Cream, Suki, and Freya.
You have 4?
I have 4.
4 cats. Big family.
Yeah.
All right, well, who should I run off to ask the next relay interview to?
I think Pio.
Pio?
Yeah, we'll just do
Okay,
Pio.
what should I ask Pio?
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
Okay.
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
Okay, I'll make sure to ask him that, and I'll get back to you too. All right, thank you, Kick, for joining me.
Bye.
Now it's just going to be seeing if they can step into the new angle. Neo on top finds one. Park Pro finds the other. Gold all by himself up on top.
안녕하십니까. 저는 PO 차승훈입니다. 제가 펍지를 처음 접하게 된 계기는 2017년도에 친구 때문에 PC방에서 같이 진행을 했었고 치킨을 먹었던 게 너무 기억에 많이 남아서 지금까지 쭉 해오고 있는 것 같습니다. 제가 제대로 시작해봐야겠다라고 생각했던 시기는 막 나가다 보니까 그게 너무 재밌어가지고 프로팀을 들어가면은 대회를 임하기 편하겠다 싶어가지고 들어오게 된 것 같습니다. 합숙 생활이나 단체 생활을 별로 안 좋아했었는데 그냥 하다 보니까 그런 게 좋아진 것 같고 그러다 보니까 규칙적인 생활을 좀 하게 된 것 같아서 그런 게 제일 변한 것 같아요. 제가 제일 기억에 남았던 경기는 2019년도에 있었던 PK1 페이지 2에서 우승했던 경기가 제일 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 세계대회 우승했던 거를 꼽을 수도 있긴 하겠지만 처음 우승을 할 때 그 힘들게 노력했던 순간들이 다 기억이 났었어가지고
자, 아직 한 발 더 남았다.
변하려고 하는 모습은 사실 도전하는 거라 보니까 도전하는 모습이 좋은 것 같아요. 원래 제가 TPP를 하는 사람이라 그냥 뭐 TPP의 변화에 대해서는 그렇게 별로 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 변하지 않는다라는 건 잘 모르겠고 제가 원래 TPP를 주로 개인 방송에서 하기 때문에 뭐 그 부분에 있어서는 다른 선수들보다는 자신감이 더 넘치는 것 같습니다. 티글드 선수랑의 라이벌이라 하기에는 제가 지금은 많이 부족한 것 같고요. 티글드 선수가 조금 더 훨씬 더 저보다 연습도 많이 하고 실력이 더 좋기 때문에 라이벌이라고 생각하진 않습니다. 아직 뭐 승부욕이 넘쳤었을 때랑 다른 것보다는 지금은 제가 연습을 많이 못했기도 했고 실력적으로 많이 내려왔기 때문에 다시 올라가면은 또 대답이 달라질 것 같아요. 배틀그라운드라는 게임의 의미는 저를 180도 변하게 해준 게임이라고 생각합니다. 제 인생에서 펍지란 그냥 전부인 것 같아요. 저를 여기까지 만들어준 것도 펍지고 그렇기 때문에 좀 더 애정이 깊게 더 담겨있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 펍지 안 했으면 그냥 게임하면서 일하면서 그냥 평범하게 살았을 것 같아요. 팬분들에게는 사실 우승하는 모습을 보여드리고 싶고요. 그래도 3인칭이니만큼 저희가 또 3인칭을 잘하기 때문에 우승을 하고 싶지만 그래도 최선을 다하는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 2026년에는 정말 열심히 할 거기 때문에 2026년 PGC에서는 한국팀의 선봉으로서 제가 우승으로 이끌고 가고 싶습니다.
Be nice and be happy.
Hi guys, welcome to another sit-down game time with me and today's guest, Team Vitality. Hello everyone. Hello. Hi guys. Hello. Is that your impression of me? Hello. All right, well today's game is called Guess Who. We'll show you a bunch of pictures of the players here at the lobby and you have to guess their names. Are you ready?
I need to translate it.
Oh, okay.
Будет показывать картинки игроков, но надо будет по очереди называть чуть. Alright, you're done.
So yesterday Team Liquid got 22 seconds. Yeah,
Damn.
if you finish before them, then you win and they're like...
We won't.
You won't? Oh, okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Start.
Purdy Corty. Follow my bet. Baron Pick.
Oh.
Patulins.
Okay.
Kuyota.
Okay.
Bimi. Drought King.
Oh. You did one more too, and you came in before.
Nice.
Okay, 20 seconds record for Team Vitality. That was a record. You now hold the #1 lead in Guess Who Challenge.
Nice.
It's you and Team Liquid. Why don't we wrap this up with a message to Team Liquid then?
Be nice and be happy.
Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you at the next one. Wait, bye. Bye.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
As Hackatory will get that knock on the shell. What? And with the final bullet in the chamber.
Мій ігровий нікнейм Хакаторі. Справді, мене ще з дитинства вдохновляла кіберспорт. Брат показав шутери. З того часу я дуже мені подобається стрілятися. І от коли з'явився режим королевської битви, я от зайшов, мені дуже сподобався. Те, що я став кіберспортсменом, це дуже змінило моє життя. Я навіть не знаю, яким я став би. Так, я займаюся тим, що мені подобається, і я дуже щасливий. Моя найперша спогадка про PUBG. Напевно, мій перший топ-1. Я пам'ятаю, як зараз. Це було на Мірамарі в 2018 році. І так, це найяскравіша емоція. Я пам'ятаю, що я хотів досягнути топового рівня. І потім це переросло в більш професійний рівень. Найбільша емоція, мабуть, з PUBG Global Series 10 у цьому році. Це коли я вбив 1 з 4 17-х. Це найбільша емоція була.
Getting on Navi, but Hakatori aware of it, keeping him at base. Good peak shot. Really nice stuff from Hakatori.
У мене дуже багато знайомих, які мене підтримують, сім'я підтримує, і після цього моменту вони всі писали «красава», «молодець». Минулий рік ми дуже грали добре міні-турніри в ТПП, і зараз наступний сезон переходить у ТПП уже в основні турніри. Останні зміни, які були, насправді ніяк не вплинули на мій плейстайл. Напевно, що я ніколи не буду крисити, завжди буду пушити. Дуже приємно, що фанати слідкують, і я б сказав, що мене мотивує показувати добру гру, бути в топі по статистиці. В майбутньому я б хотів би стати найтитулованішим гравцем у PUBG. На наступний сезон у нас більша ціль звикнути до TPP, і це все. Ми будемо показувати максимальний результат, і нові зміни – це лише краще. Слідкуйте, вболівайте. У 2026 році я хочу виграти PGC. Неважливо, які будуть зміни. Якщо я стану переможцем, це стане моїм роком.
You know? Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm sitting down here with S2G to play some shooting challenge. We'll give you 5 bullets, and the one that gets the most points has to tell the loser what kind of dance to do today. Are you excited? Yeah. So the small bottles are 2 points. Big bottle is 1 point. Okay, Sheila is up first, and it's harder than. Here he goes. Oh, you know. Oh, I feel like Sheila's too tall. Oh, good job. Oh, what?
Just chill, guys.
Okay, 3 points.
3 points.
Oh, loading. Oh.
Nereye gitti?
Oh.
재밌네 축하리야. 다음 Karadeniz uşağı.
Welcome back, PUBG fans, to the 5th installment of PGS for 2026. Rev up those engines and lock in as we regale you with tales of the second chapter from Circuit 2 as the players continue their battle live from Seoul, South Korea. Made in Thailand claimed a landmark victory in PGS4, adding another region to the Hall of Heroes. Is it time to crown a repeat champion here for PGS5? Let's find out. We kick off the winner's stage, running back 5 more matches from the 16-team lobby from the PGS4 finals. And the results turned out to be very different. The explosive nature of anyone's legend started off Erangel strong with a victory and 19 kills. Holding down the compound south of Shelter, Himas and Delwyn put on a world-class performance, reminding the lobby why they're international champions in the process. The Americas, Infuria and Team Liquid whilst this was going on, attained back-to-back podiums, giving rise to the idea that the region had gone back to the drawing board and tightened the bolts. And finally, DN Supers finished on the leaderboards in second place after a powerful 14-kill win in Game 4. With the overall tables peak looking more condensed than ever before in the winners stage, it was clear that the region's skill gap was moving closer together, wrapping up day number 1. Day 2 and another survival stage begins to send 8 teams crashing out of the tournament again. Full sense dispatches of Na'Vi in Game 1 after a 2v2 with Spiro dwindling on DMR ammo, bringing back our defending world champions to the forefront to push back into the final stage. Game 2 in the southern hills of Miramar lends a struggling team a hand, as S2G from EMEA puts up a W, but with only 5 kills along for the ride, S2G still has some work to do. Another team that missed out on the PGS4 finals, JDG, stringed together a triple third place to start the day, effectively ending their dry spell after waning results compared to the rest of the teams coming out from China in PGS. And speaking of China, 4 AM the entire day just never stopped blasting. 2 fourth places, a second and a first with a ton of kills. It's clear that 4 AM is bound to win a PGS in 2026, especially after coming so close in PGS 1. Finally, Na'Vi as usual comes alive towards the end of the day with 2 more second places with their aggression, with Spiro setting himself up alongside the Young Guns as a potential MVP for the tournament. Despite a last game 3rd place, fan favourites Falcons fail for a second time to make a final in 2026. The final stage blasts off again, and from the word go, concern descends over the lobby. Na'Vi, who normally takes a while to get going, in the first 3 games continuously gets to the late game and bags 33 kills. Absolutely monstrous. Those games' winners in E-Arena, Virtus Pro and T1 put up a fight, but the sheer muscle of Na'Vi cannot be denied. Game 4 rolls around and 17 Gaming puts a strong one on the board, especially after having put 10 kills up in the previous game and a 5th place. Finally, Tian is back on 17 Gaming, which we'd been looking forward to as we knew he'd be making waves. To close out the day, a struggling Team Liquid clutches the last match for a win and 7 kills on the north side of Erangel. That meant, with all those results decided, we ended day number 1 with a sense of deja vu. Virtus Pro PGS3 champions lead in number 1, whilst Na'Vi PGS2 champions found themselves in 2nd place. It looks like we really were shaping up for a 2-time 2026 PGS champion. Day number 2 of the final stage, and 1 more shot across the 5 games. Game 6 starts, and it's a banger for 17 Gaming. A victory and 16 kills clearly show how much of an impact Tian can have alongside Wembois, Xiaowu, and Limgoat. Despite that brilliant victory though, all attention turned to Anyone's Legend. We thought their 19 kill win earlier in PGS5 was amazing, and then they do it again, but this time bigger. A 20 kill win on Erangel absolutely blows people away, and Virtus Pro 2 apparently, considering a long-range Panzerfaust straight to the dome. For the rest of the day, this put Anyone's Legend in a commanding position. Na'Vi in Game 9 fires back again with their usual victory towards the end of the day, making the last game a 4-horse race. Anyone's Legend, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, and 17 Gaming, with Tago being the decider. Game 10 begins and Anyone's Legend in first place sends it to the middle of the map, a potential move securing them the tournament. However, as the final 2 teams emerge from the smoke,
Anyone's Legend's going to have to be contesting up against 17 Gaming. Still, just 5 points difference between the 2 of them. Big knocks coming up. That's a quick flush. Come out from 17 Gaming, dropping it down to just 4.
And they're finding it. 17 is doing it. They're coming alive at the last minute. Himas, the last player alive for Anyone's Legend. Can 17 pull off the impossible here at the end? They need to get this kill. Himas down to 6 HP. He's going to try to retreat to the blue, but he can't do it. 17 gets the win.
And with that, 17 Gaming in its new form takes their first PGS of 2026 and their 3rd in the history of the organization. 17 Gaming becomes the PGS5 champions. And now the circuit final looms. With triple the prize pool of 4 and 5, 6 is sure to be lights out between the very best in PUBG. We'll see you there.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the floor.
One last dance for Circuit 2 and one last opportunity for our teams who were invited at the end of 2025 to be able to put some guaranteed PGS points on the board here for 2026. Of course, for some of those teams, they've already qualified through onto the next circuits, but this one means a lot for some teams that have not indeed. Those PGS points are going to be all important, but also we're tripling the prize pool. We've got loads to go. My name is Kalaris. I've got Avenger. I've got Toffees. I've got Mark Powers as well. Prior to this, obviously, we just listened to me talk about everything that had gone down, so that's the pre-show. We're done. No, of course not. Bye, Toffees. See you later. We've got a lot to talk about, of course, here with all our teams going head-to-head. We've got the survival stage as well as that 3-day grand final Avenger. But the survival stage, 1 day to get through to join the teams that are already there is brutal.
Yeah, I do love it when all the players that have now said that they've qualified, they've played well enough to be here today. And that's actually the fact that we have a best of 5 today to make sure you get into that very important final. Actually, the most important international final this weekend here for BO15. So you have to get top 8 today.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And Toffees, of course, we have some huge names here. Supers, Team Liquid, Vitality, Team Liquid, JDG that was looking really good. Full Sense are reigning defending world champions. There's so many teams in the survival stage that should, in theory, be in a grand final, but are currently not, and some of them might not make it.
The double tap on Team Liquid feels a little personal there, but you're not incorrect, because the Americas in general on the struggle bus as we go into this weekend needs to make some moves. But you're right, just teams on teams that I did not expect to be here. When we kicked off, Vitality looked so good in that first PEC qualifier once upon a time. To see them struggling has been really, really confusing. And then GAM the Expendables. This is a team that got this cool organizational combo for EWC. And here we are playing catch up. Like, that's not something that I expected to be in the cards. And I guarantee GAM did not either.
No, indeed. And we saved the big guns for the circuit finals. Mark Powers joining as well. Look at him with his lovely hair. What do you think coming into this, of course, as we've got technically teams like Petrichor Road as well, who have already won themselves PGSs, but find themselves in the survival not having made it through that PGS 5 final.
Yeah, I think there's a big focal point on the final circuit. There's best of 15 when we come into tomorrow, but obviously these teams need to get through today. Petrichor Road did expect them to do, or at least one of the teams to be in a top 5 scenario. For me, I even look at like the Team Furious. Why are they here? They were playing well. They dropped off in the last event, and they dropped off pretty hard. So this is the first time that we're seeing them. The only time we've seen them in the survival stage was back on the first circuit. So I think a lot of change needs to happen for some of these teams.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Of course, as I mentioned, way more prize pool on the line here. And this is what eventually put Virtus Pro into basically that leadership position when it comes to the overall prize pool. Avenger, right? The fact that they were able to take 100,000 last time around for PGS 3. So, yet again, one of our teams is going to be flying high at the end of this.
Yeah, it's very likely our winner is going to be in first or second half of this one, right? So it's so much money on the line, 300k total, 100k for first. But also, the fact is, this is your last chance to dance in terms of both PGS points to get to Esports World Cup, to make sure you get another spot for that home region, right? So there's a lot on the line, and yeah, I'm just really excited to get this show on the road here, because like some of these teams playing here today, like if they don't make it through this best of 5 towards the final, that is your Esports World Cup hope shut down.
Yeah, of course, we always have people in the background like Patrick doing the numbers and crunching them. And then for EMEA, right, it's basically that Vitality has already secured an EWC spot based on the fact of where Na'Vi currently is, where Twisted currently is, where Virtus Pro currently is. But let's take a look at the overall schedule. We've already had 2 weeks of action across PGS 4 and 5, Mark. And they've been great weeks, honestly. Last final, especially, I think, for PGS 5 was a bit of a blinder with Anyone's Legend and 17 Gaming going head-to-head.
I was literally going to say, oh my God, last week. Like, he was at the edge of your seat all the way to that final game. And it was good to see. Again, I come back to that point. It's the best of 10 versus the best of 15. I think a lot of these teams and players would expect to actually have a better grand final here, and maybe more points come out the lines for those teams that can be consistent and work on that point average. But as you said, they've got to get through this stage. And I'm so surprised about some of these names we've got here.
Yeah, same here. Toffees, once we take a look at it, of course, here is the prize pool breakdown, as well as our 16 teams. Anything really stand out to you?
As far as the prize pool goes, $100,000. As far as last week goes, I got to be honest, I feel like there is it's hard to, you look at it and you're tempted to see this breakage between 4th and 5th and how big that point drop off was. But I also wonder, especially after hearing the 17's interview, if some of these teams had already started to refocus towards what is the biggest prize pool, the huge gain here in the finals, and maybe we're kind of trying, I don't know, not fully committed to that last game. I know I shouldn't say that, but it did feel like some of those teams were already looking towards next week, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We call a spade, right? When we're talking to them after their win, their focus was totally on PGS 6. So, I mean, this is a kind of team that is very similar to Twisted Minds, right? Where they're like, okay, yeah, but we're focused on the big wins, like in terms of PGC, EWC, these circuit finals as well. And here's the PGC prize pool actually being shown. This is just the base prize pool, I believe, because there will be crowdfunding towards the end of the year, Avenger. So, yeah, for teams like 17, teams like Twisted Minds, probably Virtus Pro as well, definitely. A lot of focus is going to become world champions.
Yeah, and a big one is that only the top 8 get that crowdfunding prize pool. So top 8 at PGC is ever more important here. Of course, the PGS points here as well. Is it not double today, or am I remembering wrong?
I thought it was, but anyway, yeah. Of course, as for all those PGS points, not only important to qualify yourself through to EWC, but also number 1, which of course we need to still conclude circuit 3 and 4, but number 1 is directly qualified into that PGC final mark, and we saw how much of a difference that made in 2025. But there's now 8 spots going into 2026's final.
and I think we're going to see a lot of shake-up, right? This event, obviously, as you mentioned, teams are going to focus on it, and it's mainly because of the points. So obviously we're going to try and work their way through. VP looking pretty strong for it. You've got to put them at the top. I'm again surprised that some of these names are a bit further down, especially with the road to PGC. We're coming towards the halfway point of the year. There's some big events about to come around the corner, and again, you need to be getting into those top spots, especially on the prize pool.
Yeah. I think that for some of these teams, there's definitely going to be jumps up throughout the day. I think that some of these teams will have gone back to the drawing board, kind of been able to rewrite themselves a little bit, and then be able to bump on up. Again, Toffees, it bears repeating. I think Falcons is one of the big ones, right? Like, this is a team that has been challenging for PGS wins. Yeah. And their last survival stage just didn't look great.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, like to see them in that position right next to Team Liquid, who I love the Team Liquid guys, but after last year, you're like, oh, you see this number, you go, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like they maybe have a big glow up, but like this is what we expect. The Falcons are not that. They made a massive roster change, probably one of the biggest since they dropped Mime almost 2 years ago. To fix this, to be a top competitor. And then here we sit with Gustav, one of the greatest players out of Europe, not able to bring that bang for the buck that they were looking for. And so I need them to step up at this event and show that they truly are the world-class team that everyone seems to class them as.
Yeah, for sure. If you're following social medias and things like that, they feel like some of those games just didn't go their way in terms of favor, right? That's for sure. But regardless, you just got to shrug it off and keep on going here in PGS 6. And now we take a look at a team to watch, Petrichor Road, Martin, showing on up. And considering that they've won a PGS already, I thought maybe that there was a world where they could win another one. However, it has been a decline since then. Look at that, just steadily further and further down.
Yeah, it's actually kind of sad to watch those numbers. And considering they're 6th overall currently on that PGS points ranking, there's extremely crucial for them to come in and defend that, to get more of that, to get that home, and also to be able to get to Esports World Cup, obviously.
Of course, some teams here that have found themselves in the danger zone. I am of the opinion that Change the Game will not be qualifying through into this final mark.
That's a hot take.
That's a hot take and a half. I actually spoke to the coach for Fury IDN about their performance actually last week, and he was like, look, we definitely get in our heads. We had a couple of bad games, and our confidence was completely shot. Back to that graphic before, I'm with you. I can't see
yeah, that's
going
the
through.
problem.
I would have to look at the kind of Furia, but it's out of those two, right? Furia have a point to prove. I think they started Circuit 1 pretty well. Yes, they didn't get through to the finals, but actually their games and their point average was pretty high. As I said, this is the first time we've seen them kind of at survival stage now, a best of 5. I don't think it favours this team, so they have to keep cool, calm, because unfortunately, if they don't, they're not going to find themselves in tomorrow.
That's the terrifying thing about the best of 5 Toffees, right? The fact that it could go any way for these teams. It's such a short burst in which you have to perform, any teams could advance technically, apart from maybe CTG.
I mean, if Falcons' tweets are to be believed, it's all there's just bad luck that is pervasive here, right? So if that's the case, then yeah, any team can get knocked out. But I do think when you look at those numbers, the ones we just saw, for instance, CTG, you know, it is what it is. I don't expect them to advance. They've got 0 of 5, whatever. They've been a bit of a feeder team. We'll just call them that. But the other one was the Furia, 4 of 5 advances to grand finals, and yet they still sit at the bottom of the PGC points race. Like, it's nice to get to finals, but if you're not doing something with it, I don't know that I really want you to go there. When we talk about those 8 teams coming out of this stage, I want it to be 8 teams who are bringing some skin to the game in the overall race. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, odd that we're showing B-roll with H-Win on Falcons, but here we are.
There was a time.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, though. It's the reason is that they did not get into the first finals, so PGS, like the big first finals of PGS 3. They didn't get into that one. That's the one they missed. So there are not any big points in there. And the other ones, they got last in 3 out of 4 of them. That's why they are so low on the PGS.
Being the worst of the best is not being the best. I think some of these teams.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I love that.
Okay, shut up. But you know what I mean, though. Like, there are teams that have built their sort of. We always make it to the grand finals, but like at some point, that's got to not be enough for you. Like, step up, put up, or figure it out. Like, if you always make the finals but never get out of the bottom 3, like, are you really a finals team? Maybe, I guess, by technical definition, but it's not what you want. It's not what your fans want. It's not what your organization wants.
That is fair. That is very fair. As we take a look across all of these teams as well, for Team Liquid holding on to this compound strong. This was a strong win for them, Avenger, when we were watching this go down, holding on the crossroads south of Severny. And it should have been, right? With that compound in for as long as it was, this is what I want to see Team Liquid being able to get some decent wins on the board with.
Yeah, it was really well executed by them. I was a little bit worried when they had that 2-2 split on both sides of the road, but they wanted to reinforce. They wanted to make sure they had the kind of compound locked down and got the points that was coming in from that eastern side so they could backfill. You also heard from Kurt through some of the comps as well saying, make sure you're keeping enough bullets to get the confirms, get the flushes, because that's where the points are at. And also, they had enough util to come up and absolutely destroy VP. They had nothing left after that fight with Twisted Minds and everyone in that western side. So actually a really fun game to watch if you want to go back and watch that. It's a good one to come in and see how Liquid dominated that one.
Who are your highest hopes on, Mark, as we take a look and we're almost ready to get going?
Oh, look, I've got to say kind of the VPs. I think they're playing well. I think it would be interesting what they do. I'd like to see potentially an outsider. I wouldn't mind a Team Liquid coming in. I think their consistency is pretty good, and I think the 5 extra games might go in their favour.
Maybe, as we take a look at all of the teams that are going to be playing the stage here to get things rolling.
Everyone, welcome to PGS 6. The day is finally here. This is the final chapter of Circuit 2, the highly anticipated PUBG Global Series 6. And we are going to kick things off with Survival Stage, where 16 elite teams have gathered all of their cumulative points from PGS 4 and 5. And through 5 intense matches, only top 8 teams here will secure their golden tickets to the grand finals. Well, after that, the relentless drive for greatness from our players will carry into the explosive momentum straight into the summer. From June 23rd to the 28th, the ultimate battle of national pride, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, is heading straight to Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. For this massive event, the top 8 nations from PNC 2025 are already seeded directly into the grand finals, leaving the remaining global contenders to battle it out over a brutal 2-day survival stage into the final 8 spot. We will see you there in a little bit as well. And now, with only 8 spots on the line for the grand finals that's gonna happen in the next 3 days, 16 teams are on the server holding their breath and waiting for me to stop talking. All right. Well, everyone, welcome to PGS 6 Survival Stage.
我们队这次拿冠军之后，我们队拥有了3个 PGS 冠军啊，很开心。我们跟别的队不一样的，我觉得是我们打得比较稳健吧，打得比较合理。天天来了以后，我们的战斗实力增强了很多，然后我们大家的机会也变多了。 我们争取把退斯曼的4次 PGS 冠军的记录给破了。
Với tư cách là đội trưởng của team AL thì mình rất hài lòng về cái màn trình diễn của team ở thời điểm hiện tại. Nếu mà về vũ khí bí mật của team em mà team khác không có được á, là sự ổn định và những cái sự thể hiện mà đột biến như Himat thì em nghĩ team khác không có, chỉ có IEL có thôi.
Obviously, I want to win and be at the top, but I think we're a lot better than what we're at. I want to show that we're not afraid to take fights and we're willing to do what needs to be done to win the game.
저희 팀의 운영도 운영이지만 그래도 교전 쪽에서도 잘 싸운다고 생각하기 때문에 PGS 6에서는 압도적으로 이기는 모습을 좀 보여드리고 싶습니다.
So PGS 4 and 5 was a build-up for us winning next upcoming PGS 6. I have a lot of trust for the team and I believe we can also win the next upcoming PGS.
ก็ที่ผ่านมาเรายังเล่นได้ไม่ได้เต็มร้อยเท่าไหร่ครับเรายังไม่เอาจริงส่วนรอบนี้เราจะมาเอาจริงแล้วก็เราจะมาเอาแชมป์ PGS 6ครับ
Basicamente a gente não vai deixar nada para trás, vai se esforçar ao máximo, se dedicar ao máximo para essa final e basicamente é isso.
Hepimiz bireysel olarak çok yetenekliyiz, çok güçlüyüz ve bunu bütün lobiye göstermek istiyoruz.
Если мы говорим о... Нет, на самом деле, на любом турнире любое место важно, потому что это еще квалификация к PGC. Поэтому вне зависимости от того, далеко ты от первого или нет, ты все равно должен до конца играть.
Мы будем направляться к победе.
Chúng tôi sẽ cho các bạn thấy cái sự mạnh mẽ của team AL và gửi đến cái đối thủ là ai sẽ là người mạnh nhất ở những giải đấu này.
真正的决赛现在才开始。
All right, let's get down to business. All the coaches looking worried. Surprise, surprise, because it's a big day, an important day, and an important best of 5 for all of them here to be able to advance on into that grand final. If you miss out on this grand final, you are in a bit of a pickle, in a bit of a problem. I've got Avenger Toffees as well as Mark Powers to talk about this one coming on up. Avenger, who are your eyes focused on here when it comes to this 16 teams?
It's got to be Petrichor Road for sure. E-Arena is also a little bit there. A little bit of a group stage warrior. There's also a survival stage warrior, so I'm excited for that.
So, definitely so, as we take a look across the field. And for Change the Game, oh no, I really am concerned. Obviously, they've had X-Circle come in. It's not quite fired the way it wants to here, Toffees. I would love to see them book the trend, but I'm not convinced.
Nothing is fired the way they wanted to. It's like they came in with their safeties on. So we'll see what changes for them. A team I'm excited about is, I love soup. And these guys need to come out hot. There's only 5 games. I want to see them in the grand final. I expected more out of the TPP transition from them. So I think I'm excited for those guys. Just like I'm excited for Furia. The Cats need to show that they've got 1 life left and make a move, because missing finals is not their MO. They need to get into it.
We need the Expendables, the Expendables, to be able to make it happen as well. A previous world champion, obviously. I think they're still reeling a little bit from losing Delwyn, Mark, but Wang F, they've said it before, right? Like, having him on board, it's allowed them to be aggressive. When they had him in a different sub compared to him, it didn't quite work out. Hopefully, they can prevail as well.
Yeah, I think they're just getting used to their different game style, right? We see that level of aggression coming out. Are they completely settled? No, but it's worrying. Again, a best of 5, a good couple of games from them. That level of aggression could put them on the boards, and they should be in topic of conversation when it comes to the finals.
I think the transition for them, especially Martin, has been difficult to TPP, right? Because it hasn't been able to afford them the same play style that they did have in prior years. So hopefully they can find themselves a settling period.
Yeah, you got soup without telling anyone, and they did it as well. I mean,
Unreal.
That's going to be a little bit unfortunate for it. But we are about to be ready for the game here, it looks like, James.
Yes, we are. All right, let's get to it here. Again, only 5 matches between you and advancing to the grand final, of which is a best of 15. Let's get it done. It's Erangel to start things off, as Toffees and Mark are going to guide you through it.
It's time to get into the first game of the last chance to make that final. My name's Toffees. I got Mark Power here with me, and we're going to bring it to the grassy pastures to kick it off in style. Mark, this is honestly one of the best examples of make it or break it time. 5 games to get to the second biggest grand final yet this year. That is a huge order, huge expectation, and a lot of pressure on the first jump.
It's the pressure. Let's just start with that one because it is. I think, yes, we've got obviously the 2 coming up, but with 5 games, a best of 5, and they're trying to go for that prize pool, more importantly, to secure their slot for the latter part of the year. This fight path, though, not going to be great, though, for some of these teams. It is coming from the north towards the south toffees, but it is favouring the east side of the map really, really heavy.
Yeah, it favors the east side. It throws a huge opportunity for military circles. It throws a huge opportunity for northern Kameshki style, not Kameshki, but obviously like that style board north, no lean shift. This is not something the teams wanted to see off the drop. And then we go to a fight for the car. It should go. Oh, get out of the way, Pio! Get out of the way!
He just morphed his way through the car. Pio gets the shack. Now he's safe. Tigger, he has to disengage. He knows there's an opportunity that he might have the gun, and he had an opportunity to get the flatten, but Pio lives to fight another day.
When you become an official legend in PUBG, you are granted teleport status through vehicles only once in your entire career. So he was able to juke a little bit around that hood and get through. So just barely survived. Tigger says, all right, I've proven that I have your vehicle, and he's just going to head away. So a little bit of an alt drop craziness there at the very beginning. And it happens, Mark. It shifts to Sosnovka. That means it's going to be a crazy game.
Well, yes, it's dangerous, right? This is a military island, teasing a lot of people, but I'm questioning that sort of East Bridge. Fury needs some big games. They potentially could be the gatekeepers for the opportunity teams rotating down. Do they go early? Do they go for a 2-2 split? Or do they try and hold out for kills?
You know, and I think that's the hard part, man, is that you have to come into this and you've got to sit there and say, I only have 5 games to get my spot to win $100,000. I have played for so long. I have been sitting here at this venue for so long, and it comes down to these 5 games. The pressure of that has to be insurmountable. As Gam the Expandables with Clories loaded up here, looks like they're going to have to fight JDG right out of the gate.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a standoff as well, right? They've got a little bit of a different position, and they're further down to that southwest, they're kind of in that police building. JDG, obviously, I suppose, split across from there here towards the east. So again, we might see a 2-2 split. I wouldn't be too surprised. It might be a longer standoff, Toffees.
It should be a long standoff because at the end of the day, like, there's a lot of good peak angles. You should be running doubles or at least try to collapse as quickly as you can. Meanwhile, Lyric says, I have an iron sight and a hope. And he's just going to harass. He's going to harass them out. So you don't want to come here. I don't know if that works, though. I think the single shot Bolty convinced him to turn the boat around.
Hold on, it's not as much pressure as I expected.
Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought it was.
But it's good movement. You know, someone's coming over early. Normally we see Na'Vi in that position, so I like that. Obviously we see Arena go towards that position. That standoff is not going to be the case here. JTE, Clories will hold the angle. He's heard the opportunity. Here's the door open, but it's a bit of a bait. He tried to draw him out, didn't quite get the opportunity.
He has no backup right now. His team is trying to close the gap to close him from behind. They're taking shots from the outside onto JDG. Here comes the surprise. He got the double barrel. He gets the first one off. Goes for the quick reload. Goes up on the stairs, trying to hold the angle. Nice push down. Clory's knocked and glocked as Duck Juice jumps in the car and tries to wrap around.
Yeah, he's trying to wrap around there. Good initial. Actually, lucky enough, he got the second as they did push through. Now, so got to be careful. Pants on the additional side. He can hear the footsteps, and it is an explosion ended. JDG out. And we're not even 4 minutes in.
Very fast. We talked at the start of the day about what we needed to see from big teams. Gam the Expendables had to step up, and they do in the first fight of the day. Cowboy from Team Liquid tries to lay down a tubular shot, but is forced to rotate away as he gets pinged from the outside. But I do think he'll still go through and enjoy that kill on Gedrox.
Yeah, let's have the initial point, and they're ahead of them. These guys are on the same rotation on this sort of east side as they rotate down towards that kind of Milter area. And for Vitality, the only opportunity they've got now is to try and get that blue chip, and that's going to delay their approach. Like, where do you go? Do you try and commit over, or do you go for the recall now?
I mean, at this point, it's almost... I don't hate it, though, right? Because they're going to pick up that blue chip. They're going to bring him back, and they can actually use that for a scout onto the military, right? The idea you can send him to the south side, see if you can maybe find something for you on your outside rotation. So I expect them to go towards a boat, some sort of south of Lipovka, possibly, and make a long looping return after bringing their teammate back. So that's the upside. Shooting Cowboy, reserve the blue chip, gets them a chance to get back in this game. Meanwhile, Tiggleton sees the Cerberus lads, opens fire, and right now just pushes them away.
Gets a good connection as well.
Yeah,
Needs to find the second. Doesn't quite there. Now he's been divided. Both the cars going either side of him. He does eventually find it, but it's a return from the other seat. Tig goes down, but he's isolated. He's by himself. Gustav, though, having an on-look onto this one. Can he stop the push? But again, the bolty in hand. He's not going to be able to apply the pressure.
That's how I feel when I use the Bolt. You know what? I'm just going to switch back to the M4. So he opens the spray, chases him up the hill, and it looks like U-Dirt goes straight to Tiggleton. And while they both got knocked, it's U-Dirt and Cerberus that comes away with ultimately the extra point.
And there's the additional point, and right on top of Tiggleton's body, so they had the opportunity to grab that blue chip. Strimzy, though, has applied pressure. He does click dry. Let's get that reload on the chamber. I like the rotation round. I like the Falcons applying, I suppose, continued pressure to this fight, but Kick does get an over opening.
Yeah, they got to try to stop him. They don't want to blow that car up, so Shrimzy's now moving around the right side, looking to get up. Kickstart did get Brian knocked as he tries to heal up on the high side. Cerberus obviously just wants to get out of dodge, but every time they try to make a rotation out, there's a pick here. So Shrimzy from the low side calling out the position here from Cerberus. Problem is you don't want to spend too long in this fight because there are going to be difficult rotations in your future.
Kick looking to try to get the first point of board for them. So an exchange 1-for-1. Shrimzy on the hold. He's got 1 versus 1, puts him out to a 1-shot as well. So continues to hold. Can't commit to the push just yet because he knows he'll be in open terrain. So he's looking for opportunities, avenues where he can try and expose.
All right, Shrimzy still waiting for that opportunity. Oh, good nade. He's felt that it was coming, moved early. He's going to push back in. Second nade going to get lined up as well as he tries to find that peak angle. Wants to get him while he tosses the nade. Does get a little bit of a spray, so he was effective in doing that. U-Dirt has to duck back for cover and go for the hill. Gustav pops off the grenades, and the utility bounces sexy as Gustav gets the knock on U-Dirt. Clears the chance to advance, and now he's taking the rocks.
This breathe from the Falcons, this is what we want to see, right? Yes, they went down a body early in exchange from Tig, but the element of pressure being applied, they're chasing points. This tells me they want to commit to the grand final.
Man down, don't care as they're going to come aggressive. Now, the other part of this is they want to try to confirm and get back that chip if possible, and that means pure overwhelming force. Tonbin trying to decide, do we go down there and make this rescue, or do I fade away into the shadows? And I honestly think it's time for Cerberus to just cut their losses and run.
Yeah, I agree with you. Look, it's the right play for them. They haven't got the pressure. They got that bit of the high ground. But you got to remember, we saw kind of Vitality. We saw that sort of Team Liquid north of this position. They would have been reading that. They would have known the rotation. So there's a time element to that. How much can we hold? We expect another team to rotate in the north.
We saw Glory's returning here as Tonbin goes to the high ground, trying to find more vision and keep an eye. Where are the Falcons coming from? They've got their car hidden away, so he's doing a duel. He's scouting, but also protecting the lifeline that Cerberus has left up here with that Jeep.
Let's see, Cerberus still hold him. Prediction pick though, as we just saw. Obviously, it's coming from Supers. You mentioned them in the pre-show. Again, a team which I'm with you. Expect big numbers from them. Expect a team to be qualifying, but they've got a little while to go towards zone. Currently sitting in the South George. Got a bit of a rotation.
I will say, seeing both the Expendables and Cerberus fighting in the first 8 minutes is good for my heart. It reminds me of the days of these teams being very aggressive. Traditionally, they like to get out there and get into a bit of a fisticuff, and this is what they did. So whether or not it went great or they limp out of this, if this is how they're playing their 5 games, it tells me that they're playing their style, and that's what I want to see out of these teams. Is just because it's 5, don't get tricked into passivity. Shilla immediately takes a shot from the right side, has to stop down, but what do you do here now? There's nowhere to go. You got to pray for your team. Yeah, exactly.
I felt off as he was looking for the water. I thought he was going to ditch the car, and it was a second guess. Like, no, if I go there, I'm not getting out. He's hit the handbrake. He's popped the smoke. He's had the opportunity now to disengage, but there's a bit of a standoff here now on this West Bridge.
That was cheeky. They were like, surely he won't try, and he did. His team came in, grabbed gas station, he rotated right out and got away with it. Ranger X and the rest of the guys now have to reset because the trap has been sprung, and to be honest, that's not a huge, I would say, strategic spot to defend against as other teams start to show up.
Hey, look, STG, they need performance, and I've really not seen it from them, right? A team, we know the names, we know the level of performance we can get from them. We've always seen a Turkish team be one of these last teams that get in that qualify, and they do it in style. Getting stuck on the bridge like that, that's not what they need. Fucking up them, T5 hook on towards the other side, but there's a telltale sign on the other side there, and CTG are holding out. There's the first knock, Fluky will go down, has to go for the swap, limits on the ammo, second spray goes through, but doesn't get the second.
And that's what we saw. They got pinched by S2G. The S2G got out of it. They had to make the transition, and CTG attacks them.
Oh my
God. They lose 1.
What is that zone? It did
wow.
go back towards it. No, so Toffee, so many teams committed to the military island. We've seen this a few times, but we see it more, mainly go back towards Milta. So no surprise, Team Liquid and that sort of hang around that sort of north side. But a full migration here, everyone going back in the car. CTG lucky enough got a knock. Does S2G take advantage now?
Team Liquid was geared up in cars to go south, and now they're like, oh, find something cool. Let's re-rotate, and they're lucky enough to be in the spot. Tingleton was flying over Novo, super high scouting for his team on his callback, and he was able to turn and fly back towards Milta. He was so slow in his back. So a lot of these teams were prepared, as you saw, for what they expected to be a military circle, and now there's no chance. Everything's got to shift back north. This is crazy for the first game in a 5-game series.
And you can just see it. Everyone's driving around there. They're crossing past. No one really knows who the shooter. Everyone's trying to find their location. So this comes down to those IGLs. Who's making the quick decisions? Who's finding position? Or who's going to go sit on the outside edge now and catch these rotations back?
That, geez, man. You know, someone in chat called it the good old Sosnovka bait, and it really was. The amount of people who, and you have to prepare your game expecting that shift, because when it happens, you have to know getting there is almost impossible. The problem is everybody now has to come back. Imagine being T5 who just crossed the bridge. S2G is laughing as they get a primary rotation on the north side.
But you look at it, they crossed the bridge and they lost the body as well. Yep. They're looking at that bridge going, is CTG, they still there? They still going to try and hold us off? They were there already. So it's a bit of a throw. Let's just try and get in. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot more of this team trying to go back to those recall stations. T5 obviously has gone back towards that west bridge, though. Cerberus, though, not too far away from them, as we do see one of the recalls come back. But again, you're coming down, the emergency pickups coming through. Where are you taking here? Because there's not much more hard cover left.
Yep. So see it.
They know. They know. Do you know what? I love this. I love this from Falcons. This is aggression to the core.
So now you have to decide, do I just drown myself and keep the point away from these turds? Like, this is incredible. Kickstart's like every point matters.
Nah, mate.
Goes in, gets
100%.
the knock, lets the water take care of the finish, and jumps back in the car because rotation time, baby.
But again, they're going to be able to get to the blue chip, much probably not. Like, I love that. We do see Falcons obviously have elements of aggression, but when they go into defensive, then we don't quite see the qualification. This core plays to the style of the players that we've got in this team, and I'm loving this from game number 1.
All right, we got the scout from the high ground. Again, this is teams trying to figure out how do we get across stuff, right? Like T5 is going to build campfires and wait for the blue to close because they know their bridge is dangerous. Furia is inching their way back across, and they're holding because they know the EA was trapped on the south side. And if they can pick up some free points here, we've seen Furia do this. They like putting BL on the bridge. They like to do some ambushes. EA has to be aware of it. The question is, how do you adjust to it?
Yeah, I think Norins has spotted. He's gone very wide out towards that east. Here comes that Expendables play. We saw T5 obviously going back for the pickup. Nice initial knock, looking for that confirmation now. But again, we're in the blue. It is phase 2. We're going to get away from it, but expect a shift now to lose some of this water. We're going to commit towards that north side. Who's got the hard compounds and where does it go?
So T5 will leave across the bridge. Cerberus is going to immediately have to backfill them across the bridge. Neither really, I think, should have to worry about camps, but it will be Cerberus having to slowly cross this to make sure. I love that they made a fast backfill just to make sure they could get across the bridge. Clory's taking a couple of shots here as well. Not going to come of it after that first knock. This is terrible for T5. And now CTG and Soup going at it.
But the thing about it is centralized compound, there's lots of hard cover. Everyone's fully committed here. STG, Super's here. Petron already arrived here. Vitality came in late. Levante gets Baron, looking for the confirmation as they need to get not just the knocks, they need to get the rushes. Hyper quick.
There's no real estate, and if you buy it, it costs a fortune as S2G is eliminated. They thought they had won the lottery when the circle went south, but instead, they end up dropping to a nice defense by Vitality. But it's not over, because the Supers are still in it. Deal is knocked, but the rest of the boys still up as they battle Petrichor.
This is not good. Petrichor obviously above. They're going to try and launch sort of a 2-2 split. Obviously, Super's coming in below them. Vitality claiming a lot of terrain here into this compound. Petrichor looking to try and get out of here. So they jump out one side. Heaven does find first. A grenade comes in for the second, and it's a own friendly fire grenade. And Petrichor, they fall with 2. There's no way to cross the road.
Too many teams crammed into a bowl of spaghetti as the battle breaks out here at the compound. Left, right, and center. Super does have a good middle spot if they can try to push Petrichor back. Petrichor slowly but surely crawling up the hill. I don't know where they think they're going. Rex should be able to confirm this double with no problems. They might make it away. Look at him go. Go, baby,
oh my God,
go.
They might make it. Rex denies. He jumps out, gets a quick 1-2 confirmed on the board. That puts DNS Supers on towards 3. But again, chaos. Everyone sending it to centralized compounds.
Absolutely, and that is just the chaos of that shift. There's not a lot of options up here. Most teams would have been embedded here at least a circle ago, prepping out their trenches and getting ready for the battle. Because they had to make these late rotations, we're seeing some good old-fashioned Orangle crashes as no one, as you can see now, starting to set it up, hasn't had a chance to get ready.
Yeah. Genji have been here for a little while, trying to deal and control their area. CTG obviously has crashed in. 2 confirmations have been done for CTG, obviously one before, and again, Genji with the angles knows exactly the information. Grenade comes through and being perfect, posts it to perfection.
Man, you hate to see it. That's the worst when you turn around and you see the grenade land at your feet and you're like, accept my death. Yeah, right? B gets the flush here usually. Circle is the last man standing. He's got to try to get the square, but I just don't know how he does it.
No, again, it's a hold. Genji, for me, clear the area. Try and hold out the compound. You don't want to leave one here, or you consolidate on the other side. It's too many variables. For me, Genji need to try and hold out. The zone shift's about to come in, 8 seconds. And if they're not in, they need to get shifted. And with CTG as a solo, could be very dangerous.
Liquid with a very big spread, but it should be mostly uncontested as long as they don't get smacked into by Furia, who's making a big rotation. They saw the fight break out. His Cowboy cannot get knocked here because that'll be blood in the water.
Blood in the water. Cowboy does launch a grenade, does launch a barrage of 5.56 as well, so we'll be happy. Doesn't quite get the confirmation. They do fall back into their little foxhole. CTG has been cleared up. He does get that final, so they're going to fall out. 14th place for them. For Team Liquid, they have a little bit of a stronghold, or an element, a grasp, should we say, onto phase number 4.
They did. They had that early rotation. They were able to get into a good spot. They got to stay collapsed and play very careful. Here's Purdy goes forward by himself. And I talked, you got to worry about Furia. And they were waiting. They get that knock. There's nothing the rest of the team can do to save Purdy right now.
Now Furia disengaged from the bridge. They rotated to farm. And I think they were lucky enough. They found no one there. And like, hold on, where is everybody? So I love that they've sort of engaged out. They've looked for the next stage into this for game number 1 for Team Liquid. They dropped the ball slightly. They looked towards the north and they didn't scout it.
I know, because it was clear when that fight broke out, when Cowboy made his push forward, it was wide open. Furia was just so late getting in. But again, Purdy is going to kick himself for that because, as you said, no scout, single push, nothing you can do.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing didn't work out for them. Irina, they're going to find a bit of a trench where they can and batter some of the chaos on that sort of west side because it is going to be chaos. Crazy Raccoons play that south side, so everyone's in the middle. T5 obviously going to try and flex out and, I suppose, get some space that they need to play from, but Crazy Raccoons having a look towards the skies. Mortifier is inbounds, and they're taking a huge barrage of fire, though, from the very much in that southwest corner from Genji.
Yeah, but this is where Crazy Raccoons feels the most comfortable. Here comes another team, T5. The remainders are going to be pushing into this as well. Cerberus getting hit by grenades. There is just no space on this side of the circle as Glass gets fluky. And from the distance, he is just raining down fire, brimstone, and death upon lead.
Yeah, Turn 5 will fall. FS, they do flex out of that sort of north side. It's a good play from them. Everyone else, a bit more space, a little bit more calm. I say calm. Everyone else has got some position. I think everyone's looking for this next shift, though. Another shift back towards, we might see that north side go. The road obviously has to move full sense. Maybe have to try and take that fight with Falcons. At the moment, they agree to disagree. They keep each other at bay.
Agree to disagree. It sounds nice, but when it's because everyone is so broken, it's like we're working together out of necessity because that's what it's become. Everyone sees the middle. They know Spaghetti's probably a high chance of getting the next circle shift. They need to manage that movement. You already see the digging in by teams. Cowboy making himself a little cover here, but that's going to be lost in the next circle, so they already have to plan how do we advance with only 3 players.
It's difficult to score. It is difficult to score. I do like that sort of digging in. I love that we're seeing Supers obviously deny the ability to hide.
No shack for you.
Yeah, you should not hide there. Get to the grounds. There's that shift. It does come back towards the southwest. Genji will be happy they could potentially store a hold here. And it's that north that I spoke about. FS, Falcons, they need to move. Where does Full Sense go? We've got Tigger, though, on the mortar. I won't be too surprised if he's just going to try and not just clear a team, but find a position that these guys can play into.
Yep, that's what they're going to have to do. Is honestly, I feel like maybe in this situation, if you don't scout someone to take out with that mortar, you're using it to burn a hole right in the middle of that circle so you have something to send to. Cerberus going to get picked off by D, the newest member of Gen G. Another team that we've expected great things from with this roster and has been a little slow to start. So to have them at number 2 at the start of today is exciting. Gam the Expendables is up in first, but obviously that is going to start to fall off. They've only got one player. They're just sort of holding on for dear life outside the circ.
They are holding on, and this is the defensive play from the mortar fire. They are going to try and sink an element they can maybe put that BRDM in. And with though, we'll be happy with that one. He is scouting his way forward. He is going to come across. Just there, the grey will come out. He has to expose himself. Looks for the one over. The cars have been destroyed, and he has to dance the dance.
He did. Let the dance begin as the BRDM drives in circles. He's got a decent cover position here, but you know the rest of the team's going to come up onto that high ground and spray down on him in just a second, and that's exactly that at all. He tries, he gets turned on, Duck Juice, but ultimately Belmont and the rest of the squad is going to finish it off. Still, nice turn. You at least feel good about your death, maybe.
He go out in style. PR, just having a little look over the top. But I think the sounds of that BRDM might have put the handbrakes on as he does go his way back. For our Team Liquid on the adjacent side, that southeast is going to get tight for a lot of these teams. They already know Fury is there. We saw the flash go come out. And for everyone else, has to come off the top side. Falcons, they have to send it. Tig pulls up in style, though. He gets one. Shrimsy, though. Unfortunately, Tig finds himself in safety because he knew that C4 was about to blow.
Shrimsy kills Tiggleton, but will bring him back to life like a good teammate. Meanwhile, Furia under serious fire. Kraken is able to knock Alo and Luke, but Cowboy gets him in return. America's taking on Americas.
Ensured destruction is what we love to see from the EMEA, where the Americans will go head to head. Furia make the push forward. Cowboy down to 1. He has to try and edge the outside, but it's going to be a Panzer poser.
Like
going to try and post it. Cowboy, dodge. Mate, you need to get out of here.
Oh, no. It's a shootout at the OK Corral, and Cowboy is not okay as he slides off to the left side. Posa puts him down on the ground. Flashes prayers. He gets the heal. He has a nade. Can Cowboy pull off something crazy here as he goes 2v1 with these lads?
Goes 2 versus 1. Valkyrie's trying to make the play on the other side, but anything will come through. And it is a full America's region on the southeast corner. Cowboy has to take the pause. He has to try and get the med on Fury and know and hear the cars again. And behind pressure though from Valkyrie. This is going to play in towards Cowboy. Here comes the opening. And gets one. A Cowboy looking for the exchange.
Liquid is eliminated as Falcons comes in hot. They say we've all been struggling to get PGC points. We got to make sure no one from our region gets ahead of us as the fight breaks out in spades. Tiggleton once dead, now playing out of his mind, leads the charge against Furia.
And he's leading the charge now. Post obviously backs up. He does spit up for 1, but it's going to be straight out. Shrimsy will finish him off, and Furia will fall 9th place for them. We enter into the placement points here, and Falcons Toffees, they have a big decision. Why? Because they are so far from the zone on the east.
They are, but they're now the strongest, the highest ranking team in the Americas after that kerfuffle. All 3 teams go head to head, and what is more staple of our region than that? I'm glad we all got to see it firsthand.
Well, I'll tell you what we can do is we can tune in with the Falcons comms because I said they've got a lot to decide here because they have to make a big shift in, and they are the finals remaining.
I'm in the open to Pryor getting this UAZ. Can someone just cover Pryor real quick? I'm blue tanking.
What's our cars?
I can look for it.
I have 1 HP buggy.
I just have the UAZ on me, that's it. That's the only car.
The green line is a split. We're hitting green.
I need to heal. Can someone smoke in front of us, put the car in or something? Or like drive this car. I don't want to lose it. I need to heal.
Yeah, I can take it.
Okay, let's stop playing north now. Let's stop playing north now.
What are we doing, sorry? What are we doing, sorry?
Go north.
We're driving to green.
Driving to green
lane.
We need to go now.
But we need to let him like try to leave.
We're in the
You guys
open.
ready?
Yeah, we should just go now.
I'm just gonna probably die, but
The car following you.
I'm probably gonna die.
Yeah, it's fine.
Track. There's a guy here. There's a guy here. There's a guy here. Close right on the track.
Yeah.
Us. I can see his back.
Knocked him on stack. Knocked on stack.
Okay.
Oh, Toffees, talk about the level of communication. There's a clear objective for them to get in here. Good pick up, though, on the Vitality. They get the opening knock now, but can they defend? Vitality have to clear the Falcons.
Yeah, guy in the shack and just one dude in a ditch as they do try to get those reses. The upside is everybody else is in the building. Oh, big bounce on the grenade, but it's not going to do the job as Kickstart ultimately gets that kill on Gedrox. You said communication. I felt like it was a little bit all over the place, man. Kickstart's their IGL, but the talkover was insane. And And I wonder if that's going to continue. It goes forward. Salute is playing golf out here, and that's a hole-in-one.
That is a hole-in-one. That's the danger of these dips. You can dig terrain. You might feel safe, but one well-placed grenade and two for the price of one. Vitality down to two themselves. They're trying to cross the road here as Falcons. I agree with you, but do you know what I really like and what I agree with the good comms is actually there was a call. Where exactly we going? Reconfirming. They did. I like that because sometimes people go silent.
I agree with that. I love that Gustav played nice and quiet, played that support role. Tig gave some information, the rotations worked out, and now they still have to dig in against a very strong Vitality who is secure. Now, they do have the back of that Rise. They don't have anybody behind them, so Falcons has time to work and potentially work around the side of this road as long as EA does not spot them on their next rotation. EA dealing with their own fight over there from Gen G. I take it back. EA is no longer a problem. Bye-bye.
They have gone, but so is the zone. It goes again towards the west. What has Falcons done to the zone? Right. Nice move from Vitality, though. They obviously had the defensive plan, didn't quite work out for them, but the exit plan to get in front of the team that moved in, which in this case was Falcons, they now have to hold. They've got the zone on their side, but they've got a way up. Where do they go off this? They have to hold Falcons, but they know they've got a team, which is Supers on the other side.
EWC moves to Paris and Circles move away from Falcons. From that point on, Vitality has them locked out. And honestly, you can't slide south anymore. You have to go through Vitality. And I just don't like crossing this road after burning so much utility to get out of that fight with the Americas crew over on the side. I don't know how you cross this opening.
No, and they are going to make the cross. They actually make the full send. That great hole from their initial hole will come out, and one will go through the top, though. Quizzy gets good stuff. He's right in the middle, but Tig, though, applies so much pressure and puts them both down. What a play. Kick steps up.
Vitality means life, but the Falcons take it away as they make a very strong push. Team on team. I said, how are they going to do it? They pulled it off, and it was about covering each other's backs as they make a very, very big move and show that they don't feel that they deserve to be in this survival right now. They are a finals team, and they're showing us that.
They are. We're in 5 teams remain here for game number 1. And look at Falcons. 9 kills, up to 12 points. Even if they drop out now, Toffees, for me, this is a successful game from the Falcons, and they've played it well.
Yeah, when Soup wins this game, they're still going to have to give a lot of respect to Falcons because of how this push went down. Now, that said, if the Falcons can somehow slam into Soup and pull him out of this compound before the next shrink, and they catch it, that's a win condition for them. They have to do it now, though. I just don't know how you push this. Petrichor tried earlier, remember? And fell apart. That is a very tough compound to get into.
Well, it's that push will wrap around. The wrap around is just so exposed. They're looking at it. Good deny. They use the smoke launcher though to claw block off the windows. The opening that comes up, but it's the other side. There is pressure coming in, and it's coming from Gen G. They're trying to clear. So Supers have got 2 fights to keep an eye on.
Whoa, Supers gets a nice little grenade on Strimzy. Petrichor may try to capitalize on this as you brought up. Kickstart putting in more work. Salute is down. Ming Ming helping with D, and just like that, Gen G is eliminated elsewhere. This fight continues to go down as a huge grenade just wipes Falcons down to Kickstart. This might be that moment, Mark.
Might be that moment. Crazy Raccoons left to their own out on that sort of west side. They might be looking for a push. Supers though looking to try and find the clear up here. Kick can see, gets the med on. He plays up towards the top. Kick steps up, but he doesn't get the knock.
Raccoons love Kickstart if he can get these knocks. If not, it puts Soup in a great spot. Can Kickstart bring them to a boil as he looks over to the top of the hill, tries to fight 2 separate sides. In a moment, the Raccoons will probably be pinging him from a distance as well, Mark.
Huge damage done from Kick, but it is time, and time is ticking though. Crazy Raccoons are closing down. Nice move from Hit Kick to try and cover the back as he will put the smoke out. Needs to try and figure out exactly where the players, and he's making the count. He's on 6 kills for the team. He's lifted not just the IGL, but he's the kill leader for them.
He is. He's going to boost up like crazy. He's up on the roof. The problem is Soup knows they can't just stay here. The circle is shifted away. They've got to make a move. Kickstart has nothing to lose. If he camps out here, it forces them to make a tough movement. He maybe gets a backstab credit.
C4, they don't want to take. If you can't go head to head with Kick, you got to make an explosive endo. Kick, the time though is coming towards an end. He knows he has to get off. He's seen the cross. He's made the opportunity now. Makes the jump. Has to cover from the card. The C4 is clear, and they're looking back. Where did Kick go?
Right, he used the sound cover, makes the transition, but is not enough to get away. Human finishes him off, but Soup now has a late rotation ahead of them as the Raccoons are locked into place.
The Raccoons, they might be the Dumpsters, but the Dumpsters has the ability to mortar. There's an opening 3 versus 3. They have to get this res if they're going to do it quick. The zone obviously is controlled by the Raccoons as they set the defensive line.
The Soup looked hot, but the Raccoons look hotter as they're going to throw in some shots from the outside. PO is down, though, so this is a 4v3, but so much ground to cover for DNS. Glass with that high ground, putting in a ton of work as DNS is burning resources after resource to move forward. The good news is they've been sitting here for the last 15 minutes, so they do have the resources to take with them.
Yeah, they haven't had much pressure, same as the Raccoons. Managed to find themselves up on 8 after clearing that sort of west side. Good res, actually, from DN Supers. They're able to get that res, so they're back on the 4. So they have the gun advantage of the additional man. But can they expose the angles now, Toffees?
That's all you have to do is DNS has the team. They have the members on it with the veteran status to be able to sort of keep a cool head through this, but Crazy Raccoons has the dot. And as we all know, that is a big part of the win condition. So Guyon, Inonex, and Glass with a good triangle spread here along that line, trying to hold their point forward as they sneak up.
I think Glass is a big play for Raccoons. If he can hold that line, if he can force them towards the other side, it will force down. Actually, comes down from a rolling car. Does the damage, eventually opens up the opportunity. Supers have got the numbers, now they charge forwards. Glass able to get the communication, but there's only 2 Raccoons remaining.
Soup is pushing. They're making a move. That knock was huge, and CR is going to collapse onto the 2. They have to go 2v4 as DL leads the charge up the hill. Guyon going to head and throw another grenade out there to try to soften him up, but at this point it's become all about the Soup, baby!
Yeah, Supers will try and get that flush out. Sees the body there, goes down to 1. The Human's going to be the final player here, and it's going to be nice out. DN Supers will take game number 1. A big game, actually, guys. But look at this, though. Falcons, James. They took out all the Americas, and they're the last one standing for that team.
Yes, they did. Very impressive stuff here overall, as that is going to be, though, DN Supers taking themselves the victory from this, as Crazy Raccoon could not hold it down. They got an amazing shift there, Martin, to be able to work with, but DN Supers holds down the compound strong and wins it out. Yeah, really well executed by them to defend that and stay 4 guys alive all the way to that top 2 placement here. And again, sure, Crazy Raccoon, they got the circle, lock it down, got a few kills here, but there is no way that they're going to defend that 4-man push there from Super. So great amount of points, sure. Circles came your way, but you gotta lock those games down. They sort of third-parted that fight with Falcons and Supers and taking even more space, but they were way too passive in my book.
Yeah, tough stuff. As Mark says, though, here, Toffees, Falcons. Jeez, what a start for those boys, and Kickstart especially. Absolutely running amok over on that east side.
He was. You know what? I think... they played well, so credits to them. But I think the fact that Ticklin got knocked early and they had to slow down their rotation towards Novo to watch him sort of come in and scout with that blue return actually saved their bums, because they were not in the boat. They were not rotating towards Novo like they normally would have at that stage of the game. They were waiting for him to scout, and that actually let them start up, stay on the north, and get into a better spot to play that third party.
Definitely. Let's look back at all the highlights coming on here, and as soon as this erupted, I was losing my mind in the back. I was like, Mark, what is going on? Why are all of these... I understand why the teams are all crashing here. It's just a bit of a cluster.
Well, at this point here, it's central, right?
No.
It was like, hey, hold on, everyone needs to send it, and a lot of these teams were already in rotation. So no wonder why we had a massive crash. Now, great play from DN Supers there to lock it down. Obviously, Petrichor was on a 2-2 split, so they got a little bit exposed. But good hold. But it comes back to that point Toffees were making. I think it came down to actually Tickleton going down early in the knock, because that laid on this kind of a snowball effect for the Falcons, and it was aggressive after aggressive. Everyone they could find, they made a crash, and eventually they ran out of the road, but it was well played.
Petrichor holding off Gen G down on the south side of those compounds, not bad at all. And Falcons eventually were dispatched, of course, by the overall winners in DN Supers. It was always going to be hard for Falcons Avenger to make those crosses later on, because they just had no util to work with, but they were still making a great meal of it.
Yeah, the amount of circles that went against them was actually insane here. But yeah, getting the 10 kills and the 5 plays was much huge here. But Supers does get 20, and Crazy Raccoon 14. 4 teams on double digits here, very top heavy for the first game.
Very South Korea focused for the first game, for sure. They have found themselves such a strong swathe of land for this game. As we take a little bit further look down, as Team Vitality, I don't know, right spot, right? 6 points go their way, but hey, Kickstarter across the board, Toffees. We'll take it, we'll take it.
We will. I mean, they did what they had to. It's a team we talked about at the start of the day today that needs to show up. They're a world-class team that shouldn't be down here in this position in the first place. So to see them come out in game number 1, put up numbers, and to do it as the IGL from Kickstart, Very exciting. Soup, another team we talked about at the start of the day. This is one where I was surprised to see it. We expected big things out of them this year. I like where it was. Now, that said, they got the shift, and they had a compound that just kept getting love. So I need to see them keep it going past this game.
Yeah. Do you reckon the haircut's part of the uniform?
I was going to say that. I don't know, Mark. Is it?
Try to get myself in a pro team here, right? Back down.
Oh my god, Toffee's is absolutely slaughtered him. That's amazing.
Push
in front of the train right there.
Boys. I'll take it. Happy to be here.
Mark's with the flat cap is lovely. It's just, he's not got quite the fringe though. He would fit in. It would fit. That'd be good. Oh god, that's buckled me. That's amazing. All right, let's talk about which teams do you even want to talk about? I've lost myself. Where are we? Avengers, save me, please. Yeah,
sure. Let's talk about obviously Kickstart getting that man of the match is huge, but also Falcons were chasing circles again. They had first a breach on the small shack, then they had to push onto the eastern side, then they had to push onto Vitality and the Snake compound, then once again onto Super Series. So getting third with 10 kills here is actually such a well fought for game. It's so often where you lose games, you only get a few points, and you go to your team like, oh yeah, we have to chase circle the entire game here. Here, they chase circles in a way where, first of all, staying 4 guys alive all the way to until the soup game here is massive. But chasing circles with plans every single time. You could hear how they were planning when we were hearing the comms. C4 first on the shack, then taking the eastern side, then pulling up onto that compound where Vitality was, right? There's a plan every single time, and that mid-game to late game calling is paying off quite well for them here.
Someone's definitely kicked the bee's nest for them, I think it's fair to say. I mean, again, I think they feel hard done by from the previous tournament, understandably so in instances, but yeah, I think Falcons will be firing on all cylinders now coming into these next couple of days. I suspect they will very highly likely be able to advance onto that grand final and move through, but so will Supers, right? I think that Supers holding down that compound the way that they did, Mark. I think there was a slight delay that is caused by Kickstart being on the roof, but they were able to manage it well and then deal with the fact that Mortar Fire was coming in straight away after.
Yeah, it came down to that res, right? They received a Mortar Fire straight after kick, and obviously he was causing problems for him, but it was a win-win scenario for him. If he took one, if he didn't take one, he was just delaying him. But that Mortar Fire, it was 10, and they could have gone into that late game as a 3 versus 3. Now, lucky enough for them, Glass to go down. But the speed to get the res, the speed to get back to 4 players was huge because, yes, you'd expect potentially Raccoons being a little bit closer. They kept them at bay for a longer the game. But really good play, really good reaction, and a well-deserved win.
Obviously dancing around a million mollies towards the end there as well. Toffees, there's the fire dancer. I've never seen so many mollies thrown at a guy, but he's just like going sideways, left, right. So Deal as he pushed up was great as well.
Toffees grew up with that as well, dancing around lava.
I do think that was our part. Crazy Raccoons in a 3-4 was forced to give a 1v2 essentially off on that left side. It's a really hard order to win, especially when there's just no cover in that area. So Crazy Raccoons, to see them in this position is going to set them up for a great advance after their win on game 3. I also want to give a special shout to T5. Those guys had some thoughts, right? They tried to trap S2G. They were forced to cross the bridge. Then they got smashed by Expendables. Had it been a predictable game and gone to Sosnovka, I think they would have been in a much better position, possibly with a secondary gap. Having to go back north, though, they were cooked. Like, those guys were just done and dusted the second that S2G didn't die in that ambush. So also, props to S2G, because I would have accepted my death. I don't remember who the one was who got caught initially, but to park the car and have the whole team respond with smoke rescue was cool. I was like watching a TV show. Oh, our man is down, bring in the smokes. Like, that was cool, and I love seeing teams work together like that.
Yeah, it's a good point that you highlight, because of course those first shifts, like really encompassing so much of military and then it's shifting north, obviously has a huge change of pace on that game as a whole. But Therion 5 is another one of those teams that I think we're probably quite concerned about, Mark, right? I don't think that they've been able to quite recover since they've had like some sweeping roster change compared to last year, right? And it's so far not looked as in tune as it needs to be for what we would normally call group stage heroes in the past.
Yeah, and let me just add one little point to that, because I think you put it down on the head. I think it comes down to a best of 5. They've made big changes. There's 5 games, and obviously we've just done 1. They've not been able to get the momentum, and we know PUBG is pretty much based on momentum. A good start here from these teams, expect them to keep going. For them, got a big question.
All right, thank you very much, boys. Mark, Toffees will get in with you after the game. It's going to be Miramar for game number 2, and me and Avenger will bring you all the action from the desert. So let's get it done here. Game number 2 here of our best of 5, Martin.
Yeah, you got to breach that 30+ points to get into that safe territory of the potential top 8 here. We could get a little bit more, we could get a little bit less, but 30+ points is definitely where you want to be headed. And getting 20 and 15, 14, 11 to begin with, that's a great start to today here. It's a little bit rough playing pad. We start on the western side and go all the way up to Camp Militar here. So Los Leones is far, Impala is far. Some of the teams are going to have to drop far here, James.
Yes, indeed. And then for some of the teams as well, as we take a look at these drop spots, there's interesting spots for a lobby like this, right? No Twisted Minds, no T1 or 17. So technically, well, I mean, I was about to say power grid, right? But this gives Petrichor Road power grid, which oftentimes they just don't actually have access to in a lot of instances. And also Picado being open, teams can come over there as well here for this Miramar. So definitely an interesting makeup of this lobby. Not something that you get to see too often on international soil.
No, I like that for sure. Lots of teams trying to get into their usual location. I'm just trying to see if there's any shakeups, any surprises here compared to what we saw on the predetermined drop maps here. Obviously, the teams, they are always posting their drops in the professional Discord, so making sure it's always fun to see when a team changes their drop location to someone else. It's almost like, oh, you okay? You want to look into fight here? They're always trying to like pre-game judge each other to make sure that doesn't happen here, but it's actually looking quite dandy, and a lot of teams, and I always say this, James, as we see this western shift, I don't think it's worth hot dropping in a best of 5 series.
100%, 100%. My favorite part about those the drop discords that end up happening is that, like, if you do see someone change and it conflicts directly with another team, I like sometimes every so often you just see question mark reply. And you're like,
or the emojis under it as well, or like a clown face or whatever. I love that. It's actually so fun.
It's good. Unfortunately, yeah, the public doesn't get to see those things, but yeah, there is a lot of this kind of things that do go on, right? Because yeah, obviously, as you say, ain't nobody wanting to hot drop in the best of 5. That's awful. I think it would just always cause both team problems overall. And for some of the teams here for this one, like Team Liquid, for example, right? Having this El Pozo split across a circle like this is a perfect opportunity for them to start posting some numbers. And likewise for a team that I've been unbelievably critical of, CTG in Monte Nuevo. This, if you can't make something happen in this game, I don't know when you're going to make it happen in here, CTG.
No, it's your home turf circle. This is your game to get points. This is your game to put yourself in there and put yourself into a final. We also have Team Lakewood, we have Petrichor Road, JGG has Suse in there too, so there's like 4 or 5 good teams here that's actually going to be in a decent spot to take some circle terrain and priority here as we see some of the central areas. Sure, it's a difficult circle with circle 2 and 3 as we still have land ratio that's in effect for circle 4, so we can see that pop away, but teams are so well aware of where that goes. As we look back to this last circle here, as we saw that first circle pop, James, like the guys were losing their mind. It was actually such a difficult circle. No wonder everyone ended up crashing into that snake compound.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at what was very important here for DN Supers going up against CTG. A little unfortunate here for CTG really to just come in a little bit later, but these crashes were just absolutely wild as we just watched these fights all break out in tandem to one another.
Directly at him. Did you see that Petrichor Road? That was directly at his teammate. I didn't see that. I think he panicked a little bit there, but that's fun. But yeah, Supers, of course, defending a lot of utility left to spare onto Falcons. Kickstart doing great work in that one. And then, yeah, as I said on the desk here, Crazy Raccoon just didn't take enough space. They cannot be held down by one guy holding the back and leaving them the space. Sure, they had somewhat of the later game central circle here, but they need to make it way harder for the guys getting out of the compound. And we'll jump back to Miramar.
I did wonder how that late game would have gone if Glaz hadn't had the absolute blunder that he did with the car on the other side.
Right.
Like, I think maybe like an off angle could have worked out quite well for him, but anyway, not to be the case. Our pundits are going for full sense for this game, as they do have themselves 5 points on the board so far. I'm always happy to see if our a defending world champion can get back into the finals and have a good posting of results so far for them. However, it's not been the easiest of times in these 2 circuits here for full sense.
No. That makes sense, full sense in our PGS5 winner stage, where the 5th best team
on Miramar. So it's a good bet there for them. Former world champions here, or all defending world champions, James, as we move into it here. What do you think so far of what we've seen? We're almost halfway through the year, considering we're in June. What do you think for them so far? Do you think it's a defense of the title, or what's your idea to this?
I'm not going to say that they're going to defend a world championship title. I think that there is a lot of leveling up across the leaderboard going up against Full Sense. I think it will be difficult. Man of the match, though, for the previous one, Kickstart, as he is, of course, looking fantastic in this game so far. And again, if he's still out-yelling in this game as well, kudos to him, right? The M249 doing so much work for him.
Yeah, 3 of the kills actually, Spoo, to get that. And then he finally got an AUG, and he could push up. Got the Molotov kill as well. I was talking about it off screen here. He actually cleaned up Vitality quite nicely. So extremely well played by him here. And then, of course, this Angles also gets steal onto Salute here. And lots of good kills here. A little bit of a steal onto Salute, of course, but extremely well executed by him.
I'm surprised he survived on the roof as long as he did against DN Supers. I thought maybe Crazy Raccoon might have an angle on it. But
for sure.
But they didn't, apparently.
No, that's what I was saying. Like, I don't know why they're not taking space here. That's the extra point. If you're not winning games, you're getting points against, stealing knocks or getting a kickstart on the roof there or getting knocks onto Soup. That's how you win the games, and they're just not proactive at all for their position. As you see, Team Liquid here, lots of games won for them in the last weekend, but not enough to put them into the top 8.
Lots of teams coming in slow here for this one, and teams already digging themselves down. As Team Liquid's digging themselves in on the hillside south of Pozo. I like it a lot, actually. I mean, these locations, obviously. The funny thing about these locations is they were really good before being able to dig, right, Avenger? And now, oh boy, it turns out they're really, really good when you've got a pickaxe.
Yeah, pickaxes are actually just such a crazy new meta here for how everything is lining up. I really like the terrain changes. You can make playable spots extremely playable, as you're pointing out here, but you also make unplayable spots, somewhat playable. So it changes quite a lot here. Zipline gun as well to get into it.
Okay, I like that. That's fun. That's fun. We've seen a little bit more zipline recently, which obviously you don't quite get to see in the previous metas and stuff like that. The only problem that we do foresee is in the previous game with the terrain manipulation is, oh boy, if people can hit grenades, they're hitting you with grenades. Those grenades are bobbling down into your dips, and then you are gone. And we saw a lot of that in just the previous game alone.
Yeah, I said that in last pages as well. It's like, I feel like now not cooking nades is actually so important for them to be able to roll as fast as possible, right? If they're short and they're, when you throw them and they're cooked, then they might explode outside the small dips that people are in. But if they're not cooked, they might roll far enough, and so kind of change the strategy a little bit around how you play the nades. And yeah, even you said you started hitting nades, James. Here is that the inside strategy to not cooking, or what's the idea here?
Yes, in years gone by, I've not been very good at hitting my own nades, but for some reason recently, I'm quite good at hitting nades now. It's a revelation, and I'll take it.
Yeah, and then Falcons and the boys are moving into this one here. And I was looking at how everything's lined up on the map a little bit, and it's getting very congested towards the middle. There's obviously some big splits here. Liquid's got a big one. T5's hoping for that northern shift. Falcons here trying to hold on to that kind of northeast side with a 1-3-way split. A lot of greedy splits in the early phases here. But again, in the best of 5, it doesn't feel like a lot of teams are kind of trying to bet on punishing some of these big splits that the teams have. You can already see here on the minimap here with Falcons trying to lock down a lot. They've got all the plans kind of sighted in. If they do get another shift here this way, they're looking to go into the Team Liquid 2-2 split. And they probably definitely already have info that there's only 2 guys there.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? Those pings show to me that, okay, so yes, they almost certainly know that there'll be somebody in that compound. But if they were to go their second route, the further west route, they're kind of injecting themselves in the middle of the 2-2 split just a little bit. And technically, that's not fully ideal. It does make me think that, okay, the digging into the mountainside that Team Liquid has done on that right side of their split has not actually been noticed. Whereas prior, you probably would have spotted out players there. So the dig down has kind of obscured that vision a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. DraftKings and Furia coming in from the northern side, the last team to kind of enter on the northwest side. They've got tons of space ahead of them. So as they're pre-driving into the circle here, they don't have a lot of info. Those next circle pop about 10 seconds here. Full sends really fast south, as you see this one here, James. And the circle pop. We'll see where we are going to be ending up. And we are going to go south. That's a huge southern shift here.
And for a lot of those teams on the north side, it's time to get rolling right now. Some teams are already pre-driving very nicely. For Falcons, a little bit slow into their cars. Fluky up on that north side for third on 5 as well. A little bit slow on in. Team Liquid's going to be making the move. CTG tries to drive on past here from Mao. Some shots come in from Purdy Curdy, even with an M249 doing damage to the paint job, but none to Mao himself.
Yeah, with the southern shift here, Liquids, you know, any plans that they had, considering they had central location prior, is just absolutely in the bin here. There's no prior. They're going to have to figure out where they move, and they're kind of like, okay, well, let's just try to take some shots at the other teams that's trying to move in here. We're going to be an edge team now and try to fight for some points there, get the kills. Crazy Raccoon actually moving into the western side of the brickyard. Arena has the overlook position, high ground there. Expendables is moving into the low ground in the dip in the crater, and Supers is looking really good for that high ground ridge here on the southern side. We saw, obviously, a lot of fights in with that one for Navi and for Twisted Minds. And S2G is locking down that compound. Still 2-2 split for them, a little bit greedy. JDG as well, also 2-2 split greedy here, but let's see if they get called out for their bluff and get swung out on.
Good question. The arena position that you were pointing out earlier, I really, really like that spot, obviously, for the opportunity to be able to do a lot of damage to anybody that's going to be able to do come along your way. As for those edge teams, my concerns lie with Vitality. Genji a little bit, although I think they can swing around on that east side. There's now Team Liquid's just found this northern spot on Monte Nuevo. Just moving in and north of where T5 is, and now... Has Fluky been able to get down here yet? No, he's still a little bit away, but T5's not looking to take the fight just yet, so I don't think there's going to be any conflict.
No, I don't think so either. Falcons now moving as a northern location, close to Petrica Road. Trying to get a little bit deeper here, trying to get the information. The compound's actually free, so they can play that quite safely for now. Gustav has spotted that out as the front point entry man here. As Petrica Road and the high ground above them might have an impact. As the lower grounds, they're actually okay. So the gas station is open. If Falcons spot that, that's actually quite a central spot. I would say the third, fourth, maybe fifth prio here. Really good spot to also get further and deeper into the next circle. So let's see how deep they're able to go. Vitality on the northern side here, really missing more from them. Levante went down in the late game of the first game here, James, and that cost them quite a lot. If they're a 4-man to defend that from Falcons, it might have been them that had gotten the 10 kills in the third place.
Yeah, again, if Patrick's numbers are to be believed, obviously Vitality would technically be straight through to EWC based on what the potential outcome for EMEA teams could be on PGS points, which obviously will alleviate a lot of pressure from this team, but at the same time, right, like, you need to be thinking, as much as EWC is a huge tournament, you still need to be thinking even beyond that, right, for PGC, etc. So getting as many PGS points on the board is extremely important. You want to be getting into that final. There's a lot of money on the line here as well for the circuit final. $300,000 in total. So this is going to be yet again another pinnacle performance for some of these teams. Where are we going next, though, is the question. As Genji still hasn't solidified themselves, very much so on the east side. They didn't inject themselves into the circle. They're just biding their time, and it does go away from them. So now, for teams like Genji, they've got to get a jog on here, Martin.
Yeah, they've got to make moves here. CCG's central position. Again, they also had a decent spot in the last one, but now for this one here, they've really got to start getting those points here. Liquid actually got into a decent spot. I like this high ground here, but they got to be that last team to get in. If they get back from Montenegro, it's going to be difficult, as we were talking about. Crazy Raccoon also in a big fight. Furia with Crazy Raccoon trying to get something to play out here, yeah.
I think as much as they would like to take the firefight, right, if you're that split, then you don't have many recovery options to make it work. So Biel's going to bail. Not too surprised by that. You've still got a little bit of time you can buy here from being able to sit on this side of the circle. Get the rest of the team with you, maybe. It depends on where that circle does shift and where they actually want to move. They take more shots. They're bold here, a Furia. I don't mind it, but it is bold. You need to, at least on that south side, you have a bit more recovery potential than where Biel was. But now they're joining back up together here.
a huge sandstorm going through the map, actually. This is a huge opportunity to try to make moves here, and Liquid actually strikes at that. All the guys in cars trying to get deeper here. We've seen them, again, also, remember this game with Na'Vi, this similar area here. They actually went into a similar spot where they had a 1-3 split. They had some guys in the shack. They paid out a little bit for them for some points here, but they, again, if you're not able to defend the teams coming in from Montenegro here, you might get crushed quite easily from multiple sides here for Liquid. But let's see how it pays off for them with their early location here.
Yeah, tough one with the Marauders, right? Because all of them are driving Marauders at the moment, and you've got to balance going fast through this terrain when it's not exactly the best vehicle for this kind of terrain, but also going slow enough to not flip. But fast enough to not be shot at and knocked out some of those cars if you walk into some of the lines of sight of these teams. So, but they do it well. As now here, Gen G is going to be the one that's punished here on this east side. I think Full Sense, though, is kind of sniffing this out a little bit. There is a world where they could try and punish this. They're kind of closing in on them slowly, fan it all, trying to find a little bit of an angle. Crashes Marauder, realizes they're driving, would love to be able to get a little peek over this hillside to be able to get a spray down. I think maybe he's waiting for the second car. Ooh, I think he is. Oh. Soul's actually let his car go. He didn't actually handbrake it because obviously he was going for the seat swap here to try and do that. That's going to expose Soul quite heavily here, as now Bean is looking for some reinforcing shots. Those are super important here to be able to save Soul. He was kind of stuck in no man's land a little bit there with the car rolling away. So that means, as much as Full Sense I thought had the leg up on that for a second, Gen G's been able to roll with the punches well. Good stuff there by Gen G.
Yeah, well played by them here. As the next circle pops east, James, and this compound that's currently being fought for JDD and Petrigo Road is actually completely central. I was talking about that. Gas station is completely open as well now. Falcons might be making moves to get in there too, even though their compound is still in. Let's see what their plan is. Shots are coming in here for Tickleton, trying to get that steal, trying to get that done. Not able to finish it.
Yeah, just trying to wildly shoot into the smoke there. Vitality moves into the side of the road on this northwest side as well. Trying to set themselves up a car for, or yeah, it looks like it, with foldable shields being deployed at the moment. I think that they think themselves, though, it's kind of open. They do know that Falcons can technically see from this direction, and it will be DN Supers moving into the station over on that east side there. So there were a few teams that could have made that move, and DN Supers once again hot on the trail.
Yeah, both on by them. Furia coming in from that south side, trying to move into backfill into Gen G's and Expendables position. S2G also holding on this compound here. A lot of teams trying to get into this spot, but it's going to be difficult for Furia. There's so many teams. This southern side is so congested with a lot of teams.
Yeah, one of our America's teams, but another one who's got themselves in a decent spot in this circle is Team Liquid. Let's hear from them and their comms to see how they're going to approach it.
If there's chaos, do you want to just say fuck it and go to them, like on warehouse, like you said?
If Orange is fighting, yeah, then I just want to go towards them.
You can hop in my car pretty safely because there's a tree blocking the Sky Garden peak.
Oh, so they might be already gone.
Problem is blue holding us.
Yeah.
For that.
Orange is staring us as well.
Yeah.
There's couple as a dog
Easy
shit.
early.
Went so
like
far.
New blue maybe.
Okay, I'm just not gonna show presence.
They should see my car. They should have an idea over here.
Good. I'm just AK chilling.
Not on us. Ordering the warehouse. The Panzer in a car, by the way.
Alright, laying low at the moment here, but at the same time, oh my god, Falcons, Gustav and Trimsy here completely open up on Cerberus. Meanwhile, Fury is going to be trying to push him on DN Supers. Understanding the gas station is kind of important here at the other side here. Heaven takes down Kraken. Rex is already completely gone thanks to Poser with that Panzerfaust in hand here from Furia as they did make this breach forwards, Martin. This is big, but at the same time, unfortunately for Heaven, he's dropped his own nade. That technically knocks Poser. It's kind of trade for trade, blow for blow here.
Yeah, smart one for them. No, they try to survive the most out of it here. Furia, DraftKings and BL trying to get Kraken up as well. Ah, Soul gets the explosion on the car and gets him in. It's just down to Guman now. Push in hand here. DraftKings, look at that. Panzerfaust also. It's going to be a boom. Oh, actually, trying to went for it to push him a little bit. It went too short. Now Guman with a nade now. Ah, it's a great nade too. 9 HP left on Guman. This is your time to push Furia. DraftKings down to 20 HP himself.
Yes, it is. A long-range AWM shot comes in from Vitality against Team Liquid, of all people, there at the moment. And Circle does shift her back down towards where JDG is, as well as the Petrichor Road compound that was fought over. DN Supers wins game 1, but 16th in game 2. As easy as that. The PUBG curse. We get it quite often, and for Supers, that's going to be the case. But they were being shot at, not only by Fury, but also Genji, who's now wiggled their way through, by the way, onto the west side of where the compound is that they were just fighting. So somehow they're getting in, but I think they're going to be quite exposed down there. We'll see, though.
Yeah, it's the chicken dinner classic from hero to zero. Got a few points, sure, but it's a big one here now. Crazy Raccoons on Onyx trying to pull up onto this Team Liquid stance. Cowboy trying to get the most out of it here, but M249 does not connect just yet.
Not looking good. Looking a bit grim. Oh, that actually gets shot out of the sky. Oh, the Molotov. Oh, it got at least exploded out of the sky. Cowboy goes down. What a grim result for him. As now, Team Liquid here still trying to hold on. Change the game here, dealing with T5 as well over on the warehouse. As T5 still coming forward here to try and make something happen. Ranger X down. It's all on now. Quackong here to be able to do something as he does take down Mao. They're going to be dashing on through here, shutting them down as fast as possible here with the barrel, looking for any points he can. He understands that probably on the other side, all of his guys are going to get flushed, so take what points you can.
Falcons on the move now, trying to get in there, yeah. Let's change the game out in 15. Big pull up here on the Rainbow compound. There's only two guys left from JDD. Huge push from Falcons.
Yeah, I think that they've realized that this is exposed. This is a perfect opportunity for them to be able to get in. At the same time, stopping on that north side of the garage is a little bit difficult there. Kickstart does get taken down, though, thanks to that. Bit brutal there, for all honesty. As now, the other three throw down smokes. I think they really want to try and transition and get over to Kickstart, because you ain't going to get any reses off this late in the game.
There's easy points coming in, running in the open from the south side, so I understand. Then Shrimsy finds Ionix. Crazy going out on 14. Good focus here. Sure, they might not be able to get Kickstart up, but the points in the central location they have locked down already is extremely crucial. Now Quackong trying to get some more points out on Vitality here. Quizzy's still knocked.
Yeah, causing some delay definitely here for these teams. It's Quackong, but at the same time, right, they should be thinking to themselves, okay, if we've been able to keep track of this kill feed well, if they've been in range, they should be able to shut him down, and he does go. That's nice. Hello, my bad. 5 points for Vitality here so far. Get Quizzy back up. Stage a campaign there from that west side. That's a ton of blue zones. They actually made the cross over to Kickstart. It's a good recovery here from Falcons.
Yeah, you can see how important it is to only be first knock here. Soul runs in and gets all the flushes onto Furia. DraftKings Closer still outside. Shots comes in. Now actually shuts down Genji here. Well played by Furia. Now 8 kills for them. And they're inside the circle. They tried to make a push onto it. Jui finds DraftKings with the nade though as Petrichor Road pushes out to try to clear that position.
I like the push out. At the same time, they're being shot from downrange all the way where Vitality is. So as much as it was quite bold and ambitious to move onto that road, they decided, you know what? We'll think against that as soon as that check came in from the warehouse. At the same time, though, they did get the shift. That means that Vitality, who was shooting downrange, is going to have to get a bit of a move on here. And see now as, okay, the S2G special. Okay, where are we getting this mortar shot? Where are we laying this down? There might be a world where they just try and open up their own dip for this, by the looks of things.
I actually think that's a great shot there. I think it's going to be outside in the dip west of Petrichor Road's compound here. Looks like it there. There's a lot of decent riches with some mortar fire. You can actually be quite playable, but there's still some teams that's high ground above them. So they've got to lay down some mortars. Decent spots. You're also close to the wall. Well, that's a great headshot to come in to hit JDG actually. Vitality's going to have to make a move. Liquid's going to have to make a move. Expendables as well.
This is, I think, Levante opening up some dips as well for themselves along the roadside. As you say, with the high ground still available for those teams on the south, there's a world where some of these dips are exposed and open. Just similar to what S2G was going for as well. So now they're going to be able to make a mad dash for it here. 58 damage done. Gustav takes down Gedrox. Straight away, a little bit more of a spray coming in from Shrimsy here. That car rolls on away. Vitality somehow manages to get to their dips with only 1 casualty, using the cars as a little bit of a car fault, but they are exposed to the other angles that we were mentioning before, so they're going to have to drop to some deployable cover, as well as smokes, but Quizzy's gone as well.
Halo finding that confirmation. Stolen away from Expendables. Now S2G trying to maybe backfill this or get into the ridges that they made themselves. This is a way better ridge here, but they also lost Quetpa. 0-4 NB goes down. Levante steals that away. Lots of impact here for the EMEA teams in the late game.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Okay, so because of the shallowness of the dip, it's not just bobbling down into it here, so that's quite lucky there. Unfortunate for Schiller. Just for one more to shot into that position. Lazar sticked around on the high ground alongside Baron, so technically they do have the car available to make the transition when they need it. They were just scared about all going at the same time because of exactly that, right? Nades will come forwards against you. You want to try and have some of those expended from other teams that are in range of you before you all go down there and all get naded in one shot.
Falcons look to be aware of Cess position with Cerberus now. SOG trying to go for another fill here. Lots of smokes already out here, so I don't think they're going to be losing too much. Ming Ming, though, says no. The mini has knocked him. Levante steals him with the arm. That's a stealing machine right there.
Oh! God! Oh, it's all cinematic for Baron. Oh, what a disaster. Oh, dear me. For Schiller now, trying to recover it here for S2G. Maybe if this dip had been just a little further away from Petrichor Road, it would have been much easier. But yeah, difficult times, and they call for desperate measures, unfortunately. For Schiller, who does manage to get the res off. Still, Petrichor Road keeping an eye on this here, Martin. Where are we going? Straight to the road.
That's beautiful.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, difficult circle still. Petrichor Road come out still inside. And also some of the Falcon JDD compound still in. So now I've got to make moves here. You got to get the shot down here. Suse with the shotgun. Kickstart finds Nancy down to just Suse. He has a shotgun though. Difficult to push from this angle.
A big banger of a Panzerfaust there, but yeah, Suze with a shotgun, nobody wants to really have to push it. You want to try and dislodge him here with some nades and stuff like that, but you don't want to expend too many. You might need them in the upcoming stages of this game. Now Zuze just delaying this. Any little few seconds he can buy for his team is actually causing Falcons a lot of problems. As now they're going to push around this corner. He knows that they're on the way, sees the peak, goes for the shots, Tiggleton down. Need a re-peek, need an opportunity here to be able to make this work. The door actually delayed them. Oh, but Gustav does take him down. Should be a recovery on Tiggleton here, but it did delay their spot here for the moment.
Yeah, but still, compounds in, starts moving out. They got a minute. It's actually fine for them here. I think we see them in a top 4 quite easily, and then they're going to take control on the northern side of the road. It could actually be a really good game here for them. DraftKings and the boys from Fury, though, trying to make the most of it, trying to take all the cars that they need for the late game here, putting tons of pressure. Doctor's gone down. Luke found as well from Hello My Bad.
Holy moly. Vitality here, making a right meal of this game with that arm here from Levante as well, just doing absolute work, be it steals, be it the knocks, and then bleed out to the blue there for Duck Juice. Team Liquid, though, down after having those 2 dips, and unfortunately for them, not really many places to make the move against, so they kind of just burnt out in the stratosphere upon re-entry for this one. And now, hell am I bad here? And the boys from Levante, Vitality. They do sound very similar now that I think about it. Fury here, a little bit stuck on this side.
That's a little bit more French. Live Vitality.
Live Vitality.
Yeah, 5 kills here, Falcons, and making some smoke moves, trying to get the control of the northern side here. Again, if they get Fury out of this position, it's going to be easy. Ming Ming, though, finds Schiller. S2G under lots of pressure. The Molotov doesn't spread. That's a good nade, too. Found lots of damage done here. Ming Ming completely shutting down S2G. Well done by them, and now they have the compound control. Well, easy and well played by them.
I think Petrichor Road might be very firmly in the iron sights and scopes of a lot of these teams, though, coming up soon, because they know that they're going to have to eventually move off that wall side here on this compound. Poser and the boys looking across the road. Falcons also looking across the road, and Vitality exists in this spot where like they're kind of between the Falcons and Petrichor Road fight, even though Petrichor Road can see them. So they're covered at the moment from Falcons, and I don't think Falcons wants to throw some blind nades over the road.
I don't think so either. Top 4 here though. Furia, Falcons, Vitality in a good spot. Petrichor Road as the only team that's got a hard cover left inside for this one here. Kickstart trying to dig his way forward. Pickaxe is really crucial for this one here, trying to get deeper. Lots of cover still to play here for Petrichor Road. As we hear more bullets running in for this one here.
Some flashes, trying to slow down Petrichor Road on their advancement here, as now they've got a little bit of a rock to actually work with. Elamad Beb peeking around. God, this position has really paid dividends here from Vitality. Definitely. As much as they did lose one upon trying to move on forwards here, but Shrimsy does take a few shots across the road as well. As I said, Petrichor Road is kind of stuck in a spot here where the rest of the lobby is going to be looking at them pretty darn soon, if not already. A P90 in hand. Maybe it does some work. Draft King, though, hits Shrimsy on the other side. Nade goes off against Vitality. He's super low here. Can Petrichor Road finish off Vitality?
Yeah, they need to. Chewy down. Lots of damage done with P90 here. Ming Ming pushes forward. Full 3 gear for him. Levante also full 3 gear for him. Nice peek by Levante. Finds Ming Ming with the headshot on the AUG.
Vitality. What a game from them so far. 10 kills at the moment. Levante goes for even more shots across the way here. Now I-26v6 is down here to Hello My Bad. Exploding that car. Still the digging forwards here from Falcons. They're digging a claw into the ground at the moment. It's Levante. 760 damage. And seeing if we can do a little bit more with it. I think a blue zone was going forwards for Furia against the Falcons' position. But man, Petrichor Road has taken so much damage on this move forward. It was going to be difficult for them to be able to weather that storm.
Yeah, lots of blue zone damage done to Falcons here as this circle closes. It's going to end on the south side end of the road here, but Furia, they've got lots of damage done here. Vance pushes forward, actually completely annihilates Petrichor Road. Completely shot down. P90 stolen away from Ming Ming. And now it's a 4v2v2.
Yeah, having a P90 here for Levante, of all people, is actually huge. So, can somehow either Furia or Vitality beat the numbers and get rid of Falcons? If somebody had some nades against Falcons' position, they're actually caught in quite a close choke against one another. But Gustav, oh my God, what nades coming out from Falcons at the moment? There's now 7 kills on the board for Falcons. Number 1 on the leaderboards, going up against number 2 here with Vitality. 13 kills on the way. They're trying to go for that recovery as well. And I think Falcons is doing it here, man.
Yeah, they need smokes, though. No smokes on Shrimsy. They need smokes to smoke this entire road. It does end on the south side. It ends on that box exactly, actually.
Oh, they don't know.
And as we see them moving in here, Tickleton also no smokes. This might be very dire for them. There's one smoke. It's got to be straight in the middle of the road here. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for Falcons to have anything, anywhere to move.
It's double P90. They just got a second P90 from that crate. And Hello My Bad was moving around on a position where I thought maybe they wouldn't actually know exactly where he is, but it's not the case. They do know where he is. Flashes do go down. That's going to delay any push here from Falcons at the moment. Hey, Hello My Bad here with the P90. How do you deal with 2 of them as these smokes and everything is causing them some problems? A second one, a huge nade. And Levante is going absolutely crazy here with this P90 as well. Falcons tries to make the move across. It's not going to be enough. Vitality, what a win. 17 kills go their way. I cannot believe what we just watched. Let's bring back Mark in and Toffees to talk about this one. Toffees, double P90 all the way.
I thought the Falcons were going to quietly win that match, but it was not to be, as the P90 screamed louder than anything else. I mean, when they got that second one up, I looked at Mark proverbially and went, oh man, this is the end. Like, how do you deal with that? 1 smoke versus 2 P90s on a V position? That's almost impossible.
Tough stuff, Mark. That was crazy.
It was. Since that second that we was talking away, but since that second P90, not just that getting sort of entered to the late game, but the fact that Team Vitality kind of went to either side and they kind of had this crossover. They were recovering each other, and unfortunately for Falcons, they had to come over the road and they had only that 1 smoke remaining.
Yeah, tale of 2 tapes, really, right? Like, Falcons, obviously, they'd only just kind of stumbled at that last hurdle of Avenger in the previous tournament, and now, clearly, very much so back. For Vitality, it's been such a slow start in this circuit, and this game, oh my, this game.
Yeah, it showed everyone what Vitality is capable of, and Levante back flexing on the lobby here. 7 kills, more than 1,000 damage done, and 2v4ing Petrichor Road. This was the biggest loss on Petrichor Road's side of anything. They had that compound, they took it away aggressively from that JDG 2-2 split, and I've mentioned it through the game. It's so important that you don't get too greedy with the 2-2 split. Imagine if JDG had 4 guys in either Falcons or Petrichor Road's compound. They would have potentially defended it and gotten even more kills away and placement points from that game, but yeah, they didn't. It was too greedy.
Well, not only that, right? 2v4 versus Petrichor Road, 2v4 versus Falcons Toffees. If PGS 6 was just like an ego championship at all, give Vitality the championship right now. That was amazing.
We said at the start of the day, watching their PEC, you know, like they look so gosh darn good. They started slow for some reason here, but this is what makes them great, the willingness to fight when their back is against the wall. And yes, Falcons, I think, had a really noble match. Anyone out there saying fail cons, you can roll that up and shove it, okay? Because they played awesome on their crash. They saved kickstart. They made some incredible pushes. They dug a trench that could put anyone into shame, and yet they could not get across. It was north versus south, and when it came to crossing that Mason-Dixon, the two P90s just made it impossible. The dot was too close to Vitality for any kind of overcome there, and there was just no utility left. Plus Vitality, man, these guys turned on, turned up. We know they're great fraggers. If this is what it takes to spark that move from them, then I'm on board.
Yeah, just a few more points here, Mark. Might just be their qualification in the bag here for the finals, Mark.
Yeah, look, they need one more good game. The only thing, and you know I'm a big fan of Vitality, but they have to deal with chaos. If they don't have chaos and the zone goes back their way and it's a bit calm, they just can't fire that ignition you speak about. It's like they need to be down numbers. It's like they need to have their back up against the wall, because when they do that, they launch the leaderboard just like this.
Lovely stuff. As said, their first game might have been very career-coded, but it is Vitality and Falcons leading the charge at the moment here. Avenger 33 and 28 points. Falcons has had a banger first two games here to start things off, but there he is, the big man himself. Whoa.
Flexing on the lobby, 9 kills. It's also one more, and he would have got a double banger. But 1,080 damage done here. Huge game. And yeah, he peaked Ming Ming. Ming Ming had full 3 gear and a P90, but he got him with the AUG, stole his P90 away, and got so much more kills. And getting Petrichor Road completely shut down as 2 minutes huge. Look at Hello My Bad as well, 7. They obviously got a 2-minute towards the end here, but so well executed by them. A lot of stolen kills throughout too. Remember the arm kills? There's 2 or 3 stolen kills on the Mantis side there to get and stat pad that even more.
Two steals, one against Duck Juice over in the blue, who just kind of bleeds out towards the end, right? So yeah, but that being said, Toffees, right? If you've been given a Norman a P90 and it is in the hands of Levante, good. Yeah, I'm expecting some big things from the boy.
Right? You think we were playing on a different map with the amount of boxes these guys got their hands on, because it was. You're looking at OMS, double P90s, tier 3 gear going into that end game, and that's what you want. I mean, honestly, with a 2-man, you're thinking to yourself, how do I get 2v4? And then you pop open that last box and you go, well, I do it with a tier 3 helmet and a P90. Especially over that ridge line. They had time to secure themselves. They had a good pit line. All they had to do was sort of give those little rail peaks and use a little TPP peeking to get that push advantage. And the Falcons, again, they were down to 1 smoke and a prayer. I think they found a second one on the body of Furia, and that was it. So how you cross that road, insurmountable in my opinion, even though they're playing really, really well. And Kickstart seems to be making some beautiful calls. Remember that grenade, the sexiest grenade I've seen today that he threw at Furia? Beautiful bounces. So both of these teams looking good, as they should be, James. I'm not surprised. I'm excited.
All right, it's time to go to break, and when we return here, hopefully we got the sound back, and then we don't have to like mine the game. That'd be quite nice. But we'll pull that up on camera if that does happen again. I'll do a great impression. Break time for game number 2. When we're back on the other side of this, it's games 3, 4, and 5. It's an exciting time here for BGS 6.
He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Hi guys, welcome to another day of shooting challenge, and I'm sitting here with Navi today. Hi guys, good to see you.
Hello.
Looking jolly as always. You get 3 bullets, and the one to knock down most models wins and can tell the loser of the group what kind of dance to do for the chicken dinner. Sounds good? Yeah. Okay, well, who's gonna go first? Hey, you need the gun. How many points do you think he's gonna get? 0? Whoa! Nice, 2 points. He's not even phased because he knows he's good. Oh, small bottle is 2 points. 4 points, that was good. You're so nonchalant. Oh, we're borrowing glasses now? Nice, okay. Whoa! 1 point. He's a beast on server, but today he has graced us with his humaneness. Next up. How many, Spyro? 6? Oh. There he goes. Oh. First, what dance are you thinking?
15 push-ups.
15 push-ups? Okay.
Bustik 10, me 5. No.
Puskak, is that good with you?
Давай.
Okay, all right. We'll be looking forward to the push-ups. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys at the next one. Bye.
A big start for the West here in PGS 6 for 2026, as this is the circuit final. With the survival stage, we've got 2 games down, 3 games remaining here. I think that for Vitality and Falcons, it's all but assured they'll be going through into that grand final unless something absolutely crazy does happen. Oh my God, Martin, we're really far forwards here for this one.
Yeah, we're trying to go, extra large, medium, small.
Ah, okay, right, yeah. Like you could fit like a babushka doll. You could fit us into one another.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
But anyway, we have got Tego coming up next here. Toffees, you don't know what a babushka doll is? I can't believe this.
Oh, I know what a babushka is. I just
you didn't see that at the wedding? Oh, it's crazy.
Oh no,
I don't think we had a babushka doll.
We definitely did not have any babushka dolls at the wedding this last weekend. But what we did have is a desire to put our best foot forward, just like these teams are. And I think after 2 games, you have to make sure that this is that moment as we head into 3. There's only 5 to play, and you've got some great leaders up there at the top. But there are teams like Liquid, etc., S2G that I'd like to see a little more chase out of. Even the Expendables, we saw them Tam the Expendables. They came out early. They wanted to make a couple of fights here, and they didn't. Nothing came out of it, right? And this is an organization that needs to make good on their advance to the grand final. So I do think that while we've seen some fun stuff at the top, our mid to low pack is kind of dropping the ball.
Well, one of the teams, of course, that is in number 1 right now is Vitality. Let's hear from an interview from them before we get into game 3.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Team Vitality's Hello My Bed and Levante because they deserve the interview, right? All right, good to see you. Hello guys. Hi. Nice. Well, 21 points, 21 kills. No, 21 points, 9 kills. What was that? Levante, is just today a good day?
No luck, just skill.
No luck, just kill. Okay, well, that is nice. That's aura there. And Hello My Bed, I want you to talk to us about how the comms were like when it was just you 2 against the entire team of Falcons.
All right. I wasn't even surprised because my Gel Gedrox did his best job to make us win this game. We mostly didn't do anything. We were just vibing.
Just vibing. Okay, well, any last words, Levante? Nice. All right. Thank you. Best of luck to you for today. Good job.
He's talking to. I love that. Levante is so amazing. What was he doing? He was doing I don't even know what he was doing, like this or something. I can't do it. I'm sure I've just offended somebody in 50 countries by doing this, but who cares? Something to do with Vitality, I imagine. But that was good. Of course, now as they are poised, I got nothing from that interview other than Hello My Bad was like, yeah, Gedrox is really cool. That was nice, at least, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I knew they were winning at that point. Just love how Levante doesn't unlock the camera, just looking into my soul. He's going to get their win. But good play. Look, a team coming in here, I didn't expect it to be at the top, but after game number 2, they're showing us what they've got, and they want to be back in the grand final because they need some big games.
I know what it is. It's float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Sting like Levante.
Yeah, exactly. If you're getting 9 kills, you're stinging all right on this lobby. That is a big one here for the boys. That's one thing I miss about being there, is being with these guys. But anyway, it's time to get to game number 3 of the survival stage. Mark and Toffees, take it away.
It is time to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, because, honey, this is the time to make your moves. And it might not just be Vitality. They're looking pretty good so far. The Falcons have cash on hand to advance to the grand final. What it is going to be is about that pack in the middle making moves, so they're not playing chase later on. Mark, there's some teams on the bottom. I'm not surprised by CTG and a few others, but there are some teams down there that I need to see move. T5 had a frustrating first game, but did nothing in the second one to recover.
Yeah, them and Cerberus as well. I'm quite surprised to see them quite far down. Both these teams expect to be at least mid-pack, if not pushing up towards that sort of lead section. Playing though for game number 3 is a northeast down towards the southwest. Does divide Tego into 2, and it's not a bad flight path.
Yeah, not a bad flight path. Almost certainly not going to go up to the island, so everyone is going to have a decent location here. Obviously, some big rotations to the south should it come up as a Ohyang circle. But I'm expecting what we normally see right down in the middle. Everyone's got their cards on the table. This is what you want in game 3 as far as I'm concerned, Mark. A somewhat predictable, everyone has access to where they want to go, fair start, right? Because after that first game with the crazy shift, I think some of these teams need a good standardized match to get their feet back under them.
You just jinxed it. You just jinxed it, mate.
That's what I have to try.
We're about 4 seconds away to find out where the zone is going to go. We do know how to touch the flight path, and it goes quite early. So we do hold on to some of that shipyard. We don't hold on to much of that northwest island, but we had that kind of pizza slice. So really interested. We know the zone likes to play back towards water, but this divides that sort of dry river out in the east versus the bigger river in the northwest.
This should be a pretty good setup. A lot of our teams who are in the lead actually have transitions to make. The Falcons in second place has a good spot, but they're going to have to push towards the middle. Vitality starting on the outside of the circle. That does open the door for our mid-pack teams to try to surge forward. As we take a look back at the shifts from the last game, the dust up in the desert. We saw that Sandstorm come in. Liquid used it very successfully. Furia kind of ignored it. Then we get to the late game. We watch the rotations from our championship team, Vitality. Well marked, well followed. Good send to the south side of that road that ultimately became their win condition after removing CTG. They caught him in a 3-1 split. They used what they needed to get him out, and they spent some time digging out Therathon 5, but once they did, that was their spot. Big push, south side. Falcons was distracted by JDG. Vitality gets in here and holds on an onslaught of Petrichor, but once they get through it, they're golden.
I thought we were speedrunning it as well. Really interesting, actually. With those tags, you can see they were looking to play in this area earlier on, but the decision to crash into the compound and take it on, I think, was the right play. And that gave them kind of that springboard into this late game. Good play from them, obviously 1P90, and we already mentioned the ability to kind of stand up, not just once, but twice to multiple teams, even as a duo.
Duos against 4. Petrichor pushed them first, and I think Petrichor was a little more of a throw on their push than maybe the Falcons was, but both sides, Vitality held their ground, stood up strong, and if they didn't have confidence going into this weekend, that should give them every ounce of it they need, as well as I think I learned a good way to start answering questions from now on when Bella talks to me. Just a salute and a stare at the camera. I like that. I like their focus on the next game. We'll say that's why we get those answers.
It must be. It must be. Here comes with that rotation coming in. Just all back Furiosa, so they are on camera. I think they got caught out a little bit. They didn't capitalize on that sandstorm, I felt, in game number 2. They could have used that to rotate in and through. They did find a late game, but they had to migrate massively from that sort of west side across towards the east, and it was a bit of a standoff yet again against the Americas. Yeah,
it was a crazy end game in that last one. I think, it got a little quiet, but I think part of that is 2P90s. You got to turn off the sound or it could cause seizures with how fast those fire rates go. And hearing 2 of those go off, that has to be intimidating for a team. Can you imagine you get your first peak and you hear double P90s fired from 2 sides? Like, the whole team's got to duck back down and go, okay, what now, mate?
I think at that point Falcons knew there was no way getting across. They had to. They had the open road. They had 1 smoke. I think you're right. I think they did find the second as well. It's hard. They needed a knock to stand the chance. I like that they all stacked up on one side to try and take on, I think it was Levante at the time.
Yep.
But look, for game number 2, Falcons, Vitality, it doesn't matter who won. They both come out as winners because they are top of the leaderboard. And as you said, 1 more game and that should be securing a spot.
Absolutely. And remember, what we search for here today is the top 8. Nothing else matters. It just matters getting into that final where the big bad, the bruisers are already waiting to be joined for their shot at that $100,000 prize. So that is a very big advance here. Only 8 places available. You can see that affecting these teams as they make these early rotations, aggressive grinds. We're looking at Furia's rotation call right now. Nice little transition up towards Terminal. I like this.
Yeah, I think they've seen the Cerberus team in front, so that's why we're seeing them kind of reposition now. Yeah, that ping does go down on towards Cerberus. So again, they're going to go a little bit wider here. So if you had to make a call, especially some of these teams on that sort of bottom side of that leaderboard, do you feel like we're going to see them, especially game number 3, sort of make a dart, make an attempt to climb this leaderboard?
I mean, I think you're always attempting to climb the leaderboard, right? But as far as like, are we talking full send, no, all hope is lost, fight every team we run into? Not yet. I do think we'll see some of these teams more prio their transitions. The problem is we've got huge stack ups on both of those bridges right now. So if you're a team like T5 that has to make something happen, S2G is sitting on your bridge opportunity. So I do think some of these teams may be forced to take those fights, though I don't think it was their initial plan to get into it early.
Wait and see. Tanvu trying not 1, the 2. Looking like fall apart. Unfortunately for Furia, they saw the rotation in. They went for a wider approach and they enter into Terminal, but their checkout has been pretty much done. Down to a single player. Well, he's going to have to try and hold out, but unfortunately for Furia, I think this is a missed game.
Yep, getting the Expendals will pull up some points here as Biel is sort of the last man standing. Not much he can do except try to get maybe a knock-in flush here or a little bit of survival time. I am a little bit worried as you look at that leaderboard on the left side as this fight plays out. The separation between 8 and 9 is actually becoming pretty palpable.
That's what I'm worried about, especially these teams. They need a big game number 3, right? Especially in that bottom side. If you're 9th and down, anyone above that, obviously, they can extend that gap. Now for Furia, they had a good game number 2. Good spot here, gets to try and make the ping flash comes through, causes the damage, and it is lights out early. Lights out for Furia. Good game number 2, but they can't get in their heads. They have to have a complete reset.
Yeah, the Expendables aren't going to lose that, especially with 1. If there's anything these guys are good at, it's stack pushing and taking these early fights. So they played it very well out of the town. Good on Furia on that rotation. There was nothing wrong with it. It just got caught in the ambush. It happens. And the good news for Furia is they're at 5th place right now. They should be okay to keep this chase alive in the next game. Soup versus the Crazy Raccoons. This should be an interesting one if Soup decides to go in and take this fight.
Yeah, good position as well, right? Crazy Raccoons potentially could hold him out. We expect a zone shift, maybe towards that sort of east, but nothing can be said. We've seen a couple of hard shifts already, so I have to wait and see. We are at 2 minutes 38 away from seeing that shift, and Supers have found here at the top, so they know they've got neighbours. I think it'll be a bit of a standoff now.
Yeah, they're both aware of the other, and so it should be a little bit of a posturing exploration here. But as you said, I think nothing really comes of this just yet, unless you see some sort of crazy knock come out of PO, right? Like that is the one exception where it's like, all right, we agree to not mess with this too hard, except you've got Iononix there as a Panzerfaust and a Dragunov in his defense position. So there's a world where a knock could turn into something wild.
Those teams are made their way in towards zone. We've got 2 more remaining, obviously T5 and for Team Liquid coming in that sort of south side. Everyone else has found a home or a position where they want to kind of leapfrog ahead. Vitality, though, is on that east side. They are neighbouring Falcon, so hopefully we won't see a remix again of that last game. But again, it's going to be a bit of a standoff here. We're going to wait for the blue to work its way in. A crazy shift here. These teams need to be ready to get those cards and go.
That's where you take time. You get your utility bolstered up. You get whatever scopes you need to run the rest of this game. But a big part here is honestly stuffing trunks. That's what most teams are going to do at this time. Yeah. It's not so much about what you pick up for your pockets. It's about what you can run back to the trunk and load up for the late games. We've seen over and over again, the ability to destroy terrain has massively bust things like mortars. So you're going to spin people looking for those specifically. Here's a look back at what happened to Furia. They led the charge, but Tanvu was ready, and they just drove straight line into his fire.
Yeah, right place, right time for Tanvu there, and they lined up. It's unfortunate for Furia because, as we saw them. They picked up that rotation coming in towards that terminal. In towards that sort of market out towards that west side of terminal. They rotate their way around and they're like, "Hey, let's come in. Let's find somewhere as arguably hard cover," and it's wrong timing for them.
It was, and that's the tough thing about that. They knew that the only way to push a long drive like that is you got to use that smoke gun. You got to try to hit the window. But who suspects that this early in the game? You want to save that utility, and I think they did so and pushed into a really tough spot. Vitality, it looks like they are over here at the res beacon. being watched by Tiggleton.
Yes, Tig's gained a huge amounts of information, right? It's their standard. I actually think Vitality's seen him as well. So it's like, hey, okay, you're there. Let's just wait for this zone to sort of try and play out. We can see, obviously, from the Falcons guys, they have a plan, especially for that sort of migration as we expect. We're about 10 seconds away, Toffees, before we see the zone shift appear. Both these teams looking to try and get ready.
They're going to get picked up into the air. Is this a Tiggleton? Is this a Tiggleton fish shoot? He looks like he sees them stacking up. He wants to look for a kill as they get prepared to yoink up into the sky. Off they go. The bullets fly, and Vitality gets away with it.
These take flight. Good play from them. That's going to leapfrog a lot of teams. But have they got the information of where the centralized position is? Falcons also in the car looking to go. You can see on that map, obviously, for Team Liquid, long rotation. They landed very much in that kind of southeast corner. They followed that east road up. So, unfortunately for them, zone shifted away. They need to reset and figure out where they want to try and play it.
Smart. I like that Tiggleton stayed to the bitter end to make sure all 4 of them took the pickup and they weren't going to get backfilled. Now we jump over to Full Send, our world champions, trying to find Full Send's doing a full send, trying to find a place in this circle. A lot of question marks after they get the victory on a direct invite. They need to answer those. We're halfway through the year so far, and we've yet to see a trophy lifted by our world champions, and you know that weight has to be weighing on them.
Does. They have to dodge the red zone, unfortunately, to start with. Is one of the biggest things I noticed. A lot of these cars, that, especially if you're not in the US, get flipped over. There goes an opening. Actually, one goes down. Mammoth goes down towards that red zone. Here comes that 3rd and 5. They need some points, and they're getting fed them.
Yeah, T5 was desperate for some points, and they're going to get it off the back of the world champs as they have to stop down, lose another player there, but it's going to be Human against that knock. EA is going to use that BRDM to save some friends as they get back together. Meanwhile, on that fight we watched a second ago, Human does get another one on Full Sense, and Guyon gets the flush. Full Sense is just getting grinded up here.
Yeah, I had to rotate all the way through. Oh, look. Trying to dig new foundations. Arena took damage though from the red zone. They do get back, and obviously you mentioned before they had that BRDM. That's going to play a big key factor again. That zone obviously shifts towards that water. Expects it to play back. Arena, no need to move from this position. They just need to lock it down.
You know, T5 was trapped on the other side of the bridge, so to even get to this position is good for them. Is that the red zone attack?
Yeah, right on top of it. Oh my god.
That's it. Well. That felt vindictive.
it felt targeted from the PUBG gods. The Arena have buried their car. There's no getting out of that. There's another bad problem with the red zones, I can tell you that. You got to keep track of them, not just to keep see who's going down, but on the rotation. If you don't go through them, you can go over them as Falcons set flight.
They do. They're rotating through a very tough area. We talked about this. It actually changes the way rotations work because you get surprised by these uncomfortable moments. Falcons does manage to pull out of it as S2G jumps out. Baron says, not for you. Keep going. And both teams will sort of agree to just leave each other for the moment.
Good play from Falcons. Actually thread the needle. The glider obviously taking a massive impact there. The red zone providing the cover not just for them, but also for S2G as they reposition those cars. No one really towards the north side. So S2G, once they figured that out, they just need to play towards the south.
Gustav got a little vision here. I like they took this high ground position. It's going to be pretty good for them if they got the rock up on the top in a good centralized location. That red zone has been the MVP so far, though. The amount of cover put down throughout this map or in this sort of closing area is going to come in really, really clutch as teams don't have to burn utility right now. They can wait for the next shift to figure out where they want to spend it for digging in. Now, let's jump to Purdy Curdy. Big surprise in a BRDM.
They came in late, and if you're going to come in late on the zone shift like this, why not be in a BRDM? It's going to give you some element of cover. They should see down the water. The center way slightly does go towards the pizza slice. And again, this south side, it's going to get chaotic pretty quick.
It is. Falcons loves that shift. The next one's going to go right towards them. Petrichor in a good spot. T5 actually pulls off after a tough transition. Going to be happy in that location. We see pickups coming from everywhere as the BRDM becomes the scout tool favored. DNS goes head-to-head with Petrichor, though. There's that first knock. Can they make that nade work? It bounces around the outside of the rib. DNS trying to hold 2v1 right now.
Everyone's playing from Foxholes over here. Purdy rolls in the BRDM, though, just scouting out, going to get the information on the other side. Luke 12 does pull up, though, but for, unfortunately, Petrichor, they're receiving a huge amount of pressure, though, and it's from other teams.
Purdy out here driving around saying, all right, well, they're fighting there. Let me tell you exactly where these guys are. Meanwhile, Soup continues to put the pressure on Petrichor, as does GTE. Now shoots Alo, who is doing just a little bit of scouting, and I don't think they can get to him.
I don't think they can get to him either. Great grenade goes in. Second one will go up. Levante obviously putting up this in the southwest corner though. Confirmation has been done. And it will be down from Quizzy. Levante gets that confirmed. So that puts them on the first point on the board. Pressure again. Still applying. They've got to get this clear quickly because more teams are coming on the south.
Levante needs to get that in through the doors. They're going to try to counter nade him. He dicks to the outside, uses the pots for cover. Those clays don't explode. And now he's going to smoke himself off and try to get a little heal up as Cerberus watches from the house. Levante, sneaky beaky, good jukes here.
Yeah, but the information has been gained from Zesto on the outside, but they haven't capitalized. They haven't launched the utility. Not just one, but two. Blue zones will go on the inside. That's going to cause damage. Pre-fire will come through. Levante doesn't get a connection here, but the blue zone's going to do the damage enough, and that's going to give him the opportunity to cross the road.
That was huge to push them backwards. Hollow my bad up on the high ground here, trying to look in from the side. This is a great textbook push here on Cerberus as they've taken the side of the house. They've got the grenades. They're going to toss them through the window, hoping for the knock. Good bounce. Not going to be enough, but it does push them away from the windows to continue to get Quizzy even closer.
Yeah, Quizzy's going to be sound cue in this one. That's from the outside. Grenade comes over the top. Out of my bad. Now it's going to relay that communication. Zesto comes on the north side of the road. So again, there is time applied pressure here. Petrol Road, well, they go down. CTG and Purdy will finish them off. And for Quizzy, he's trying to cause the damage, but unfortunately, the third party action, he goes for the charge here, Toppy. So he sees one, but gets caught on the window frame.
Quizzy putting up the work. He ducks behind the blue. You got Brian on the ground with the double barrel. Levante now in charge of trying to breach this as down he goes. They've taken the landing by bringing two up here and locking down. Remember that top fire? Quizzy mad because he would have loved to have gotten two knocks there. Both of those players exposed themselves to him, but he couldn't finish the deal.
Couldn't finish the deal. I don't see the kill feed though. Team Liquid down to one as well. It's just Purdy remain. He's got a BRDM, but Levante charges in. Does get a one. Final player now on this side. Zest being forced to close the gap as he crosses the road, uses the car. Team Vitality have to close back this gap now. Good play from him.
They started the zip back. They want to move to the right side. No escapes for you. They burn it down. Levante gets low, but Cerberus gets lower. The flush is through. And now they got to find these last players over here locked up on the side. Can U-Dirt make it happen? He does get the flush. That'll be the end of Quizzy. He goes for the high ground spray. Sees the car. Gets it. Gedrox is down. And now Levante and Hollow My Bad got to make the play now so they can save Gedrox.
Gets him on that fadeaway. Good play. Grenade comes over the top. Good move from him. Repositions. Now can apply the pressure. Can see him behind the walls. He takes an opportunity now just to have a bit of a breather. But again, it's third party and CTG clearing their fight. Now completely dispatching of Team Vitality.
Levante was supposed to be the final boss, but CTG from the high ground stamps him. Hello, my bad's now the last man standing. U-Dirt as well. These are solos, and CTG has to hear the siren's call of kills.
Yeah, crazy. Like you can hear all this commotion. Zone shifts again, by the way, towards that sort of east. So these teams have to get moving. So again, there is a limit on time. Phase number 4, it's going to provide some pressure. Hello, my bad. Tries to damage through the wall, but it's a 1 versus 1 with loads of people waiting for the victor.
It's going to go. He pulls out the Panzerfaust and decides to push forward. He's got it ready. Men on the outside waiting to try to close this down. Hollow My Bad versus U-Dirt for the finale of this fight. U-Dirt's going to hold that corner. Got the AUG out. Hollow My Bad switches back to the M4. U-Dirt trying to be aware and stay away from those CTG probing bullets as Hollow My Bad, on the other hand, boosts up and gets aggressive.
He's going to get boosted up. Take the opportunity now just to try and get his sound keys, but he's not going to. How much does Crazy Raccoon sort of want to play into this one? And My Bad thinks he might be high, looks around the other side. Panzer gives you the element of confidence over look for the peak. Sees the body and hits the Panzer right in the face as Cerberus will fall.
Catch, he yells, and now he goes out. So they do get the fall. They finish that fight, but ultimately, what do you win from that? Not much, because the Crazy Raccoons and everybody else is watching you. So I'm not sure how you even get out of that. But U-Dirt, epic play, because there was a moment where I thought they were just done. I thought they were going to get overwhelmed by Vitality. U-Dirt make a big play. Hey, Gustav.
He gets it. He gets it as well. He's going to get it. He hit the back of it.
We're playing Panzerfaust catch over here. Second one in a row, right in the face as Purdy goes down. Gustav gets the BRDM. Huge play for the Falcons, who were already in a really nice spot.
Yeah, great spot from them. I don't think it's quite clocked and it's not gone just yet. So there's a Panzer in the battleground that potentially someone could claim for free. Hard game, though. Obviously, the kill feed, we did see Team Liquid receive huge amounts of pressure on that sort of west side. Purdy was the remaining body. And you look at the zone, Sophies, where did they go? Even if he's got the blue chips, it's already been held out by Gen G and it's on the south side.
Yeah, not a lot of options. It's sort of, you see Gen G locked up there on that chip. They're going to bring it up. We will see the shift. Okay, so the shift is going to be interesting here. It could go just about anywhere. Falcons are 100% going to pull it no matter what. Everyone else praying for it to work in their order. Oh man, E Arena is gassed up. And actually, Gen G, it might be back in the game off of this shift.
Yeah, both actually arguably them and E Arena. If they play it well, E Arena's obviously got to climb the mountain when it comes down to late game. So Falcons, if they can control the West, good play from them. Gen G are definitely in a driving seat here. A good game from them will skyrocket them up the leaderboard.
Falcons, you saw Gustav digging a nice little pit for that one as they try to make their transition. S2G going to have to come in off the north side, desperate for points. Only 6 in the hopper, and we talked about that gap between 8 and 9, and it keeps getting bigger off the back of this game, Mark. Huge grenade comes in, though, and it's going to disrupt CTG.
It's going to disrupt CTG at the moment. As the car will now go. CTG though gets a follow-up grenade. Tambu is going to be there. Gustav now getting involved, but Pio makes the desperate attempt. He darts across the train and finds himself a BRDM.
It felt like the BRDM was bait. They just didn't stop him in time. It's already smoking out. Pio's inside of it going, well, I got to it, I guess. Here comes a nice aerial shot. Should land right on top. Where's it going? Thought I saw a mortar coming for Pio, but I guess it was not headed in his direction.
We'll have to wait and see where that goes. For now, I see teams have to get shifted for Falcons. They have to try and hold, and obviously for hell of my bad, yes, they claimed up 4 kills, but they've got a long way to transition.
Yeah, he's just hoping to like maybe survive a little longer, potentially. We see CTG going down in the blue. Pio, he brought the repair kit. Look at him doing work. Not like that.
It's like it lined up.
Who brought this mechanic?
Hey. This is my back pocket. I wonder why. The gods align and Pio finds himself that BRDM now to try and work his way through. Had my bad couple of pop shots, but ammo is limited. So with a miss, as the zone might claim on.
All right, Circle is looking good. Drops. You see the spray, full sets eliminated. Kickstart now trying to deal with the Pio repair. He goes, oh gosh, the BRDM's back to full health.
It's going to help them get in, I can tell you that. For now,
oh, no.
Falcons, they need to get rid of it as quick as they can. When it goes over the top, though, Gustav, though, again, limited on ammo, but they've got to clear this, get these bodies, and get reset. The rest of these teams, though, are all looking at this location.
They see a nice nade. He saw the rest of Crazy Raccoons going into the hole that was just vacated. Gustav smells it out, throws that nade, gets the first knock on Glads. Pio, you can't just sit by the BRDM. You got to get involved. He throws out some grenades, pops up some smokes, and tries to put the push onto the Falcons.
Yeah, look, Pio is just getting the information. He's just trying to stop the push, though, but it's not going to be enough. Falcons got this element of confidence about them. They've already engulfed themselves in foxholes and trenches, so they know if they can keep these teams at bay, it'll be down to other people. Here comes the Panzer over and the top. Got to be careful. You don't hit Pio.
Absolutely. They're going to keep going forward. Kickstart gets that nade queued up, wants to push forward. You got the holes in the ground. The BRDM has been clutch for the boys on the Crazy Raccoons, but the push isn't over. Kickstart's going to lead the charge as they come forward. The circle shrinks in the meantime, and only E Arena gets to be inside of it. Falcons got to finish this fight so they can get on their rotation.
They've got to get on their rotation, but for Falcons, they've got to go on the defensive. Vitality will fall 8th place. Made it to the placement points here. Crazy Raccoons, though, falling apart as well, as they will fall in 7th. But for me, it's going to be key. S2G, let's jump in with their comms because they got a decision to make here, Toby. Do they play south or do they play black around towards the arena?
Senin nakının kili geldi mi Baron?
Marco TB'si kaybetti bir yer. Çaldı. Nakımı çaldı. Tamam bir tane daha var o zaman Gazi.
13'ten 1 kaldı. 1.
Can basacak hiçbir şeyim yok ona göre. Al Baron. Cross'umuz yok silah.
Üstünüze sağa sola herhangi bir yere.
Tamam. Üstümüz sana sıkamaz çok büyük tamam. Falcon Cere ile fightladı. Bunlar biraz da ilerlemiş olabilir.
I expected more chaos, Mark. Honestly, I loved how clean that was. They sort of knew what their rotation options were. I do think that last player from T5 slowed down their ability to make a move there, knowing that Falcons was also on the south. So both these teams trying to figure out where is this solo who's sitting right here in between our rotation points. Gen G is in a good spot off the back of that blue return as they lock up on the south side. We'll have to depend against the Expendables, who will be coming towards them soon.
Yeah, I think you're right. Look, I think they wanted to push. I think they want to be aggressive, but the solo from T5 just really kind of dropping the anchors, dropping the ability for them to sort of rotate and get off the back of this Falcons defensive line. Falcons able to reset now. Their focus is very much on sort of S2G, and more importantly for them, trying to stop them getting onto their element of high ground because it will give them a plateau to play for late game.
Yeah, the big surprise here is you got that last player of T5 who could pop out at any moment and cause problems for both of these teams as this fight continues to progress sideways over the top of this hill. It's a bit of a run and gun match, and both teams are going to end up stepping on this snake who's waiting to cause trouble. S2G is approaching that little foxhole, though. They'll probably be the first to run in to Kokong.
This is so difficult. So it's going to be a landmine. Whoever stands on that T5 landmine is going to lose bodies potentially unless they get the reaction. Falcons more, they're trying to drive forward. That kick though. Hey, actually, do you know what? Kick starts here. What did we expect? Nothing less. He has stepped up today.
Just different. He woke up on the right side of the bed. You saw his ex. He was mad about being in this, and he's proven to everyone that they should not be, that they should have gone straight to the final as he puts up great numbers here today. Gavin, the Expendables out in 5 brings us to our top 4. And in the words of Poro, it's a 4v4v4v4, baby.
I was waiting for you to get that. It is a full house, though. Look, for me, the biggest winners potentially could be a Gen G or E Arena if they can climb up here. The STG will not shy away, but they are difficult. They're on a kind of a corner, and they're going to get pressure, not just from Falcons, but E Arena very shortly.
Nice little moves here from Tiggleton up on the high ground. S2G is going to try to get that res up on Kwepa. Kickstart has no desire to make it happen as he slides around the left side. They're running a 2-man over the top of that hill. They've got vision advantage. They're going to come out to buy him a little bit of space, but all it's going to do is give him a little bit of cover. Shem's going to queue up some blues, toss him behind the rock. They do push him around the left side. Lots of peeks, but no overcommitment from the Falcons just yet. The backstab. Soul says, let's go. And he dodges it. He jukes. He dives. He ducks. He lives.
He lives to 5D dodgeball, and for some way Gen G opted to go aggressive against Falcons. I know they're a big contender. Lazar puts Gustav down, and it's with the big boy links.
It is all about the big guns. You can see the coach for the Falcons ripping his beard out as he sits here and watches. The pillars are falling around them. Falcons in a nasty pinch, and E Arena laughing as they watch.
STG push. If you can get up this hill, you can apply pressure as well, but they haven't made the play. Falcons gone to ground. Gustav, though, is bleeding out, so there is time on the clock from there. Actually, confirmation has been done by Soul. So Falcons now the first team to lose a body. They're down to 3.
This is huge. This is big news for EA and S2G, the two teams who need points desperately. S2G actually finds the under spot and tucks into the circle below the Falcons, who will still be pushed by Gen G. E Arena is just in such a good spot. They only have to wait and watch and let everyone else mess up. The problem is it's hard to hold that patience and not get too aggressive. Will they stay strong, or will they get antsy?
Well, they've got that ridge line. They can just stay. They can watch. They can see this unfold because a 10 points just for the win is critical for them. Gen G, they want to go aggressive. Now they start making the push. Rimsey has to turn back the other day, but Tig's got a Panzer. He finds the opening. He looks for that confirmation. He gets it as well. And for now, Tig goes again. They're still knocking Gen G down, and they are dispatched from this push.
Falcon says if we're going to go big, as they want 10 kills so far, but the fight's not over. It's Kick and Tig, the 1-2. Pudge continues to march forward. They caught the team from behind. Now they can stab into S2G. Gen G had that opening fire with Soul, but it came to naught, and the Falcons have somehow managed to salvage points out of this. Now let's check in with S2G, EA. These are two teams who need to rise above the eighth place cut line. It's going to start with Laz's defense. Oh, no defense here.
Tick is there. Tick over the exchange. And for Falcons, they've fallen third. Big games from them. They refuse to go down, but they've got an opening. E Arena looking to try and take advantage. They've got the 4 bodies, but they've got a huge bit of train to get across, and they found themselves a BRDM. S2G, he's looking like his lights out.
Yep, they found the remainder of the BRDM. S2G is locked outside the circle in a pit surrounded by E Arena. The Rabbits are ready to run as they start to close the gap. Baron looking to hold the line, takes damage right out of the gate. There's a P90 staring at him as Baron's down to 15 HP, hoping the boost is enough.
Yeah, the boost is enough. They've actually got the res back on as well. That could do damage. Just launch it at the BRDM. P90 sits behind it. Now goes for the jump out, looking for the body to make the peak. Has seen that head coming the other side. There goes the link. There's one. Looks for the damage in the second. Doesn't quite get the connection. Kupeka has to go back on the inside, but now he sees more heads looking his way.
That gun is ridiculous. As Kwepa throws out that blue zone, if there's a way to counter the P90, this is it. It burns. He's burning. That brings him down. So S2G does manage to get the knock and make it a 3-3, but they are almost out of utility, and they don't have any cover. Kwepa moves around the outside, but gets burned by Pathom Pog. It's now 2v3.
So 2 versus 3, Arena waiting for them to sort of come out this section they're holding. P90 comes around the top. Lyrics though hits the spray. There's no one will go down. Hazel go down. It's the final one, and the Rabbits come running. They come chasing. It's a 17-point game here, Toffees, and Arena just need to sit, watch, and wait.
It's down the rabbit hole as E-Arena teaches them a lesson, says this is how you get above the cut line. But S2G also be very happy with how that game played out. Let's get James and Martin back in here. Gentlemen, it's nice to see the teams who had to get the points find them.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, Schiller all smiles there towards the end, even though they didn't get themselves the victory. But for E-Arena, they should have been getting the victory in that game. And yes, they do. As Martin, we talk about how they had so much room on that east side. And if they didn't clinch that with both hands, I would have been very surprised.
Yeah, all the crates on the eastern side, all the teams on the other side for them to third party, for them to get 7 kills. Yeah, quite easily. That's 0 before we went into that late game, and that 5 points total in the first 2 games. So they really needed this one.
Yes, they did. Looking across the board here for these guys, and Lyrics and Thompong and the boys do manage to round it out. BRDM's P90s in hand. They're going up against an Lynx towards the end there, Mark. And overall, they are able to get the victory against the teams that they had to third party.
Yeah, it's like discipline from the team as well. As Martin just said, they came into this game on 5 points. A 17-point game for Arena is huge. But they could have overcommitted. They could have overstepped the line and got too aggressive too early. So nice play from them. But they were able to hold out, and as a result, they find themselves with a victory.
Yeah, not bad at all. Here in more uncommon location on Tego for all of these teams to be able to try and get themselves a little bit of a run on through. A lot of attacks on some of these compounds as well, though, Toffees. But in the end, I think one thing that's very important to point out is Falcons yet again. They woke up on the right side of the bed today.
They've been playing out of their minds. Even when they're down to 2, you see this defense. You saw a nice little push by the Crazy Raccoons against them. Then they have to deal with T5. And, you know, I think there's a point where you're like, why are we watching so much Falcons? But it's because they're in nonstop violent fights. Like, everything we do through the mid-game is them going head-to-head to head-to-head. And honestly, Kickstart has been playing out of his freaking mind today. In back-to-back games, he's making these clutch turns, these clutch moments that are getting him deeper every single time.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's take a look at some of the numbers then. 17 points go the way of E-Arena. Falcons, yet another 16 points. Gam the Expendables with 10. And yeah, absolutely done for Falcons. I'm concerned as well, actually, Martin. Whilst we were halfway through that game, there was a clear divide between 8th and 9th place. I think now E-Arena's kind of shored up a little bit of that, kind of jumping up from that bottom pack. But I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd have ended with the leaderboards looking like they did halfway through this game, because it looked quite the divide indeed.
Yeah, it was very stacked here, but luckily Arena got 7 kills towards this one, so that's going to push them across that. They even into 5th here, but yeah, a little bit of a divide happening with Furia. Sure, 5 points down to S2G here, but yeah, our bottom 6, it's looking very rough, guys. You're 12 points behind 8th right now. You're going to have to win games, basically, with kills before you get into that top 8.
Yeah, and with only 2 games remaining, let's talk about some of those teams, right? JD Gaming, I was expecting maybe better things from them. Full Sense again is here. Oh, but geez. Tiggleton and Kickstart and the boys here looking very good across this mark. I mean, when you look down at that bottom 6, I have big concerns now for those teams.
Not many games. Penultimate game coming up, right? Yes, it's a wild card map, obviously. Be going over towards Rondo, but JDT wouldn't be expected to be there. I'm even going to put Team Liquid in there, right? I know they didn't have the best rotation in that game, and they got caught out, and Purdy was left with that BRDM, which was kind of a gift for the Raccoons a little bit later. Why are they so far down? I don't quite know, and they're definitely a team I wouldn't expect to be here, because they have to, they must have a win with a high amount of kills for next one.
Yeah, and one thing I said to Martin Toffees whilst we were watching that game is like, I wonder how much damage E-Arena has taken, and it really isn't that much at all. They just weren't in fights up until the very end here for this one. So this was very kind of E-Arena. We've seen them hold out compounds in the past on Tego and just get themselves wins, and this one should have surely gone their way.
I mean, it fits. A rabbit is not a warrior. A rabbit hides in a hole and comes out when it's safe and, gets what it needs. And so that's what they did. Man of the match goes to Kickstart. I think rightly so off the way they played, but honestly, there was a moment where Arena, I thought they might be in trouble. They think it was Lyrics, got the P90. They had a BRDM. They're like, perfect. He can play an anchor by himself because he's got a BRDM to skip in and out of. And then a Lynx hits him, right? And you're like, that's the only thing that ruins this is a Lynx.
Yes.
That's the only thing. And so I did think there was this moment where they could have pulled it off, but Arena just got a good counter. They very smart just laid Lyrics down and said hold there and keep them distracted, and they executed the end game very, very well. But there was, for a moment, I thought the Rabbits might be falling down that hole.
Yeah, did we have concerns for S2G as well here, Martin? Because, of course, they got a second place here, but I think they're probably only on, like, what, 12 points or something? Or where are they at right now?
Was it 17, I think I saw?
Oh, 17 points?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I think I saw 17. 12, no, Fury was 17.
12
right. Points, yeah, 12. So, yeah, I do have concerns. They need 18, 20 more points total in 2 games. So that's a win with kills or 2 top 3 places with kills. So it's going to be a little bit rough for them here for S2G potentially.
Yeah, regionally, obviously, we had our concerns as well, Mark. And here at the circuits, it's really not kind of gone their way. Even though I think the switch from Laza to Laza from CC and X worked out a bit better for them, but not enough, it seems.
Yeah, you can't factor this. It's the coach, right? Like, it's always going to be difficult. You're firing out with a full pro player. So what they've been able to do and bring to the table is good. Is it enough? No, I think that's why we've seen the results that come through. They've got a second place here that's going to give them enough points. And there was, as tough as you say, mate, there was points at that last game. I thought actually they might have done it with the Lynx in hand, that BRDM. You could have got rid of that. And then they could have swung around that other side and had the height advantage. So there is glimmer of hope from S2G, but they're another team that kind of revolves around chaos. They need anger, they need aggression, they need people pushing them because they have to be on the back foot for them to get those kills.
Toughies?
I need full sends to step up. I'm just going to pivot to these guys. Defending world champions, 12th in the series, in the first set of this series, 14th last weekend, and here they're at a risk of not even making the finals. And to me, that's unacceptable. Like you can't. You don't change the roster. You're the world champions. You played out of your mind there, and then you come here and just drop the ball that hard. You had Series 1 to get your feet back under you. There's no excuse at this point. You're a world-class team that should be playing like it. So them and Liquid, the 2 teams that I look at right now, and I'm like, guys, where are you? 3 games into this? Yes, it's a 5-game series. Yes, luck can get you hard here, but luck will not force you into 7 and 8 points respectively after 3 games. That is just some bad planning.
Totally agree. Well, let's get into it then here as Rondo will be match number 4. It's going to be me and Martin bringing you all of the action. Mark Toffees will get you back after this one. Figure out who is going to be able to take the points away and who's going to be able to show themselves up, the defenses, in top 8 to get through to that grand final. It's match 4. It's Rondo. It's survival stage.
Yeah, get out of your condo and bring out your bongo. It's time to Rondo. Is that not how you like it? It is. And James, with Rondo coming in and a north to south plane down to 10 long garden here. Quite easy for all of the teams to get into their usual drop spots. But what a way to do it. And yeah, you said it. You need to get big points for this one here. And I would say even for S2G here, like this is going to be extremely difficult because our top 8 teams is actually quite stacked. It's very good and experienced teams, but still you need to get across that 30, 32 points to be safe. Look how close it is. From 3rd to 8th is only 5 points.
It's a toughie. It is a toughie here, as now, once again, we find ourselves in a weird position where I'm like, actually, who was dropping Test Track in the Neox Factory? And we've got Cerberus and Gen G here for this in this international lobby. So not the most common of occurrences, but it's always fun to see how these lobbies shape up when the big dogs aren't actually in here for something like this. So they'll be able to transition quite nicely from those locations. And likewise, right, Team Liquid going over to Hongshan as well as the split down there. With no Virtus Pro around means it gives them a bit more of a leveraged position towards the middle of the map compared to their usual like far west drops and then long rotates in.
Oh,
and the circle.
My God.
Damn.
A circle, James. That's a rare occurrence to have it this far south here. We could be ending up south of Huangshan. We've seen it quite a few times here. And for Liquid, James, this is their chance. They have 8 points. This is their chance to strike. This is your home turf circle for their new, whatever drop spot we will call it. This, considering Virtus Pro has it here, they could get really high priority compounds in this one here. Plus, with the amount of water west of Renjiang and with the Tinglong Gardens that's considered unplayable, you're going to be right smack bang in the middle of that one.
For sure. Let's take a look back at the highlights from our previous game. And obviously this circle had a lot of water in it as well, right? So with this much water in it, all these teams trying to position themselves in a spot where they could try and make this work. And luckily enough for E-Arena, nobody really wanted to come in from that east side. So they had the pick of the litter as well as the opportunity to be able to transition wherever they may. You can see in the distance as well as S2G had kind of positioned themselves just a little bit north of them and then tried to go for the wraps whilst E-Arena was holding down those positions. And eventually they had to collide, right? As soon as S2G was able to make a decent meal of it from that north side, eventually they were the ones that kind of survived the chaos that was going on the west. So good for them, but still not enough points here to be able to get you into that top 8.
Yeah, let's just see Arena finishing up this one here with the 7 total kills they got. Good push onto SG last game here, but for this one, James, what a really rough game it is for all the teams in the north side. This is such a big map to traverse, but for Arena, close to Inland Garden here, close to Hongshan. They have good prior inside this one here. S2G also looking good, but S2G, if you're 12 points or below, we're looking at winning games before you have a chance and a shot
for sure
at getting into that top 8. It's going to be difficult for them because all the teams that's already in 20 plus here, they know that they just need to get a few kills the next couple of games and they're going to be fine.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, you're saying Team Liquid technically would have a home circle here. I kind of felt that a little bit about their Miramar circle. Of course, we looked at CTG and Monte Nuevo as being kind of home, but Team Liquid was on the north side of that, up towards El Pozo in that split. I think that the hard shifts just really did them, cause them big problems for them. So for now, though, oh, look, plenty of gas cans picked up by Kickstart. We're going gliding maybe if we can find something. And see what they can actually spot, but with them being this middle at the moment, on man of the match from the previous one as well, Kickstart doing bits, doing huge bits, I would say, especially across this day. I would love to have checked in a little bit more with their team comms, because if he is also getting all these kills whilst leading extensively from the front, man, what a player for today.
Yeah, for sure. 2 out of 3 man of the matches so far for Kickstart. Really stepped it up. I tuned in a little bit to his fishing stream as they hadn't obviously qualified for the weekend here. And he was saying, yeah, we've got some things we know we need to work on. And so far it's looking really good. 44 points in just 3 games is a huge stat to put up. And with 2 more to go here, they're absolutely safe. And Danny, it's about, you know, pushing your confidence, building that foundation. You need to be going into a best of 15. So they must be gassed up. And talking about gas, James, I'm picking up every single gas cannon game because wow, it's become very, very pricey here. We're talking more than €2 per liter.
Okay. I was just gonna start going gas, gas, gas. I want to step on the, but no, I'll refrain from doing the whole song. I think that obviously these gliders have, you know, huge value on a map like this, and I'm particularly excited for not far away now. PNC, the fact that we are not going to have land ratio in, it's gonna make waves on Rondo. That's gonna be spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. We had a bug basically where land ratio wasn't working on PGC last year. Obviously, as a lot of people have noticed, if you're very into the competitive PUBG scene, and those circles, I was actually loving the Rondo circles. We had so many cool different circles. You know, 50% of the circle wasn't in test track and Neox Factory. We had a lot of water. We had a lot of high ground. It was really fun to see. As we see, Kickstart and Levante with that #1 kill rank so far for this day here, 13 and 12 kills in the span of just 3 games is super impressive.
This is the guy, like when you see Levante up here as well, I think for us in EMEA, we know that Levante can stack up with the very best of them in the world, right? So it's always nice to be able to get that kind of indication and see Levante being able to do that, because he doesn't get as many opportunities as your Hakatoris, your Boostix, you know, the guys that we get to see on Na'Vi pop off the way that they do. So I think it's always nice to see this happen. Unfortunately for Vitality, they've just been able to not have the most consistent results, especially in some of these circuits. So, well, they'll be going to the final, and we'll get to see if Levante can continue that on there as well.
Yeah, for sure. More shots coming in towards JDG. Let's see if he... Oh, actually a headshot on the exit there to get some damage. JDG obviously in a situation where they're getting a little bit...
They're not making it, man.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough day today. They need to win 2 games, basically with 2 points, James.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a disaster. The disparity that we've seen from the invites from China has been stark. For sure. You get 17 Gaming, Petrichor Road, winning PGSs, 4 AM looking amazing every PGS, and then fortunately for CTG and JDG, they have been well, they were picked at, definitely. We've mentioned it many times when it comes to roster changes and roster shifts in China, and that definitely hurt them a lot. I think that between these circuits and any tournaments upcoming, there needs to either be big changes for them to compete internationally or a lot of work done. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the beautiful thing about these circuits here, right? Obviously, we have a lot of days to play out, but the best of fives back to back here, it really roughens you up and prepares you to stiffen up for even more games here. And sure, we have some hard circles, we have some, but we've so far, with this being the 6th, we've had a lot of consistency on our top teams. We've had a lot of teams that's been on, the majority of, if not every single final, right? So been quite impressed with, even though how difficult it has been for a lot of the teams so far this year, with everything that's changed, that they have been able to push through and actually be so consistent, both in their showing internationally and regionally.
Totally agree. And then for some of those teams that have had a hard time in the best of fives, some of them are coming in late to this circle. Again, like third on 5, right? Like, who have 7 points on the board, they're coming in late. Like, it's just, I don't think that they're going to be able to thread the needle and properly be able to get themselves in a good spot here to be able to jump all the way up. And for a team like third on 5, again, they used to be amazing in group stages, amazing in dire straight situations like survival stages. I really wish they'd have either gone for some kind of emergency pickup play or something like that, or just come in a little bit earlier. Admittedly, the circle wasn't kind to them here. When in the past they've had amazing results on the wildcard maps like Tego and Rondo, admittedly with a bit of a different roster configuration.
Yeah, for sure. He spots out some of the teams. There's already a lot of teams trying to get to the circles here, change the game, trying to get some damage done. No, it doesn't even get him. Ian Super see a lot of damage done, actually. Even to Rex has to try to drive away from this one here, James.
Try him, still try him. Can we land a shot or two here? X circle. He hit the lamppost. Maybe, I don't know, what was he checking? Was he seat swapped to try and shoot away? But anyway, regardless, does still get away with no damage done here by CTG, who finds themselves all the way on that southwest side of this circle. Now, where they are, I'm a little bit concerned, because eventually you're going to have to cross that bridge. Like, there's no way the circle's coming all the way southwest like that, unless something crazy happens. He's been hit on this emergency pickup here. Petrichor Road, you got to be careful.
It's going to be difficult. He's going to actually pump it off. Let's see where the circle goes as this one pops here. Oh my god, we go even further south, James. A lot of teams on the western side has to cross the bridge here. It's going to be difficult for them to try to get in. Petrichor Road now trying to send it here. A lot of emergency pickups trying to get deep for this one.
Well, there's still some of the spires in this circle, right? So actually, if you're one of those emergency pickup teams, go to one of the spires, go to one of the pillars, and then maybe just shoot at everything you can. You might not be winning the game from there, but you might actually get a lot of kill points from there as time goes on. As S2G now, they go for a bit of a mad dash through some of these teams as well, trying to find themselves a little bit of a spot. They are kind of running straight towards full sense here. Team Liquid's looking at them as well. Halo goes for a bit of a spray. Will he be able to connect? A little bit done, definitely. And Cowboy gets the knock there on Baron for S2G. Oh no, this is going from bad to worse. They got second place in the previous game, but only 12 points. And now they're losing people left, right, and center.
Oh, Halo tons of damage done as well as Full Sense try to close this one out here, getting lots of points on S2G. Full Sense currently 8 points only with the 2 kills they just got in this game too. Fury also trying to drive through here. I actually kind of like their path in between Tinglong Garden and the high ground where Genji is sitting. So they might be able to be getting pretty deep onto this one here. With Genji as well, 4 guys alive, obviously with a 2-2 split on Tinglong, and on this spot here, Fury might be able to fight this one.
I think Quep is trying to go to the pillar. Oh no, he's actually descending further down from it. I thought he was just going to go up there, but he's going to try and rendezvous with Lazar, as there was quite a bit of the lobby also shooting at him, and he gets taken down by Tigger just at the very last shot. So now Lazar can throw down maybe a smoke and get him back up and good to go. Whilst all this fighting is going down next to the pillar as well. Fury on the other side of this is Genji, who tries their best to dislodge them pre-nades, but Crazy Raccoon wants none of it. This was the bridge I was talking about before. Get out of there! Oh my god, they're lighting them up.
Absolutely bridge cammed here from Falcons. I love what I'm seeing. Wow, did he have the opportunity to do so. deny and shut down any other teams, taking everything away from it. Oh, on the other side, 2 DN Supers. Crazy Raccoon just trying to survive. PO driving through. Down to just heaven, though.
They got 25 points, but that's not all said and done here just yet. We've seen those cutoffs be higher than 25 points. Crazy Raccoon trying their very best to survive. Iononics down, though, to X Circle. Finally here, as the Super's doing a little bit more damage as well that way. So now PO has to get out. Tuck his little raccoon tail between his legs and leave. Get out of there, PO.
More shots coming in from Gustav the Falcons. Just trying to shut down any car here. And this is, I mean, you have so much more fun when you're in the lead here, and now they get to shut down other teams. Driving into a electromagnetic field as well. It's gonna get shut down too. He's gonna be able to drive his car.
Jumping, run away. This is you're right. You're totally right. Falcons here, they don't have to bridge camp if they don't want, but they don't care. Like 46 points. This is an easy potential for them to be able to shut down teams that left it too late to be able to get across. There's technically a pier all the way down at the south that some teams could have tried to use to swim on over, but how often do you see that in these games? It's almost never.
No, absolutely not. No, with Falcons here, and with the amount of points they've gotten so far, obviously gonna continue to be a nuisance to the rest. As you see Kickstart also go flying in the glider.
Okay.
Big pickup here from the road. I don't think so. Not with this one here. They go back. Hongchang is still in here. They're gonna have lots of space. Actually, I would say this is the best type of scenario for a lot of the teams with the circle going this far. North already here. We're locking down a lot of space. This next circle is likely also to be going north. So Team Liquid, Full Sense looking good. Petrichor Road looking good. Full Sense actually have central position from this spot here.
Yeah, an important game for Team Liquid as well as they move in on that south side of Hongshan, but I am getting word that we can listen in on the Team Vitality comms. They're kind of safe and looking all right. Let's check in with the boys there.
Сейчас, я не могу посмотреть.
Она улетает в тебя откуда-то в скалах.
Она пустая или нет?
Да, там никого не летит даже.
Хорошо,
на
это
скалах
теплый
каких?
шанбэк.
На скалах каких?
Вот тут, на двойке, если там кто-то есть, то мне некомфортно будет.
Андрюх, прикинь, скинь хая мне. Не одна.
Подойди сам так. Я типа
Давайте так, скинь хилам на тебя.
Я ломаю.
Ебать, тем хуёво.
Я выбил еще бастик. Нету, Сань.
Little scout forward, little shots forwards as well here from Vitality. They're not feeling the stress. Levante is just kind of the anchor point for them a little bit to the west as well. So he's wide out here and looking to be able to hold it down.
Yeah, I think they're aware that this next circle might go away from E-Arena and Gen G's / Furious position here on the eastern side. There's 2 pillars, so it should go northwest, but we'll see. We've seen some wonky circles sometimes happen here, so Vitality might be trying to kind of have an anchor point to go to the next spot here. As some shots landing on Quizzy. A lot of connections here from DraftKings. He has a mini with a 4x here with a 6x or 8x. I feel like that would have been a lot more damage done already. Not connecting just yet. They're far away.
Yeah, with our predicted circle, I'm expecting, like, Full Sense to try and take this game by the horns, if they can.
Right.
Well, again, like Team Liquid, but again, they're kind of split across that road, and they're kind of hunkered down, so I don't think they're being aggressive by any stretch of the imagination on that. Okay, CTG's just going to blast across this bridge now, but Falcons is still here. They're about to throw a nade forwards as well, alongside some of these shots coming in. CTG, I think, has left this way too late. Gustav's going to take some shots with the Dragonov, taking down X-Circle straight away. Surely more should go. Yes, they will. XCDH down, and Mao! Oh, Falcons! Complete shutdown of CTG. Disaster. He walks away.
Yeah, he gets away from it. Full 4-man here. And this is what you can do with confidence on the side. This is what you can do when you know that you're qualified. You can be smart and play it, deny teams trying to get into this circle here. And they actually have quite the entry of this high ground, of this little crater here. So they got lots of info to be scouted ahead of them, though. But this next circle game's about to pop here. Let's see if Team Liquid and Petrichor Road gets this one.
Oh my god. Okay, well, that is not exactly what we expected from this circle, with that pillar still remaining inside. So now, for all of these teams here to try and deal with that, of course, we've got some people being rezzed back up and good to go as well. As DN Supers has a little bit of a come along here. I think Yumin might just try and get to the top of the pillar and sit there for as long as possible.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, more shots come in, connecting just a little bit. I kind of like the idea that we might have an actual pillar finish. Zoom in. Look at that.
All right, lie down.
Yeah, lay down and go AFK because you have no guns. You can't shoot anything.
Yeah, literally nothing to be done there for him. So we'll see exactly how that's going to roll out later on, as the other member for DN Supers, I think it was Rex, went all the way into Hung Shan. So he's trying to get a little bit of loot on board. A little bit of a separation up for them at the moment, as some of these teams try and thread the needle as well. For CTG, I cannot believe they didn't try and go like a north wrap. Maybe they just did have the meds for it, but like, you cannot keep committing to that bridge. That was just ludicrous.
All right. Well played by them so far. Tickleton. Oh, mortar in play here. Where is this going, James? That's far.
He has 10 mortar shots in his bag.
I love that. I love that.
What?
That onto SG from Full Sense. Might be Team Liquid trying to get into the circle here. Also, big rotation for them. Headshot caught from Purdy Curdy as they drive. I really like this car caravan here, but they gotta pull up on a position where they can lock things down here. They see the smokes. This might be pull up close to SG.
Oh, Lazar starts things off. Not bad at all there to be able to knock Purdy Curdy straight away. At the same time, though, coming up against SUG. Can we shut down Lazar and take this away position away from them? Yes, we can. Beep, beep, get out of the way. This is going to be potential nice little recovery position here for Team Liquid, which is technically quite close to the center of this circle. They're going to have to throw down some smokes and make sure nobody comes their way. Tiggleton now has 4 shots. What happened to the other 6? Where...
I don't know, might be in the backpack, might be in the car. They weigh quite a lot, so...
Yeah, they do.
We'll see, though. 3rd and 5 out and 13th. Terrible. Wow, former shadow of themselves here. 7 points so far, only 13th place. 3 gear for... Oh, they are actually trying to get straight onto where Team Liquid is. That's actually quite a good honker down for Liquid here. They're not connecting just yet, but... They might be trying to do a pull-up onto Team Liquid. This next circle can go anywhere as it's phase 5, so we might be able to have that high ground still active, still in play here, James.
Reposition for the car. The fadeaway mortar. Actually, just a little too short as well there. Team Liquid lives to fight another day from the descent of explosives. As now, Full Sense also has mortars on hand as well. A few shots were going to be sent forwards against them, but now Team Liquid does see Full Sense here. If teams can shut down Full Sense on this west side, that would be a big name, potentially having only one more dash of it. Falcons, though. Okay, we're coming in against Team Liquid here. Cowboy, you're going to have to do something against this. Trying to crash them through. Sees him on the rock up at the top here. Kickstart takes down Cowboy. Shrimsy's down, though. Gustav takes down Halo. This is going to be close. Team Liquid might go down, and indeed they do. It's a disaster for Team Liquid.
Yeah, they needed this one so bad, and now they're down 12th place here. Falcons just continuing their absolute ego push on to anyone that tries to defer him.
100%.
Now, with this circle here, still having this high ground in, it's actually going to be quite an interesting one. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Oh, hey, we're trying to get in for this one.
Are you stuck?
Blue zone in play. Oh, this is actually doing quite the damage here to him. Quite a lot of damage done already. And Kickstart's out to zone blue zone.
Falcons, 8 kills. Like, again, they just don't care now. They are just going to pressure everybody in this lobby without any care whatsoever. Gustav still alive. 3 kills on his side. I did think maybe that BRDM was going to get stuck, but not the case. That would have been a bit of a disaster there for the Expendables.
Ooh, Gustav, actually
He
gets
knows.
it a little bit. Yeah, he knows.
Smart move.
Yeah. I think someone else is going to be able to roll in, though. James, it feels like an impossible task, but still 8 kills. They've done more than enough to have an impact on this lobby, and obviously more than qualified.
I mean, my eyes are really on Full Sense at the moment. They've got 6 kills to the name, great, but at the same time, they're going to be pressured here by Petrichor Rowe. Coming around the corner, 26v6, takes down Thanadol. He has gone straight away here for Full Sense. They still need a little bit more, and they also need to be getting their move on from that west side. So now, they're going to try and get rid of I-26v6. It seems almost assured they will be able to clean him up, but the problem is that this is still not in the circle here.
Nope, it is. They're going to have to play uphill with this one. 26 trying to
Forwards.
have an impact. Oh, it didn't bounce on the correct side here. A little bit further than an absolutely beautiful nade, but 5 kills from Petrichor Road. Might have done enough for this game here. Smooths around here. Belmont finds this one here. That's a great push. I like that. He actually gets Tigger down as well. Pushes in. Belmont gets him now, though, and he's going to be able to save him. He's going to have to go fast, though, as the circle pushes in.
I can't believe I-26 got Tigger there. That should have been an easy cleanup there for Full Sense, all things considered. And now, That's going to slow them down a little bit on the west, but they have a small reprieve for now. Nobody's really kind of shooting at them, but some teams might be looking their way pretty soon as the Cerberus is kind of leapfrogging forwards ahead of them, and that's kind of where Full Sense would want them to be going on the next checkpoint. So here, that Cerberus has been able to take this. Might slow down the game of Full Sense here a little bit.
Cerberus under so much pressure, considering even though there are 4 alive here. Now Gustav goes for the electric boss. Just get out of there! It's so fast. Electric boss, and now damage done. He's gonna try to hit the deck here. Oh, actually, a little bit of cover.
He's dancing.
He's dancing around it. Well played by him. Still inside this next circle here.
Saw that dip into one of the craters, run back out, dip to the other crater as this one does blow up. Lovely stuff. Shift south. Huge for Furia, but also, as you say, the high ground somehow, some way, still in play. That is, that's ludicrous as well.
I can't believe that. Flash finds shooter with the mini. Lander tries to go for the steal, it looks like, on him. I like the idea. He actually hits him bang on with the mortar. Gets a point confirmed for Vitality. Not like they need any more. But that bangs it out for him. Belmont try to get in for it. Actually gets him another. It's already lined up. You can't do it to him like that.
Yeah, for Full Sense, I mean, again, I thought that was going to be the checkpoint where they were going to be going at the same time, though. If this actually hits, but it doesn't matter. Levante shoots Belmoth in the face anyway. The other two come in just a little bit later, but more shots could get peppered forwards if Levante has more shots. If he's gone back to that boot to get more shots from the mortar, this could be a disaster for Full Sense. I don't think he has any more.
Pull up from Cerberus here. It's smart. I like it. They're pulling up into it. Oh, actually hits Flash with the car. Easy peasy. Cess gets to confirm on to Belmont.
This is
Flash is on a lot of pressure now with the boys. He's actually jumped into the car. I like it. It's blue zone though. He's going to have to go for the first aid. Gets it off here. Tigger. And now Levante and the guys from Vitality pull up. And Tigger finds Cess. The Tigger goes down to Levante. Such a great pull up from Vitality.
It's perfect. They knew exactly how to be able to approach this. They've had eyes on it for ages, and now nades into these dips. 4 days. Cerberus is gone as well. Vitality also on the warpath, similar to Falcons. 2 teams here that are qualified just before and now. No, nothing given. They are just absolutely lambasting this lobby.
Well played by them. Cold pulls up and hello, my bad here. Great pull up from JDG, but they have such a long road ahead of them. 3 points only.
It's done, surely.
I don't think it's not even possible, even with a 17 kill win in the next game here. Or record-breaking wins potentially could happen here. Tanabu finds good stuff. They managed to get into placement points once again, and still 8 kills, 1 placement point. Cold 1-1, a 9 is out for the 5 kills total for Levante. Once again, huge pull-up here for him. The Vitality has done so well.
For everyone 10th and under, this is a massive problem that Fury are still alive, as well as the Arena, etc. All of those teams on the cusp, right? Now they're going to be moving that goalpost all the further here for our last game. And now I think everyone's praying. They're praying desperately that Arena and Fury fight each other and don't really get much from it. As they're now digging themselves in as well. They've really benefited from kind of wild circles that really we normally don't get here with these pillars still in play. Vitality, surely you take more damage here from teams just trying to like shoot down these cars. The Expendables on the west side might find a little bit of an arc angle here against Vitality.
Yeah, more cover now though for my bad. Might be a risk potential, but still some of the teams just trying to clear it out here. Expendables trying to make the most out of this one here, and look how close it is from Genji on 26 down to Arena on 8th place. It's 6 teams with 3 points in between them here. It's gonna be super close. Now Tanwu trying to send more towards it. Try to get the points confirmed onto Team Vitality.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep an eye on these Western fights here to see how all of these teams are going to try and transition on forwards, as now the Expendables is gone. Sorry, I mean, the Expendables takes Vitality away, I should say, with another great mortar play. The mortars have been such an important fixture of this game for some of those spots towards the middle of these fields. But now Arena, how are you going to be able to make this push? Surely Furia, as well as Genji, knows that you've got to cross with these smokes blooming. Can they make it work, Avenger?
Yeah, you would hope so. Big points still to be had for the rest of the lobby here. Only 2 placement points have been given. That's gonna pull up.
Got there a shot. Will it work? Oh, it catches just on the backside of them there. They don't take the damage from it here, but smoke launchers gonna be primed up here for Arena. They know that they still got to make a bit of a move to try and work with this circle. Furia Gonna try and hold them off. That's a big nade going forwards there against that, trying to flash forwards as well to slow down the Arena pursuit as they need to make a move. Blue zone also zoning them out a little bit. All of this is slowing down Arena's opportunity to be able to try and get into this circle, and currently they are on the cusp. They are the team in 8th place. They need to somehow survive this bombardment.
Camera trying to really get into that smoke and get involved here. Soul gets found here from 10 with the nade. Nance finds Clarice. Expendables under a lot of pressure. Beans finds the confirmation, actually. That's huge for Gen G to get more points confirmed. Posa finds Pathompong. A lot of pressure onto Arena.
Nance is the only player in the north. he's trying desperately, bless him, to try and make this work, but Furia also is trying to shut down the rabbits. As you can see where Lyrics is in the distance there with that foldable shield. DraftKings moves up a little bit to try and find an opportunity against it. He really wants that res off onto Kraken as well. He's kind of stuck in a bit of a rough position here though. So Kraken's going to try and walk back behind that deployable cover. See if they can get the res off from there. Arena still stuck. Still held out here. Oh, Pathompong, good start against BL.
That's huge. Gets the rest off though. So Kraken up has to go for the heal here. That'll delay a little bit. The Arena pushes in. So Kraken's been found. And now Posa, DraftKings last player now for Fury as he swings around the smoke, trying to get the back angle here. Arena with a huge push onto them, getting them cleaned out.
How have they made this work? This is fantastic here by Arena. I thought it was going to be terrible, but no! Furia's gone! What a play by Arena. I thought that they were donezo down on that southeast side. That is a great maneuver. Oh, the Furia guys, they can't believe it. Absolute scenes. They thought they had them dead to rights, Avenger.
And now Nance continues to have an impact from that northern position here. A lot of teams are going to have to fight. And remember, Gumin from the recall is still alive. He's now gotten 3 placement points. He's still inside the next circle too. And more teams are bound to be pushed out and punished.
I love when we get catch reactions like that. It's brutal, but that's the nature of the game. That's the nature of the beast. For Furia, heartbreak there for the moment, and also heartbreak for Nance. He was trying his very best on that north side, but it's not going to work on Outpillar. Still in play this late into the game. The teams that have been able to hug this, like Gen G, like the Expendables. Somehow Gumin, by the way, he's still up there, Avenger. He's still up there. Look at him.
I really want to see him come in, you know, steal some loot and actually have an impact once again.
Cuban cam.
Yeah, get a Cuban cam here. 63 HP only though, so he's gotta be slow at getting down. He's not got any heals, not got anything available to him. Gen G and Expendables here trying to fend off each other.
A molly late in the game here can be annoying because then it really kind of zones them out. Reversing. Oh, dear Bean. Down straight away on the reversal. A second one here for Duck Juice as well. Will he be able to clean up the rest of Gen G completely? What a good little hold here by the Expendables. They did have better circle placement though. So it was really on Gen G to try and make this push on through. As now, will Soul be able to do anything? Doesn't look like it. D's gone. Trying to heal up through this. Oh, okay. Duck Juice is looking for the nail in the coffin here. He knows exactly where he is. And that will be a 3-piece for Duck Juice if he can take him.
He's actually pushing in, and here you go. Boom, Doctor shoots it behind him to make sure he doesn't get too much damage himself. And just after that human falls, it's now a 2v3 Arena. Might have been gifted this after fighting off Furia. Super well executed though by Expendables to put themselves into 32. 35, and now Arena and 32 here. That's those two teams guaranteed to be safe in the next one here. Doctor might get knocked from this one. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think that's done here. I think Expendables might be going down, and Arena might be securing this one. I have my questions after a slow win from them in the previous game, but that push on Furia was unbelievably important to their campaign. He's got a gas can. Throw the gas can. Do it, Pathompong.
Put it on him. Broken miss as well for Tanwu. Only 20% damage reduction rather than the 40 that the level 2 or 55 that the level 3 usually provides here. So dead to right. But Tanwu has been such a player to be reckoned with throughout the last couple of years. Superstar already. Could put himself on 1,000 damage with just 120 more.
Come on, they know where you are. Gas can. Come on. Oh. Come on, Pathompong. Do it. You're going to go around the right. through a little bit of opportunity here. Tambu swings on around, but Pong's done a lot of damage to him as he transitions into that smoke, and they just shoot straight into it. It's a GG. E-Arena, back-to-back. Congratulations, boys. That's your qualification here from this one. I thought it was dead as Furia was trying for that holdout, but the Rabbits say no. Mark and Toffees, let's talk to you guys about this game. Mark, this is big stuff for E-Arena.
The Rabbits attempt to come out the hole, mate. They're out, they're fighting. It's such a good play. And if you go back a little bit, obviously Furia should have held him out. They somehow survived that push. And yet again, they keep coming against these teams and stuff being strong.
Yeah, definitely so.
In the last game, we talked about these like defensive rabbits in their hole, and they kind of got the win based on that. Panthers hunt rabbits, and in this situation, we basically saw the rabbit reach out of the hole, grab him by the tail, yank him back in, and say, "This is my house now." And I've never seen a rabbit eat a panther, but it was disgusting and exciting all at the same time. As Furia, who I needed to find points, got nothing, James.
No, they didn't. That was the Monty Python white rabbit, that one. This one launches itself at your neck and starts grabbing you and tearing you down. But good stuff by them. Of course, this will mean that they will be in the grand final here after this performance. But again, it was looking dicey down to the south. But for a lot of these teams, Martin, they had to deal with these circles, still including these pillars. And that, I think, threw a spanner in the works for a lot of the plans for these teams.
Yeah, I don't think any team expected the circle to come down to these pillars here. A lot of the teams expected it to go towards Hongshang. Usually kind of comes off of this angle here. But sometimes the circle can't find one circle with one player. Will just picks a random one. And then that's what we get. Falcons, though, being such an oozy into so many teams on that western side. What an impact they had. And then to pull up onto Team Liquid.
No, indeed. Team Liquid trying to find themselves a spot on the south side of this pillar, or north side of the pillar as well. Toffees, I have to talk to you about it as our resident Americas expert for Team Liquid. Things aren't going well, and they're in the danger zone now for this last game.
They're not going well, and it almost always seems to start with Team Falcons finding them first. Liquid just cannot get away from their America's compatriots, and it's a disaster. I mean, I can see it's a disaster because I can't get the Liquid to do anything, man. This is a team that was second in the world 2 years ago, and I thought they were coming back, and here we are waiting for moves. Unlike E-Arena, who started slow today and then came out and said, all right, we don't want to be in the mix. I guess the good part, James, is that the rich got richer and everyone else pretty much stayed the same.
Yeah, true. That cutoff point now is going to be kind of tumultuous for this lobby as a whole. 16 points go the way of E-Arena. Gamma Expendables will also shore up their defenses at the top here, Mark, to be able to get themselves through. So another former world champion will be in our grand finals here for the circuit final.
Yeah, as Toffee said, let me just get richer, right? It's just that cut-off line now, which is going to be really interesting. One more game left to do, and we're kind of on 25, and you got Furia 21, Full Scent 15. We dropped down. There's so many teams that should arguably on that left side of the leaderboard, but one game left, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, slight saving grace is that technically, Avenger changed the game. 3-on-5, JD could get a big win and jump themselves up. But given track record, I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't really see that happening for sure. But look at that. Levante and Belmont getting 5 kills. Tanwu once again here. Top damage dealt. We've seen it so many times. I'm happy to see him up here again. But unluckily, Expendables didn't get the most out of this one here. They were close. I like the hold on to Gen G, denying them so many points and getting so much more here. But yeah, let's see how deep they can take it, obviously.
2-2-2, as it was 2-2-3 for E-Arena in the previous game, and they took quite a bit more damage in this one compared to the previous one, so there was some fighting that they needed to make happen, that's for sure, as they go up against the Furia position. Do you think, looking back at that, Mark, there was anything different Furia could have done? Obviously, they ended up in a position where they were kind of slightly downhill from E-Arena, so I feel like they made the most of it when it came to that fight.
I think just before we saw that zone shift, right? They had the opportunity to kind of like manage E-Arena on the south of them. They had that sort of like little ridge they could go over to. But I think at that time, for me, looking down, Fury were managing multiple fights. They're keeping an eye on Gen G. They wanted to make sure the north, no one applied pressure from there. They knew E-Arena was on the south side of them. It is an argument to say, could they maybe apply pressure to E-Arena before they even got in the cars, before they even rotated around? There's a lot to be said, but it's going to go down to the last game. They can't be making those mistakes.
Well, let's hear from Kickstart, who's had multiple man of the matches here today, as well as in first place here for Falcons.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Falcons Kickstart. Kick, what a day. What was the talk that went on behind yesterday's VOD review that you guys are making it into almost top 4 every match and you guys are just dominating today?
I think out of all the teams in the lobby, we're probably the ones with the least amount of stress, because we've already qualified to EWC and stuff like that. Obviously, we want to qualify because it's a big event and a lot of money. But our VOD review is just, let's be more aggressive. You know, I'm brand new to IGLing, so we had some learning curves, and I think it's all right now. But we played very aggressive today and did what we wanted to do that we talked about last night. And mostly it was just aggression, but I think we've done a pretty good job of that so far today.
All right, I want to hear more about the IGL journey, but we'll save that for our post-match interview. Okay, thank you, Kick, for joining me, and say bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's right. Yes, another variation coming out from Bella here at PGS 6. All right, it's time to go to a break. When we return, one final game for the survival stage. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and next up for the relay interview, it's none other than Crazy Raccoon's PO. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Well, Kickstart had a couple of questions. He wanted to know,
Why won't he let me drive his BMW?
일단 면허가 없을 것 같아가지고 보험도 안 들어가 있기 때문에 운전하는 거 아닌 것 같습니다.
and also he wanted to ask you,
How did he make so much money to get a BMW?
let's hear what PO has to say.
일단 아무래도 PGC 우승한 게 좀 컸던 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 방송을 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 그게 좀 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
Who should I talk to next, and what is the question that you have for them? Hannah, I wanna ask T1Z, and how are you so good? All right, well, thank you, PO. 감사합니다. Best of luck to you. Was that hard?
No, so easy.
So easy, right? Hello, everyone. Welcome to another game of Guess Who. Ta-da! Today's guest is S2G. Hello, good to see everyone. Yeah, I got a chance to explain the rules. You guys look very worried. Are you worried?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Well, I'm confident that you guys will, get through. Come finish this within 18 seconds, okay? So, should we start right away? Okay, I'm gonna set the timer. Go!
Look at it. I don't know. Action. Kraken.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Blue.
Uh-huh.
Spyro.
Uh-huh.
Nixie. Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay, good. 22 seconds. But it was funny. It was great because, you guys really worked as a team. Yeah, someone was mouthing words, but then there was like... Was that hard?
No, so easy.
So easy, right? Well, thank you for joining me today, guys. All right, well, bye.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here.
All right, one final chance, one final opportunity for our survival stage. If you don't make it here, you are not only done for this tournament, you're done for the circuit as a whole. There will be no more PGS points. There will be no more prize pool for you. There'll be no more games. You'll be going home unless you can get on through right here, right now. Avenger, Toffees, Marpala joining me here to talk about this one. And of course, we have PUBG Nations Cup coming up as well, because the PUBG never stops. Martin, you're flying soon. You're excited, you're pumped, you're hyped, you're ready to go.
That's going to be cool. Going out with the Team Denmark boys, of course, there to go to the survival stage. So back to Changchong Arena, where PNC first started in 2019, where we were on the desk. Toffees decided not to go here, so we had what was a Frozen Hypog, I believe. That was exciting.
Yeah.
Very cool event, like kind of circular stage. So that's going to be awesome.
But let's talk about this and everything that's going to go down, right? All of these teams looking to find themselves a spot in this top 8. Toffees, there's definitely some teams in the danger zone. I'm scared for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're world champions, danger zone. Team Liquid, danger zone. Cerberus, one of the biggest, baddest fighters in history, danger zone. And the good news for them is the danger zone is not as far as they think it is, because some teams have allowed it to sort of lag. So any big match could be the difference maker here.
All right, well, let's get to it then. The final game, Erangel on the cards. Let's see who makes it here into the grand final. Toffees, Mark, take it away.
It's time for the grassy pastures. Last game of the day, Mark. The stakes are bigger than Martin's headphones, as every team needs to step up and put those points on the board.
His headphones are bigger than the danger zone. Flying home path is north down towards the south, pretty much through the middle. Not too bad, but it is going to the grass pasture, so it'll be a difficult game. And as you guys mentioned before, it is the last opportunity for these teams to put points on the board. And if you go out early here, you might not be invited back.
Yep, you got to make the move. This is where the big points are on the board. This is where your qualifications happen. Danger zone, fortunate, starts in the jet. You got to make your moves. It is a nice, fair, middle-of-the-road plate. It's not what we saw last time around, but Sosnovka is still on the table, and we saw how that went last time, Mark.
How many times can we say danger zone?
Danger zone. Oh, this looks like a danger zone drop.
This is a hot drop. This is a Top Gun drop, though. Vitality don't have the element of pressure that JDG do, and they might have boots on the ground first. Head-to-head battle here. It's match number 5.
Hit the ejection seat, Goose. You got to get out of this. Vitality has nothing to lose.
Run!
Run away. Suze sees it first. Sprays it from the back. Levante, in the meantime, gets nods, and Getrox gets the December 12th. Cold 119 does turn it back around, but right now, JDG is fighting with the back against the wall.
Oh, good peek. Oh, he gets a second as well. He's down to 3 HP. He's got a mountain to climb. Hannah Bad and Quizzy going to be there. Going to apply some pressure as well, but they are closer together. Information has been gained. Hannah Bad, though, looking for that confirmation and now looking for the body is cold, but he's run away.
He's going to come out. He does not. He dies out. But remember, there's still plenty of time for Reses if they can survive this. Down to just one player. There's no heals because it's still the early game. Vitality going to go back into the shack, I assume, look for something to get topped off as they flush and eliminate everybody except Cold 119. And he can't run away. There's no escape here. He needs at the very least to try to win this and then get his team back up. These guys are in 14th place. This is the nail on the coffin for JDG.
I thought you was going, this is the danger zone. And my bad waiting for the peak. We're near the corner. That's the obvious bet where he might try and go. Here comes the flash. Does have a blue zone. Maybe try and delay this push, but it is a 3 versus 1. And for JDG, it might be lights out.
Yeah, there's really no hope. I mean, honestly, like they've got 3 up. They're going to get healed. They've got flashes for entry. Right now, if you're Cold 109, you're kind of just talking with your team like, what are my options here? Because it is. It's not a highway to the danger zone. It's a highway to the airport.
Yep. And it wasn't going to take long. They are in the zone, by the way. The zone did go quite early. It's up on that north side, so no surprise that we have a third party. Rex coming behind. Here comes a free push. The flash does go through. Does give him the opportunity to cross the gap. Levante making the charge. And for Cold, he has no idea that they're right underneath him.
Yep. And Soup is kind of watching things from above. They're sort of surrounding this location. So Vitality going to finish this fight. And then Soup may choose to capitalize on it as they'd love to get a couple extra points here to bolster their position at the top of that board.
So he's got the blue zone. He hits the wall, comes back towards him. It's going to cause him some problems. No meds, so does go for the high. battlegrounds. It does mean he's going to come into the line of sight here for Rex. Opportunity to jump off and jump out. But Vitality waiting like sharks underneath.
JDG just, yeah, as you said, holding steady. I can see Soup maybe stealing this kill as they come in. Rex from the backstab as he drops him down. Vitality down to 2. Levante sets the C4, but they can't run outside because Soup has him surrounded.
Guys, he said it, and they set the opportunity now. Vitality, it's a win-win scenario. Cole jumps out, but jumps straight out, though. Levante waiting with open arms, and for JDG, it's time to pack the bags.
He had no choice. He heard the beep, beep, beep of his impending doom, and now DL pushes forward. Rex from the opposite side. Soup had plenty of time to surround. This has been boiling and is about to go over as DL hears him go up to the high ground. Looks like he was going to throw a molly, but decides to hold off for just a second.
Yeah, look, for Supers, it's not confirmed, right? I know they're 6th place at the moment, but arguments say there'll be some teams that might need some big games, so they want to be careful about how they approach this. They look to try and breach the compound. My bad. Hits the shots, now runs his way back. Molly comes over the other side, gets some information, and Rex catches him hard. He's down to 23 HP.
He's going to go through this doorway here. He's got that Vector, little iron sight. He got the tuck around. Deal's got the door blown out, so he has a little extra vision here. He's going to blow out the rest of the bottom, trying to watch both sides at once.
Yeah, Levante, he's getting the sound cues. They know exactly where he is. He goes for the door open just to sort of fake the push here. Heaven, going to be closer. Needs to reload. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't hit with no bullets. The opposite, throw the grenades. Now he goes for a reload. Now they come for the breach. Don't headlight bands there. He opens the door and says, good night. I've got a Vector.
He does, makes a little play there, goes back around the other side, trying to use the sound cover. You see them hearing it as Deal's got him locked up here. It's Guman, I'm sorry, that sees that peek. If he comes around the corner, he's got the angle. Is that Shilla arriving too?
Yeah, it's coming. They need big games. They have to have huge games. S2G, the Turkish team, we know they like to go aggressive in situations like this. Here they come. They arrived, and no bodies are down. Levante, final player here for Team Vitality as he's trying to hold Becky Becker where he finds the first one. They're looking for the other. Levante, he goes down to 26 HP as he has to hit the deck.
Vitality's comms have to be like, are you serious right now? As it just keeps pouring downhill. Levante, the last man standing. Remember, it wasn't Soup that started it. They came in on a third party, and now Laza and S2G says 4th party time.
Let's go. More teams might come in. At the moment, it'll be a pause. S2G need the points. They've got to get above that cutoff line. If you're 8 from below, you're going home at this point. So everything needs to be thrown at this fight.
Enough the S2G is pushing into this. They're taking the aggression. Shilla's going to grind through. Not many more doors to knock down. Good spray. Hits him in the toesies and slides back around the outside. There's that jump down by Levante. He's got the Bison. He can make a little move here. Rex gets that flush on Baron ultimately. And Shilla is trying to hold out as much as he possibly can. Rex doing everything possible, but there it is. Levante.
Oh my
hey, I'm still here, he says, as he comes out and gets a lovely little knock.
You've got to remember, every knock that he gets plays into the advantage. It doesn't really matter for Team Vitality. Now he goes down. He has the drop shot. It gets confirmed by DNS and S2G. They're falling apart. It's the 3rd, it's the 4th party. And for S2G, they've got to apply pressure.
Yeah, they committed so much to come in. They thought free kills, but it turns out it's not as free as they thought it would be, as Guman is back up and Soup somehow is still managing to hold with 3.
Yeah, they've got Medstone toughies. They've got to be careful. The advantage they've got are numbers, but they're split, they're divided. They need to get calm. There are no more teams pushing in from the south at the moment. A lot of teams have rotated on the east side, so there's an element of, once this fight is clear, does a team that's lurking like a Gen G, does someone coming in quite late potentially get involved as well?
Shilla and Laza put a lot into this push. They got to make it happen. Wow, CTG got expendables. That was nice for them. As Fury also put some points on the board, but this is what they need to do. S2G invested everything to climb over the line on this push. If they don't walk away with a double right here, it's the end of their run, and now it's just down to Shilla.
Down to Sheila though. Oh my god, the body wouldn't help the roll through. Heaven's down to 6 HP. The flash doesn't help him. For S2G, it's a flash of lights as they finish in 10th.
Soup third partied, and then they held against a counter crash. Even with Gen G setting up to possibly overlook this, they ended it at the right time. They survive with 3 and walk away with 6 kills. That's actually a huge get from Soup. A great fight.
That's not what you want to see in the kill feed. If you're a Team Liquid fan, Cowboy gets caught at distance by Tiggleton, and he puts him to bed as well. Falcons leading the charge, 54 points. For CTG, well, they did control out GTE on that southwest bridge as they look to try and cross from Military Island.
All right, so let's talk about the danger zone. That's that cutoff point. Every team wants to be in the top 8. The spray comes out. This is that wipe we saw. CTG on the bridge cap. I like the Expendables. They thought, you know, if we just send enough people in a line, then the bridge cap won't hurt us. More importantly, they're so far from the circle, they thought they were just okay. They're like, who could possibly be here doing this at this stage of the game? And the answer, not surprisingly, is CTG.
they need more. They need more like that. But they do have a long rotation now.
I don't know how to speak Vietnamese, but if I could translate, I'll bet they were screaming, "Why are you like this?" as they all died, because CTG just waited for him, knocked him out, and essentially has put them in a position where there's just no comeback from Expendables.
Yeah, Expendables obviously down, right? 35. It's gonna be close. Depends on how Furia, FS, TL do. I think that'd be fine.
Yeah.
We have to wait and see.
They are. So right now, when we look at that cutoff, it's a huge push. Right now, I think it's Furia is the concern for a lot of these teams in the mid-pack. And Petrichor, Gen.G, and Crazy Raccoons are all kind of looking at each other, right? You don't want to be the team that is being chased by Furia. You want to be the team 3 or 4 in front of that chase. The Soup goes ahead. They're going to go ahead and get Rex back up and running. So Soup, after that chaos of a start, is actually going to go back to 4 strong in the endgame.
Yeah, no one's over here on that sort of west side. They came from here. That's where they came in for that third-party actions. They know, arguably, it's clear-ish. Let's be cautious. We can see the map feed. Obviously, we know they'll be able to 4 pretty clean. Furia playing a bit more of a slower game. They come on that south side. CTG now entering their way in. And E-Arena also quite far out. They're down in that southeast corner, down by Milta.
The circle very, very north is going to slide back down just a little bit. Actually, almost every team in their current spot is in the circle with this shift. So we should see some jostling and some quick kill feed packs, but I do believe most of our teams know where their goal is for that next circle. The big one to watch is Furia as they make this transition. 22 points in the hopper, some decent firearms on hand, but they got to move in from the south, and they need points. They need to not give anything up here.
Yeah, I do worry. They're conquering that north side. They've sent over. They've left Draft King on that south side. Do they get caught potentially with that Gen.G hold? Gen.G have popped a couple of shots at them, so they have turned back. Falcons on the other side. They're going to control the north. And you've got to ask me this, Toffees. Why does Americas always fight Americas? It's Falcons potentially lining up against Team Liquid.
It's in our blood, man. We can't help it. We just choose reasons to hurt each other. This is the way. This is the way. And so it continues. The Americas has been a violent region with a lot of these teams trying to sort of like posture up as like, we need to be the big 3. And I think that does play into it. Traditionally, if you're not one of the big 3 in the Americas region, you don't get to go to the big shows. And so I think that internalized strife of we always have to know how to pit ourselves against these other teams has built into rotations and has made it very difficult for them as they always, again, fight each other.
Here comes the Uber. Luke 12 picks up his next fare. Birdie Curdy happy to jump in for safety and then be able to use the ridge line to get back to kind of A-low. Good position where he holds. He has that sort of ridge. They've got the rocks, etc., where they can sort of look down towards Falcons. So I can't imagine the guys applying pressure just at the moment, but they do get a reset. But more importantly, they are down a body. So they'll try and get back to a 4 if they can.
Yep, you want to turn the meter on in game so you don't have to turn it on in real life when things don't go quite the way you hope it does. All right, Supers on the drop. Here comes Rex back into the fray again. These guys were banana pants to start this match. 6 kills already on the board, and they're going to be strong with a decent spot to push it out of the south of the circle. So excited to see that develop. Kraken has a pretty good spot to call in the rest of his crew, and I think they're just going to commit to backfills, I would assume, for a good portion of this match.
Worries me this, right? I think he's in the right position. I think the zone's going to play back this way. We've got a bit of water. If it does shift towards north, they should have a kind of a foothold maybe to leapfrog. If we see DN Supers migrate towards the east and realize that they're not even a 2-2 split, I'd argue to say they're a 2-1-1 split. So Raccoon could be exposed, and it's a compound teams like to take.
I think Fury's plan is if it shifts up north, they can jettison out the south and loop around to No Lean or somewhere up on the north side. So we'll see how they play that. It's a very defensive action. Petrichor, not defensive, decides they're going to take the fight to Cerberus and absolutely lambast them as Tonbin is the last man standing.
Yeah, again, Petrichor on that cut-off line, unfortunately. Gets caught with the train not helping out. He will try and make the push forward. Smoke goes forward. Grenade follows. Sam will try and back up here, though. So he has seen him go for the jump shot. Can't get the connection. And more important, he's giving away the information. He goes head to head and he climbs the car to dominate the shots. And he rains 5-5-6 down.
But they had backup. That's the important thing. Tanbin tried to fight. You know, Chewy only gives that peek because he knows he's got Ming behind him. They pull it off. They get the wipe. Cerberus's run is over. They will not be in the finals. Petrichor continues to try to build that gap just a little bit and make sure they're the ones who get the bid.
Look at this. Team's already on the shift. Team Liquid, one of them, zone shoots back that way. Do they hit the handbrakes, go back the way they can? Yes, they do. Yep. Keep that higher ground. You don't want to be sitting in that bunker. It's kind of also telling that they must be haven't got Cowboys chip, so they are looking for safety somewhere to try and play out late game. Because for Team Liquid, it's not just about getting massive amounts of kills. They're going to have to get the win. But Toffees, I'm concerned. That's bottom of the hill. Grenades roll downhill. Are Team Liquid going to be able to get the kills they need?
I'm worried about them, but I'm also worried about Furia here. It looks like they're going to try to coastline rotation, don't know lean, but Gen G is already headed in that direction. CTG will be coming up above that as well. So we'll keep an eye on there as the world champions get tagged out by the Crazy Raccoons on their transition as well. Not a lot of real estate, just a lot of land up here.
Lots of Falcons on the north side. They get another zone go their way, so they are capitalizing. Whatever they've done on that fishing trip day is worked out for them as they are holding. Stop that leaderboard. Crazy Raccoons cornered off slightly. Glass might just need to keep his head down for now.
All right, BL going to lead the charge up here towards the Crazy Raccoons. They are locked in, but I think they should be in an okay spot here for Furia. If they're scouting the shack, they're going to come in on a good side of it. Park's here behind the ridgeline. This might actually be a great scenario for Fury, as I don't believe there's any cover coming out of Nolene or shots on this as well. So they can kind of lock up and hold for a second.
Yeah, it's good hold. Look, you can hold the line as they're looking back towards the Yaz. They don't want to overextend and get backfield. So I like why they kind of pose a Draft King hold at the moment. Like the hold, when they peek over the top, they're going to gain the information about a team being in that sort of Granny Annex. But it's about how and when did they fight. I'm concerned we see another shift potentially away from this one. Most of the time, we see it shift back.
All right, as everybody seems to find their spots, a little bit of posturing back and forth. We can check in for just a second on Furia and see what their plans are, percents, as they make their rotations.
Só vi dois caras aqui, tá no campo, olha. Mas não sei se são só dois. Vejo Dacia.
A equipe aqui do amarelo e o buraco.
Mas buraco tem gente do amarelo. O skip do laranja tem carro.
Também, não é ruim.
Dá pra fazer.
No amarelo?
É, tem cara.
O azul pouca pressão, Biel?
O azul eu vi dois caras pelo menos. Já tô tomando morteiro lá já no buraco.
Dá pra fazer morteiro agora, Biel, tu acha? Aí eu colo pra ti. Oi?
Dá no cofre de vocês.
Mano, eu vou fazer esse morteiro, tá? Fica pra trás.
Look at that play. I think clear indication, Toffees, for me, was that holding their south side. They don't want a team to sort of play in. They don't want to see a team to push in. It's a good play from them. We are seeing now start to collapse, and they're going to more of a not a 2 versus 2, a 3-1. So DraftKings store holding the anchor, store cautious that someone might try and wrap round.
Yep, and that's what you got to do. Be as cautious as you possibly can. Lock it up and hope for the best here, as Crazy Raccoons in a really good spot off the back. Team Liquid, though, this is the news for me. They catch the circle. They've got a position. They need so many freaking points to get qualified, but this might be the scenario that does it, as long as Falcons leaves them alone.
There's a big if there, Toffees. A very, very big if. I think they sense exactly where they are. Furia know they potentially have to breach that compound, so they are setting up. But there's a bit of a roll of the dice here. If someone else comes in, CTG are migrating. You can see them on that mini-map now. They're starting to rotate. Where did they stop? Did they put up to Furia? Did they go full send into the compound as well? There's a lot to be said, but a lot of teams moving.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams don't concern themselves too much with the CTG crash, so it looks like Full Sense might need to, as CTG drives right down the middle and barely gets away with it. Nope, they don't now. Isbiel does get that first knock. This is CTG. They sort of get lost in the sauce and then just hard send, and they keep finding themselves running into trouble, losing 1 or 2 on these sends and ending up hiding in a shack.
They could have stopped at the shack the Belmoose was at, like, way back at where they entered in. They could have crashed into the compound as well, but a clear difference of comms, and again, those shots, those knocks, I think, unsettle CTG and find themselves down to a side they're potentially going for a duo.
All right, let's check in with Inonix as he's going to line up those mortars. They saw CTG come in. I'm curious if he chooses to go for them or go a little farther, or maybe even save those mortars for potential strategic play later on. Nope, there it goes. He pops in. I think it was waiting to try to get the res up so he could get a re-knock.
You'd expect him to be in the shack, so It's not far. It's a little bit over towards that sort of west side of the shack. Crazy Raccoons maybe even just zeroing in, knowing exactly where if they want to push, they can barrage a couple of more mortar before they go. Back towards Fury on the south side, this is the cutoff line between them and kind of Crazy Raccoons. Both teams in the south here, both teams looking for kills.
Both teams looking like they need to get these points on the board. That's what it comes down to. Fury at 22 has to make a move here. Liquid and T5, the only teams left at reasonable strength numbers trying to get up there. Full Sense is limping down to 1 with nothing but a shack in their hopes of advancing to the finals for that $100,000. Starting to look very, very gray.
Almost obviously trying to launch a grenade over towards Bean. He's sort of taking that position, that sort of valley. Furia, knowing the fight's been clear, they're going to be coming back again. They've got a little bit of a plateau. They've got a stop gap here for late game. But for Crazy Raccoons, they would have seen the cars rotating around. They would have heard them. So they just need to fixate and focus on the south. When that breach happens, though, it's going to be a case of whether you make it or if you're not.
Gosh, there's just so much pressure on Fury right now. They've been playing this very passive on that south side, and out the circle goes north. I really don't know how to get Raccoons. But first, it's about the Falcons going up against the Rabbits. They've been fighting. They've been going back and forth. They're at the top of the board. They'd like to end in a good position. Here comes their fight. 1 versus 3. Let's get it done.
Here it goes, back to back. Falcons down for 2. Tick and Shrimsy gonna be there. Kicks about to be flushed out though. The push have to come. The zone shifts toward that north side as well. So Crazy Raccoons have to get moving. Tig though gets moving with the grenade. Confirmation has been done, and the Rabbits, well, might be put back in the hole.
Meanwhile, you see Liquid going under rotation. Luke's going to fly on by as they use this for cover as they try to get farther in. The fight continues. Nurns gets that Tiggleton knock. That's big news as Shrimsy's the last player standing for the Falcons.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoons also leaving their compound. It's giving an open here for Furia, but they have to follow suit. They have to take a location. Don't forget Glass, though, for Raccoons. He's off on his own, so numbers will prevail as we get a 360 J-turn from the Stallions.
No! We said avoid the Falcons! There's only one left!
Can't help it. They can't help it. Why, oh why? Furia come crashing in, crashing past, and now they take on CTG. They go past the Raccoons, but they go head-to-head with the big compounds.
All right, Fury's going to push in. The Americas on both sides falling apart. Can these guys save it as Draft King comes in? He gets low. He's going to try to heal up, and he's blocking Kraken into that spot. Meanwhile, we got Liquid trying to survive against Petrichor. Draft King makes the outside push and gets CTG out. That will leave Furia with 3 in this warehouse. Crazy Raccoons just off to their south.
Yeah, Glass got the knock on Furia going in, but they was unable to push because of Snoopy coming in. DNS holding for Guman. Back on the other side, Falcons though. Shrimsy puts him down, and Luke 12, he's using the Doritos to roll up Petrichor Road.
Falcons was out, Shrimsy was up. He got 2 kills on Liquid, now another on the Rabbits. Luke 12 tries to hide. Oh, pivots to the left side. He can't do it. Team Liquid is done and dusted and will not be in the final. You can see it written on their faces on the left side of the screen.
Stallions are bolted, and they're bolted out here. Falcons will go down as well, but no matter. They're already top of that leaderboard. It's all about this cutoff line, and again, it's buoyed in between this kind of Crazy Raccoons versus Furia.
Furia is on the chase. They've got to catch up not only to 8, but they've got a bunch of living teams in front of them. So they've got to stay alive and gain points at the same time. There it is. Expendables go down. Furia now knows what they need.
Furia, though, getting closer, but they need to stay alive. They have to get kills at some point. They need to activate. Emming activating with the grenade. Goes over towards the top. Looking to try and capitalize up on Genji. That's already down. So not too far away, but he's taking a completely different fight.
They don't need kills. They just got to clean up CR and get first. That's it. They can lock up this warehouse, hope for the shift, and that might be their win scenario. I did not come into this expecting Liquid to get knocked out and Furia to be this close to being dropped as well. This is devastating for the Americas if Furia doesn't pull this off.
Let's wait and see. It's in their hands now. And there's that zone shift. They get it again. Crazy Raccoons on the outside. But think about the terrain. They either have to push up to this compound. They've already received shots from Furia. Glass well out on his own. And again, exposed. He might have to just hold and stop Furia coming out and applying pressure.
I just don't. The problem is I think Furia doesn't want to apply pressure. I think they're a little scared right now, so they'll play this for vision. They'll play it for information, and that might allow a team like Crazy Raccoons to just come at them. They love doing this kind of thing. The only thing working in their favor is I don't know if Crazy Raccoons knows that they're ahead right now or by how much, and they may play a little more careful because of that. Oh, get
every time they
inside!
pop out, it's Glass. It's Glass. He's holding. As I said, they guys had to make the move here. Crazy Raccoons know they're trying to get in front, sneak underneath the radar Furia, but all their weight, all the whole team sits on the shoulders of Glass.
Crazy Raccoons are trying to sneak past. DraftKings is watching. They're spraying the smoke. PO gets low, wants to make it to the shack. Furia knows that they can hold them out there in a really good spot to make this advance, but they've got to stop the Raccoons from taking that shack.
Last game, last opportunity, 5 teams remain, and you've got to be above that cut-off line. It's all up to Furia. See, did you go down? Furia, 28 points. The cut is potentially there. They have the opportunity. And Poser, he's trying to dig for gold.
He's trying, but that trench is just too strong. He'll back up, refreshes the smoke. A nice little drill down by DraftKings, but he's not getting anything to show for it. They're burning through it, their rounds. DraftKings, there you go, restock and resupply. They got the bodies in the warehouses, so they're going to get back up to running.
Petrichor Road sneaking on that sort of north side. They're going to be careful. They were in line with a potential dropout. I don't think now. I think for TE, they might drop out. Scracken does see Glass with the bunny hop, and obviously he had the job. He had to try and hold these guys in. I think he'd done that, but he doesn't have any support to try and get out of here. He's burning the smoke line. His time is ticking.
His time is ticking real bad. He's got to try to get out of this one. Meanwhile, T5 is locked into a good spot in the center of the circle. They also theoretically could make a push here, but they would need to kill most of the rest of the lobby in order to get an advanced scenario off the win, and I'm not even sure if that math will do it. Zakraken does throw a grenade right down Iononyx's throat, and that'll get a knock without any support from Iononyx.
What point do you inject confidence into Furia? Here comes a crash! Petrichor Road knows here! Petrichor knows they can try and stop him! They jump out, grenade goes up! Boza gets the better of him, but he gets exchanged!
This is it's Kraken. You have to defend. Petrichor saw the knocks. They made the push. They've got defensive boats in this warehouse. They're so desperate. But Chewy's got a spot to throw the nades to the high ground. DraftKings gets up on the boxes and does stop that from happening as Chewy kills Chewy. And now the Kraken around the outside trying to save Poza. The flush will come through. And now Furia down to 2 in a dire situation.
The big thing for them is Fluky get PO down. They tried to make the push in towards this, but they're not going to be able to. No, they make the charge. DraftKings steps up, goes through the outside, and is able to clear as well. 5 kills from Furia, but they're still on the outside edge. They're still below the cutoff line.
They got to get this res. Crazy Raccoons are coming. Crazy Raccoons are coming. If they get up and they can hold this, all they need is 2 more points, but they're hurt. They're hurt real bad right now, Mark.
Yeah, it's on the other side. Lucky enough for them. PO's right knocking on the door. DraftKings able to try and get their res back and store on the other side here. For Crazy Raccoons, they know they got a bit of a barrier. T5 need to clear everyone, but I don't think the points are on the battleground for them. It's all down to Furia.
There is definitely no points left for T5. They're eliminated. They're not going to the grand final. It comes down to, can Furia find 2 points? The Raccoons are safe. They know that they should be in at this point. Can Furia make a conversion?
Crazy Raccoon denies. Their points coming off the board for Furia. They need Crazy Raccoon to go out, but again, you've got to weigh up going out and getting yourself around. Furia get themselves in the car. It's a bit of a ditched attempt, but they're going to try and find safety, but they will find safety on the northwest corner.
Zakraken sends himself up, but he's got to watch out that right side. The Raccoons are still going to be shooting at him. We got a smoky car on the rotation. Desperation coming from Furia. They can wait this out. They can get 1 position point from seeing the Raccoons go down, but that means then they have to get a knock and flush off of T5, which is going to be a very difficult thing to do unless they can get this kill on Glaz, who goes to the high ground.
Glass does go for the higher grounds. T5 locking in on him as well. And it's about, he cannot give points away to Furia. He knows if he receives a knock here, it's going to be catastrophic, but it doesn't go away. It goes towards T5. It's a head-to-head battle. And with the opportunity to take 27 points, T5 potentially know they can't go here. And where is Furia going? They're looking for the second. No! Here comes the flush. Have they made the count? Is their count right? It should be the case. And T5 though, they take the victory. But wow, oh wow. How close does that have to be? How good are people's maths? Because I don't think it's enough.
Think it worked. They thought they had the count right.
I don't think either.
James,
I think they're going to be shocked.
Get in here. Did we see that right? We saw that right?
You saw that right, for sure.
Oh my days.
I cannot believe that actually, I mean, obviously, For us, obviously, we knew that they needed at least a knock and a flush, but
No
I
way.
think that is... I mean...
NA math, bro.
I am in shock.
Early at A math. Oh my god.
I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of us are in shock here as well as we take a look back at this game. That is Furia completely misreading the situation by the looks of it. I mean, they were kind of, Martin, when you look at that, they were probably going to be dead to rights to where Theron 5 was, but Theron 5 had no opportunity to be able to leapfrog them. They needed the extra points, and it's just a complete miscalculation.
I don't know, maybe they thought that like with placement points and everything, they might have a chance to actually leapfrog them, but yeah, it really fell apart for them. That's so unfortunate. Also considering what happened with the arena in the previous game.
Yeah.
It was so close, and yeah. Oh, they actually made the great push on here. Actually did quite well getting changed the game out here, but I'm not sure. Once we get to the lower leaderboard, let's see how close it actually was.
Yeah, unless for some reason there was a bug on our end. But as we take a look back at these final moments as well, the crazy thing is, Toffees, is that yes, I think they actually did so much in this game. They had a great hold. They were able to get a great kill count, some decent placement points. If other moments had gone completely differently, like the E-Arena situation on Rondo, where we thought maybe they'd have the advantage, it could have gone their way, but it's 13 points for them, and we think it's not getting them there.
I don't think it is. I think Petrichor got them twisted, man. I think that back attack, they sort of got lost, they got turned around, and they just didn't track T5's points. So I think when they knew it was down to the two of them, they knew T5 was theoretically on the chase. That's a really bold move for the last game in a series that this is this important. Like, wow.
Okay, they're ninth.
Oh my gosh.
It's 1 point.
They would have won the placement. Oh my god.
It's not the fact they were looking at T5, they didn't actually account for the expendables. So I think they were so fixated and focused on T5 that they forgot actually the expendables count. And I think 1 point in it is not great.
But the question in that regard would be then why? Because the Expendables had such a slow game. They weren't in the kill feed for a long time. They were low on the leaderboards as a whole. And yes, they would have won the tiebreaker if they'd have got one knock and flush.
Yep.
That is a shocker here
the
at
math's not
PGS6. Toffees.
I don't know how you as an IGL recover from that. The rest of your career, we are going to think about that moment that you threw your shot at $100,000 because you thought you had the math right. Like, that is devastating to think about. I cannot get over it. Like, there's no reason to do the deny at that point. Like, it's the last game. You're up against a team who had 11 points coming into this one. At least go for the fight. I can't with my region.
Yeah, at the same time, Theron 5, of course, gets themselves the win. But Martin, when we were talking about this in the back, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, they're so far down. Why aren't they just not taking this compound and just playing edge play and just trying to shoot everything? Because they've got nothing to lose. DraftKings, no matter the match. Oh, my God. Martin!
Blow after blow.
Yeah, that's a heartbreak right there. It's obviously great effort from DraftKings here, but that one more kill. And like, when you're a two-man like that, with a quick drive-by, with a quick pull-up here, you might be able to do it, but this is our participating teams for tomorrow. We're starting a best of 15 grand finals with triple the prize pool and double the PGS points.
I can't believe it. What a shocker to end the survival stage. But yes, those are our 16 teams that will be in that best of 15. Exciting times indeed. And of course, here are the 5 matches that are going to be happening as time goes on. Toffees, I'm still shocked. I'm in a bit of shock here.
I just want to know how long they're going to go without speaking to each other. Like, there's not an event after this, right? So, I don't, like, that is brutal, man. PUBG Nations Cup is coming up. That's exciting. 10 matches survival stage and a nice big 15-game grand final. This should be fun. I can't get over how bad that was.
Tough. Of course, yes, PUBG Nations Cup, as you say, coming up. Plenty of teams going to be playing things out. Of course, Denmark playing the survival stage. But, of course, let's take a listen in.
Here for the post-match interview. I'm standing with the Expendables, Duck Juice. Hello, Duck Juice. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Yeah, well, you made it just in time. For the time that matters, you made your top 8 spot, secured it to the grand finals. I know the last place The 8th place race was very dicey. What's going through your mind right now, knowing that you made it so close today? 자, 오늘 정말 중요한 순간에 탑 8 안에 들어오면서 그랜드 파이널 진출에 성공했습니다. 정말 아슬아슬하게 진출한 만큼 오늘 좀 소감이 남다를 것 같은데 경기 소감 부탁드리겠습니다.
Trận đấu ngày hôm nay thì mình đã bước vào cái top 8 một cái khoảnh khắc rất là suýt sao á. Thì em có cảm nghĩ thế nào về cái trận đấu ngày hôm nay?
Khi mà game cuối bọn em chết sớm thì bọn em cũng nghĩ là 35 điểm là đủ rồi. Nhưng mà cho đến khi là các bạn Furia bắn tới cỡ vậy rồi mà em cũng có chút run. Nhưng mà cũng tiếc là các bạn ấy nghĩ đủ điểm rồi nên các bạn tự sát thì cũng hơi buồn cho các bạn Furia. Tại vì đấy là những người anh em tốt đối với bọn em.
네, 처음에 점수가 충분한다고 생각해서 그래서 별로 긴장 안 했는데 근데 마지막에 프리아 팀 때문에 되게 마지막 순간에 되게 걱정한다고 하셨어요. 근데 팀한테도 아쉬운 마음도 가져가고 있다고 하세요.
Well, in the beginning of match 5, we were a little bit relaxed, knowing that we had enough points. But then, Team Furia, with the way they played until the very last minute, they definitely kept us on the edge of their seats. And I just want to give them a special shout out for the way they played. And they have a place in my heart, is what Duck just said, right? It seems like all the teams have spent enough time knowing that this is almost the end of our circuit run. We only have the grand finals remaining. What do you think? How satisfied are you with the way that GTE has been playing? How complete do you think is the team right now? 이제 서킷 2가 마무리가 이제 조금만 남았는데 감디 엑스펜더블을 선수들이 느끼기에는 팀의 완성도가 어느 정도 왔다고 생각하시나요?
Hiện tại thì Socket 2 đã gần đi đến cái hồi kết á, thì em nghĩ thế nào về cái độ hoàn thiện của đội của mình?
Em nghĩ đội của em vẫn chưa hoàn thiện lắm đâu. Cũng vẫn đang lủng củng rất là nhiều và mọi người thì cũng đang cố gắng ghép lại với nhau, ghép lại kết nối lại với nhau thôi. Và em nghĩ là chung kết này bọn em sẽ cố gắng bùng nổ.
제 생각은 팀 완성도 그렇게 높지 않고 근데 지금 모든 멤버들 다 맞춰가는 과정이라서 그래서 결승전에서 더 최선 다하겠습니다.
I wouldn't say that we are kind of peaking with our best ability. We know what we're capable of. And I think with the way, if our teammates just adjust a little bit going into the grand finals, I think we might be satisfied with our performance, right? Speaking of, new Clate, forget today, think of tomorrow. What do you want to accomplish as a personal, professional gamer, Duck Juice? 이제 오늘은 있고 내일 새로운 이제 여정이 다시 시작됩니다. 그랜드 파이널이 남았는데 덕지스 선수는 내일 어떤 모습을 좀 보여주고 싶은지 각오 같은 거 들어볼 수 있을까요?
Hiện tại thì trận đấu hôm nay chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc rồi và để cho chuẩn bị những cái trận đấu ngày hôm sau á thì đội em hay em muốn mang đến cái hình ảnh mà sự quyết tâm nào cho tới để trận chung kết này?
Em nghĩ là đội bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được 1 đến 2 con gà trong trận vòng chung kết này và cố gắng cho mọi người biết Việt Nam không có dở. Vì bọn em đã bị loại vào top thấp khá nhiều rồi. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng vào top 8, top 5 hoặc có thể là tranh vô địch.
저희는 아마 결승전에 1-2번 정도 치킨 먹을 수 있다고 생각해요. 왜냐면 몇 번 좀 아쉽게 탈락해서 그래서 이번에 한 번이라도 top 5 아니면 우승까지 최선 다하겠습니다.
I would say that I'm pretty confident that we'll secure at least 1 or 2 chicken dinners throughout the 3-day journey, and we've let a lot of matches go through our hands, and we really want to make up for them. Maybe finish the last 3 days for top 5, or maybe get the trophy this time. All right. Well, thank you, Duck Juice. 감사합니다. But before I let you go, and before I let everyone else here go, I have a special news, and it's not about PUBG Nations Cup. Well, starting tomorrow, you can earn your drops just by watching the PGS 6 Grand Finals. Rewards will be unlocked based on your total watch time, and different milestones offer different rewards, so make sure to grab your rewards and stay with us the whole way. The rewards can only be claimed once per account, so make sure to grab them and link your Krafton ID with your streaming platform account before tuning in. Join us for the fun and the drops, and we will see you all tomorrow. And what time is it, Duck Juice?
You don't know what time it is?
Yeah.
It's game time, baby.
Baby. All right. Bye, guys.
You don't know what time it is? I do. It's time to talk about that interview. Oh my god. Because not only did we get Gam time, we also, after he gave the special shout out to Furia, I blacked out. This was quite the interview. Toffee's has not only blacked out, he's now in desperation mode. Toffee's, I cannot believe he just shouted out Furia.
Okay, first off, shout out. But here's this is where it sucks to be Furia, right? Because they were gonna lose that anyway. Like that was a 2v4 in an impossible scenario. Had they not done what they did, it would go down in history as like noble effort. Thank you. You know, Furia stressed us out, but because of that deny, their entire story for the rest of their narrative, like everything about their year is gonna be messed up because of this, right? Because the interview goes, I thank those guys deep down, but you're like, and then it was such a bad call.
It's not the way I would expect us to finish the survival stage. I'll put it that way, Martin.
No, I mean, again, this comes down to how important it is to be able to kill feed track, to not just quick math, but also like keep track of where your enemies are, also keep track of the leaderboard. Sure, you can make some, decisions in terms of strategic denying here, but yeah, that's unfortunate that they thought that T5 was their nearest competitor. They were 17 points ahead of T5. T5 wasn't not even close. They completely forgot about game time, baby. It's the danger zone. It's game time.
You know what? This hair suits Toffees. It's kind of gone the way of like me and Avenger do. I kind of like this. This is kind of cool.
I learned it from Batulin. You know he's had a hard day. His hair's like crazy, right?
Okay. It's like 2019 NPL's hair.
NPL's. The big hair. The big hair. Perfect. Lovely stuff. But Mark, finishing it off today here as well. Let's get final thoughts from everybody as well. And maybe we can look at the leaderboard just to confirm everything that we've got going on. Because, of course, our top 8 will be moving through into that grand final. But, Mark, it has been... What a wild day, and especially the finish. Oh my god.
Oh. Look, it's a brutal ending, right?
Yeah.
The damage was done, the points were distributed out. When it came down to the mouths, it was 1 point away. So gutting for Furia, and I think Toffees is right. You look at it and 2 versus 4. We saw obviously Vitality do it against Falcons. Yes, they might have had 2 P90s, but you want to go out swinging, right? You've got to go out swinging, and it's so critical to get those key decisions made quickly, but also keeping track of the kill feed. So Furia, I think they might be kicking themselves.
Huge result, though, of course, for Falcons, who looked amazing all day. Toffees as well, and Korea also being able to get all 3 of their teams through. So some big moves here for the top 8.
I mean, thank goodness the Falcons made a comeback, right? Because losing Liquid is depressing for the region, especially with the fact that when we look at the next series, Godlike is stepping in instead over Furia to see them in this situation where they had their chance to make the finals, and it just didn't go this way, right? Like, I feel bad for the guys because the internet never forgets, and so it will always be playing this clip over and over again. And when we talk about mental headspace for these players, that's such a big concept in PUBG. I think that's something that could be really, really tough to bounce back from as a team, because again, you have a long break after this where you're not playing together as a foursome for a while, and I wonder how that's going to fester. I hope it doesn't. I hope they step up. I hope America's recovers, but this was a very tough event for us.
You say the internet never forgets, and with PNC around the corner, Martin, I never forget Brazil driving into the blue.
Oh, don't get me started on Miramar. It's just outside that Ents compound. Oh, yeah.
But of course, Martin, final thoughts before we move on.
Yeah, obviously, it's cool to see the resurgence of Falcons here. We hope that they get more first, third, or 15th places, as that's the only thing that exists in these guys' mind here. It's great for a step up. Good to see that they're capable of great things, and I think that's just a confidence booster that they needed to go into this final.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for joining me here as well. It has been a day of survival stage here for the Global Series 6. What a way to end it. We'll be talking about that one for a long time here. But now we've got to look forward to a best of 15, $300,000 on the line, plenty of PGS points on the line. That's going to be happening tomorrow. Same time, same place. So join us there for more PUBG action.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this hella pretty face? Got us something dope, man. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with that face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Again, sat him down and all in this on my homie for auction. Run up, I'm breaking necks, make them get to double take. When I get these straight, no debate, the pressure elevated. Got me hot and negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. On my 5 stars, pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you're a mistake.
열심히 뛰어봤나 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해서 쓰러져 다음에는 원인은 세상은 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책 가듯이 믿었지 탐이 밤이 쏘는 기사
Locked and loaded like my gun, you told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Splash, pitch, black till we pull up and glowing. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go, it's trying to go. The trauma I gotta pave the way, they'll never walk. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef get cooked like ramen. I just make dollar and I dress up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. Partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.